property taxes by 25% day one. Day two, we sue the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority for fraud and we take back our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. That's right. Not the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority and the sheikh over there. They don't own the Chicago streets. The Chicago taxpayer does. Richard Daley pulled a fastball and fucked us. Rahm Emanuel caught that fastball and fucked us again. And Lori Lightfoot took that dildo and shoved it up our ass. And Brandon Johnson is literally parasiting the city, defrauding us with nonprofits. $300 million TIF? $3 billion TIF? What's a TIF? It's a tax, stupid. There's no such thing as called an investment. You gotta borrow, you gotta steal, or you gotta take to give. And that's the way this scam works, baby. So now you know our 2-day plan, our 3-day plan. Guess what we have in store for you on day 3? Anybody? Are you listening? Can you hear me?
What do you have in store for us on day 3?
Can you hear me? We haven't even gotten to day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7. I have so many things in store, and I've been taking notes on things that I want to do. And you know where I'm starting from? Here at home. I'm looking at my street corners, and I'm saying, why did the city of Chicago spend thousands of dollars to put up signs saying, if you park past this sign, we're going to tow you? And so what they've done is they've removed at least 4 parking spots on my little tiny street where we have no parking spots. And if you park in a spot that now they declare no longer a spot because of a sign, they will tow you. They will take your car to an impound lot in Logan Square or downtown Chicago in the gutter underneath a highway and make you go into a little wooden box where they have people that will shake you down and ruin your day. And it's not just like a 1-hour experience. It's a multi-hour experience into the inner depths of Dante's hell. You've never been to the center of the universe until you go to the Chicago impound lot. Just finding your car is a journey. And when you get out and your car's all fucked up and they make you show you the papers and you paid and you cleared and you good to go, and then just a couple weeks later, they snatch your car again. God damn, this city is ruthless. I've been through that more times than I care to share. And every time, it's the same experience over and over again. Many people have never been to the center of hell multiple times, but your future mayor has. I've gone down like Dante. I've gone down like Mustapha-Lees. I've gone into the pits of hell for this city many times over. And I've come back up with the spirit of Howard Irving. I think his name was Howard Irving. He was the first black mayor of Chicago. The guy was so articulate. He could articulate. Brandon Johnson can only ejaculate. Harold
Washington?
Harold Washington, isn't that his name?
Harold Washington, yes.
Yeah, I've been to his library downtown. It is a huge library, but his videos of him talking about politics and justice and equality are amazing. That guy, was a real communicator, and unfortunately, he passed on. That was a great tragedy. I don't think any of the people on this app that sit here and talk about Malcolm X or Martin Luther King or Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton, man, fucking talk about Howard Irving, because that's a real G, dog. That motherfucker was the embodiment of the Holy Ghost. He was a vivacious and eloquent and spiritual master. He was a good guy. Anyways, Brandon Johnson has a lot to learn. And day by day, he tears this city down because of incompetence. He's never run a business. If he just sat in City Hall and said, I'm a business, I would have more respect for him. But he doesn't do that. He runs around and says, white man is the devil and we need reparations. That's not running a business. That's running the complaint department in the layaway section of a Walmart. That's not how you run one of the world's greatest cities. No! Anyways, this is not a comedy show, but it is becoming funny, I can tell. Anything else you want to say, Project B, my fellow Chicagoan?
Yeah, man, I wish you the best of luck. I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. You know, it is. You know, obviously, I see that you have like a definitely a comedic appeal, which I think the city kind of needs, to be honest. Um, Also, I just, you know, look, Chicago once upon a time was a great city, but you know what I'm saying? The corruption has been here since the time of the dailies. Um, and I think that it's like largely pay to play here, and that,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
no, but that's Chicago. What about New York? What about New York? Can we hear from New York, please?
you're,
They're
you're,
not. They're not.
you're,
They're
you're
not Democrat.
you're not Democrat? Long Island isn't.
Atlanta, no, but you're saying Chicago because it's close to Atlanta. I'm not from America. I'm not living in America. I live in Europe. I live in Europe.
What I understand about New York is very much progressive Democrat, and the major boroughs outside of Long Island, which does have
Yeah,
a more
but who is
conservative base.
supporting? But who are you? Do you go to vote? Do you vote for Democrats? Do you go personally?
I do not vote for Democrats. No.
Suppose. So please be quiet. Obviously, I can tell you about that because I know how it feels like. We need difference. We need to change. And I'm involved in the Democratic Parliament. I'm in the UK. I'm one of the Democratic Parliaments. I work for the Parliament. Um, so sometimes we need to vote, but we don't believe as colored people. We don't believe in voting, and but we pushed it forward, and then Donald Trump.
Doesn't believe in voting and he works for Parliament. Is that the cigarette company?
Right, but how is he talking about American politics from the UK?
I don't know, but it's getting late in the day, and in Chicago, as they say, I saw a man dance with his wife. He had the time of his life in Chicago. So, anyways, thanks for being here, Project. I do have to get petition signatures. I haven't decided to run as a libertarian or a Democrat yet. Everybody just tells me to run as a Democrat, but in my opinion, I have a much greater chance of getting on the ballot as a libertarian than I do a Democrat. And I think if given a third option on the ballot for a mayor, it's possible that because I can split the vote, I can eke out a small, tiny victory as a surprise libertarian candidate. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if your messaging is strong, again, what it'll do is it'll give you FaceTime, it'll give you a chance to go up against whoever they primary or whatever it is they will call it, whoever they put up in that position, opposed to having to fight amongst all the people vying for that spot. You can at least have your own platform to go off of. The only thing about it is that I think that the mentality of everyone here in Chicago is very much vote blue no matter who. You know what I'm saying? So you'll be overcoming that mindset. That's what you gotta be the big hurdle. Is trying to convince people through your rhetoric or through your like common sense, to be able to get them to side with you based upon reason.
Okay, so
Yes,
if,
you have
if
a legitimate strategy. I think that strategy is legitimate.
it's legitimate, but if it's always vote blue no matter who, why don't I still take the message within the vote blue and stay out of vote purple? Because no, there is no slogan as vote purple no matter who. You know, it's like it's better to bring the message in house within within that network than to work in a network that has no network.
Okay, you should basically say a sing the same song on different states. that's what I hear you saying. You're saying that you'll carry some of the talking points from the Democratic Party. However, you won't try to fight within their arena. You will take it to another arena where you have less competition.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't need to carry Democrat talking points. I can carry libertarian talking points into the Democratic Party, even if they're not Democrat Party talking points, because uh, just being in the network is enough to cause a disruption. But what I'm saying is there is no libertarian network. So if you want to lead the people, you got to go to the people. That's why I'm thinking it's better and smarter to file as a Democrat. But at the same time, I think about the experience of the voter when they go to that ballot and they're on the touch screen or they're doing the paper and they see Democrat at the top, then they see a Republican, then they see the Libertarian. Chances are 80% of the people, 60 to 80%, are just going to click Democrat right away. So whoever the fuck the Democrat candidate is, that's who they're going to vote for. But there's no primary for the mayoralship. If there's not a majority vote, it goes into an April runoff special election. So I'm trying to like reverse engineer statistically what my best option is.
Well, yeah, Chicago is definitely like a city that, because like look at Paul Vallis, right? Paul Vallis had at least the CPD, like he had a background with the police. Now, that's a network, that's a whole union in its own right. And then you had Brandon Johnson. He had the teachers union. So it's really hard for an outsider to come in and be based just on rhetoric alone to be able to overcome. Like, you have to build such a grassroots movement and something like, look at how Trump did it. Like, Trump was technically an outsider of the political elite. But what he was able to do was, because of the controversial takes and things that he did and said, he was able to appeal. Right, he pissed a lot of people off, but he found his network. He found his niche. He found the people who were disenfranchised.
We don't know who influenced him. We don't know who influenced him. We don't know. We don't know. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay, from the outside looking in, I'm talking about being Monday morning quarterback. You can't tell me my perspective is wrong. It's my perspective. So suck a dick. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, don't tell me what I can or cannot perceive.
Okay, Rabbanu Shalom, thanks for your insight. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe running as the Libertarian candidate is the best option in trying to create or organize more of a liberty approach. El Norma, what do you think? I'm trying to game theory the filing for mayorship. Do I file as a Libertarian that has no network, or do I file as a Democrat which has a huge network and bring Libertarian talking points into the Democrat network? So this will be my third election. I'm 0 for 2. And everybody says if you're Republican, you file as a Democrat. And I got to agree. So I'm just at a crossroads. Do I want to go 0 for 3 as a Libertarian or 0 for 3 as a Democrat? What's the best chance? Because a lot of this is I know I'm going to lose. So part of it is it's about the journey, the experience, the happening, and my input and influence into the environment as a candidate. That's, to me, one of the things a lot of people overlook, even though we know there's only one winner. Out of the 55 mayors of Chicago, there are thousands of losers that their names are not in the history books, and no one knows who they were or what happened to them. Only when you go to Wikipedia, you only know the winners. So I'm just saying that the environment can be influenced, and even if I don't win, I can influence who the winner is by promoting the other candidate of my choice. So part of this is like an experiment. You could call it science. You could call it political science.
You going to say, okay, I was going to let Morrow go, but if you think about the history, you also have history going against you. The fact that you ran 2 other times as a Libertarian and then you switch up, you don't think that would get brought up on stage in any debates?
Well, I ran as a Republican twice, lost. And that experience pushed me to become a Democrat or it pushed me to become a libertarian. It's all transformation. Are you anti-trans?
No, I'm not interested. But yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to understand, like, I guess your position. I'm just saying, do you think that would be a strong position? That because what it is that it doesn't look like you really have a strong stance. Then you're kind of fluid, and I just don't think that you'll be able to gather voters off being so fluid. Right? You will have to kind of pick a position and stand on that position. Now, don't get me wrong. Again, if we're talking about, let's just look at political history. Look at Trump. Trump was a registered Democrat, voted Democrat, did all things Democrat. He made a sharp change to Republican, but he didn't flip flop. He didn't go back and forth. He was a moderate Democrat. He was a moderate Republican, in my opinion.
Well, you know what I've learned after doing many interviews with media outlets and political pundits? That every interview turns out it's like a trick interview. Trick questions, just to create content that can be used against you, even if the content is pro you. My point is, people want to own you. They want proprietary video, they want proprietary interview to use it against you for your opponent. It's amazingly devious and a lot of chicanery and trickery. But the point is, one of the major questions is why are you running? What's motivating you to run? And I usually give like a canned response, similar response. My thinking is I like to talk about the history of this and my activity in that. But the truth is, it's like a spiritual will or a divine will where, just in the same way that mushrooms spring up, this is how liberty works. It just comes naturally. And the population wants liberty. It's a little bit like Moses and the Exodus. There is a libertarian inclination, and all religions are libertarian in nature because they are all based on liberation theory or liberation theology. It's the same principle with politics.
What changed you from conservative to libertarian? What changed in your ideology?
Well, I supported Ron Paul when he ran because I like the concept of non-interventionalism, meaning we don't pick fights, we don't choose winners, we stay out of international businesses affairs. We're not the world police, we're not the civilization builder. If you don't want to educate your women and you want to practice Sharia law, who are we to say no? It's not the taxpayer's job to reconstitute your culture. So that's why I liked Ron Paul, but I also like small government. Small government, small problems. Big government, big problems. So I think we have to have real practical new management, business-minded people who are all pennies and cents and not feelings and propaganda. See, the thing about running is if you get petition signatures, people want to sit here and have this long conversation with you, which I'm happy to do here on Clubhouse. But on the street, when I just need a sheet, I don't have time to sit there and explain, my political philosophy, my historical understanding, my financial acumen. The point is, if the great debate is really, in my opinion, always economic theory or economic philosophy, which is really business 101. Who's got the better plan for running a pre-existing business? It's not Brandon Johnson. He has proven beyond a reasonable doubt he's a horrible steward, a terrible fiduciary of our financial well-being. He doesn't talk about it. He doesn't care about it. He just keeps borrowing and spending. We've got to have open books. We've got to have forensic accounting. We've got to have financial transparency. Taxpayers are getting crushed. Homeowners can't afford to pay their property taxes, and in Cook County, they will sell your house out from underneath you in a tax deed sale, and you're finished. Say goodbye to your house because you can't afford $10,000 in property taxes. It's blackmail. It's criminality. It's lawyers fucking feasting at the trough of our fellow citizens. I am running to liberate them from these criminal lawyers and Democrat criminal judges. The problem is the judiciary. It's not just the elected political establishment.
Absolutely.
We have all these election judges.
What would be the counter argument? How would someone argue against what you're saying right now? Let's just play it out. Let's game theory this. Figure out, okay, what would the opposing argument be against what you're saying right now?
I think people will shake their head.
This is a very compelling argument. I mean, I could say, like, for example, if you were going up against Brandon Johnson, he would basically try to discredit what you're saying right now. He would give some sort of statistics that benefit what he's saying, something about low, medium income people achieving some level of success somewhere, somehow, some remote section of the city, and saying that this increase proves that what you're talking about is not happening, right? It silenced you because it will talk about perceived progress and get people feeling all warm about what's really going on in the city. And then probably attack some of your points and say how that would take away from some social programs that have lower income people in some way, shape, or form, and how those people would then, because it's fear-based, right, and talk about how those people will be deprived of some resources that they're currently getting.
Brandon would tout his bullshit, non-existent tip tax, bullshit protection service. You know, if you make $200,000 a year in this city, but you're still paying $20,000 a year just in property taxes, and you're paying, almost $90,000 in income tax, and Social Security tax, and Medicare, Medicaid, FICA tax, and all these fucking taxes, Chicago's got to be very personally responsible as an example for the country. We have to basically start saving Chicago now because the whole fucking country is already bankrupt. Chicago has to be the leader on financial transparency, practicality, pragmatism, on how we allocate our tax dollars to what we're spending it on. No more fugazi nonprofit bullshit. That's what Johnson does. He's big in it, and it's bigger than Lori Lightfoot. Lori Lightfoot was more of a corporate criminal. Brandon Johnson has surrounded himself by crony capitalists who they may claim they're building houses for the future, for Black Chicago or low-income housing. But the problem with the Chicago Housing Authority is they have board members who are living in luxury penthouses and getting a voucher for a condo that they don't even live in anymore, and they are on the board of directors. And Brandon wants to fire the CHA president because it's not his personal pick. So Brandon Johnson is not running this like a pre-existing business. He's gutting management, and he's installing his own cronies. And these are bad people. These are not vetted. These are not elected, responsible individuals. These are his personal crony captains. And Brandon Johnson is at the head of a criminal organization and enterprise known as Brandon Johnson, Inc. And he's going to come out of this a multi-millionaire as a parasite pensioner. In my opinion, Chicago should just declare bankruptcy and seek debt forgiveness for the $200 billion in pension debt. Because when Brandon Johnson retires from being the mayor after I win, not only will I arrest him, but he will not get his pension because we're filing bankruptcy in federal court. We at least need some type of debt resolution. Do you watch television? Do you see how all these debt resolution specialists want you to call them right now to help you finally solve your debt problem? Well, that's what a vote for John Kitover will do as the mayor. I will take this city in a path that it has never taken before because it has no courage and no spine. We will file bankruptcy in federal court and dislodge over $100 billion in pension liabilities. It's a fact that that will happen. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Man, you got firemen and police officers living in Florida, receiving pensions, not paying any taxes to Illinois. It's crazy. I do. Do you think that Chicago should take a path akin to Detroit?
It's gonna have to, it basically comes down to debt negotiation, debt resolution. That's really reorganization of the pre-existing debt and discharging some of the debt to bring it down, which really just means that pensioners are going to take a cut on their pension. 25% probably. 10% would be a good start. But we have to stop
John,
the spending.
it was it was 6% in Detroit when they went bankrupt. So they initially proposed 10, but they came to a conclusion of like 6%. Right. Chicago's pension was much more fucked than Detroit's.
So this has been a long-running room that I started 5 hours ago, originally about J.D. Vance's failure to negotiate peace, and it has warped and dwarfed into the candidacy for John Kitover as mayor. Thank you all for being here. We will run this room for 7 more minutes. Then we're going to do a hard out. So get your last shots in. If you got any complaints or advice or opinions, let's hear them now.
How can I follow you? You got Instagram? You got some other way that you're like running your campaign? I definitely would like to follow your campaign.
Yeah. Let me pin a link. And if you have any mayoral proclamations or decrees for any day 1 through day 100, just tell me what you think I should decree, and I will post it using Grok AI to generate the image. So we have ChicagoMayorVote.com, ChicagoMayorElection.com, ChicagoMayoral.com, JohnKitoverChicago.com. Got a bunch of domain names associated to the election. And what's interesting is all my AI videos have done well, and Mayor Brandon Johnson is in active content creation mode nonstop because he's running for the mayor again. He hasn't officially said whether he's running or not, but based on the content he creates, it's obvious that he's running for mayor again. And he thinks he has a shot. But we know that his time has come to an end because property taxes turn voters, and the voters are ready to liberate themselves.
I don't know, man. I think that guy's going to get reelected. They tend to make very, very bad choices in Chicago.
Well, I might be that next bad choice, Nick. You never know. Because the whole thing comes down to the ballot, Nick. And my libertarian ballot strategy tells me that truth is, I think Democrat is the way to go because I just know that my experience when I look at that ballot and Democrat is that first option, fuck, man, people just choose the Democrat. And so if I'm on the roster of Democrats and I don't get a majority, there's a runoff. See, this is the whole thing is like, Nick, this is the other part of running as a candidate. You can challenge other candidates, and I have been challenged so many times. I know how they have fucked me, and so now I know how to fuck them. And this time around, I'm going to challenge everybody and make it extremely fucking difficult for people to get through the scrutiny of the petitions and confirming signatures. Because with every line, every signature has 15 variables that can be challenged. It's so ludicrous and time-consuming and petty But nonetheless, you can remove your opposition from the ballot with an effective petition strategy of challenging and removing. So I've gone through it multiple times, and I look forward to getting my first scalp and my first successful challenge this time around for the mayor. That's how you can also make history and change the outcome, is by removing people for bullshit signatures, because to get 15,000 signatures is a lot of work, and there are a lot of criminal corrupt politicians that generate fake signatures. I've seen it multiple election cycles. Personally, I've never done it. I've been accused of doing it, but I've never done it. And I know my opposition has done it. And that is another reason why I'm running, because of that alone makes me so angry that Republicans would fake signatures on petitions. That really makes me angry. And that makes me want to take scalps. Hello?
Yeah, you hear me? Yeah, University.
Hello?
You can hear me, University. Come off mic, University.
Hello?
Yeah, so what y'all gonna do about black folks?
What are we going to do about black folk?
Yeah. You know this they homeland.
What?
This is their ancestors' homeland before the European white folks who claimed that they're American but really so-called citizens but really illegals.
So you are a descendant of the indigenous black? Hello?
Yeah, I asked you a question. Nah.
I asked you a question. Are you a descendant of the indigenous black American?
What's up, fam? Yeah.
Do you live in Evanston, Illinois, and are you currently getting cannabis reparations?
We talking about Illinois, period. We saying you want to tell somebody else. Y'all chit-chat. So we talking about Illinois. You want to knock up another person. But we talking about what are you going to do around, even though you're talking about that specific area, but you know you got connections next door, your neighbors. You might want to think about that. Because let's say we come down there and we want to bow down. We put a black person down there in that land and people, and we start rapping. You go vote us out now? Out our own country, land, people names that we never named.
I hear what you're saying, and I feel what you're putting down. I stand with the black man. I done been baptized by a black man in the name of the Holy Spirit. So when I say I know how to have fun, I know how to have fun, brother.
Hey, but see what happened if we arrest you there on our soil for what you're saying?
Well, then I guess I gotta go through that judicial system to get my victory, to get my liberty, to get my joy.
Your number. Now you gotta get your number. You see what I'm saying? You gotta go just like the people over there across the border gotta get a number, name it, a different 8. Yeah, you gotta do that too now. Because we never gave y'all the rights. The paperwork, what I said. Y'all broke treaty. Y'all time is up. Let's talk. Or do you don't want to talk about that, dude?
Well, interestingly enough, I have something interesting here. Listen to this.
That makes sense, don't it? Damn, you come to some other people's houses and you try to tell them what they do in their house. What?
Okay, listen to this. This is the Declaration of Indian Purpose from 1961 at the American Indian Chicago Conference. Listen to this. Since you brought up treaties being broken, a treaty in the minds of our people is an eternal word. Events often make it seem expedient to depart from the pledged word, but we are conscious that the first departure creates a logic for the second departure until there's nothing left of the word.
Okay, let's say this, right? You just said until there's nothing left of the word. So your forefather set y'all up and in a position to try to take over people and keep it in so-called order in their own ancestors' homeland, right? But it's not working because people is arising in their own ancestors' land and they looking at people who don't really belong here as, like confused, like, well, hey, y'all not from here and y'all telling us what to do on our land. Y'all killing us on our soil. So y'all arresting us on our soil and getting paid for this. Think about it. What happened if we reverse our county and put it right back on you for the war crimes and things that y'all doing? Think about what I'm talking to you about.
I hear you, but the truth is the only way to bring a lawsuit is with filing fees in the court system. If you ain't even got the motherfucking money to file them filing fees and pay them attorney fees, your court case is going nowhere. Money talk, bullshit walk. Don't settle the dispute.
Yeah, so yeah, you feel me? And they think that they can do things on people's soil. They think that what they say is smart. We know how to play chess, right? We know how to reverse psychology. We know how to educate y'all. Y'all, here's what y'all did to our people. You want to wake it up? What y'all keep doing? Keep it pure? Oh, okay, I'm very much keep it pure because I don't think you're going to get messy, right? Y'all trying to take over people's houses, lands. Y'all making movies. Think about what I'm talking to you about, young man. You're making movies about what your ancestors did on other people's soil. Then y'all mimicking people. What y'all used to do to them. Rape, rob, and murder. And y'all getting paid off of it. Universe. Right? It's supposed to be cool though, right? In God we trust. Thou shalt not kill. Equality.
So let me ask you something. Do you go by L or do you go by I?
I go by
L. R-L. Oh, shit. What I'm trying to say is, Al, when you are talking to the universe, do you think that the universe listens to you?
I have to check this out. It's an echo out there. Echo.
Doesn't sound like it replied with the word that you said.
That's like, you ever seen the ripple effect?
I know, but if a tree falls in a forest and there ain't nobody to hear it, well, was it recorded or observed, or did it really fall? Does it take an observer? Is it called the observer effect? Hello?
It's called we observe everything that y'all do. What the world do, we can see. Let's just say everything on earth as it is in heaven, we can see. We got eyes and ears. Remember, created from the beginning We can see, we can hear, we can see you through your word. It's either gonna be in order or out of order. And right now, you're thinking out of order. So let me put you back in order. Try that again. You own stolen land. And then do you know what else?
Well, you know what?
Lifestyle.
I got a magical instrument here called an opinion drum. Every time I think I hear an opinion, I hit my opinion drum. So what I'm trying to say is, when I hear that's when I hit it. Whenever I hear for an opinion, I hit my opinion drum.
I ain't the challenge. Hey, but to a grown man, right? That's why we know how who got the mental health issues. Grown man alert, but acting childish.
Could be projection. When you say that a grown man you talking to randomly on the internet running for mayor got mental health issues, that could be a projection on your part. It's just my...
Who made that up? We never made that up in America. The real Aboriginals, we don't know nothing about no Democrat, Republican, liberal, or independent, or whatever bull crap y'all keep coming up with, rewording and trying to make so-called sense. We never did that. You're doing it. You're making up stuff. Y'all making up stuff and think they were supposed to, believe. We know how to read between the lines, son. So every time I say correct, you better do that then. Now we're gonna play chess. Bingo. Now you acknowledge. Right. So you keep teaching them kids how it's okay to take over and go to war, start things in America, knowing that we are the innocent people, that your people is dangerous. Keep trying to say that we are all equal. We never said that. Y'all saying that. Y'all created that we are all equal. We are all as God's one. We never said that. Y'all forced that onto our people. Our elders never said that. Remember, y'all killed off our forefathers for y'all. Y'all raped, robbed, and murdered, enslaved our people. We never did that to y'all.
Let me ask you something. Is that a fact or is that an opinion? Is that an opinion? Is it a fact or is it an opinion? That's for opinion.
Y'all, at universe, this is what I'm saying. This is how I love that echo. You know what I'm saying? You said it's the universe. A black man is telling you who really is the original creator.
How do I know you? How do I know you're really black? Could just be an opinion.
And a white man would take a movie of the black man parts, pieces, puzzles,
No.
and then make it and say it doesn't matter when people try to tell them, hey, that's not how it really goes. The movie is just a play. What? That's what white people teach you all the way. Then they claim it's like, check this out.
Hello.
So, hey, you got white people making all different type of images of Jesus. What? He got blonde hair, blue eyes. He got brown eyes, brown hair. Well, otherwise, yeah, some say with the head, they got a Arab Jesus. You know what I'm saying? They got all these Jesus. They don't even agree with Jesus, his word.
See, I'm Aboriginal too. I can play an Aboriginal instrument. I learned that Aboriginal instrument from my forefathers who were indigenous to this land even though they didn't know it. Because every man and every line of heritage is indigenous to the planet known as Earth. Hello! You see, L, I figured out your riddle. You thought you could fool me with your complicated riddle, but I figured out the truth of the earth.
Yeah, it's an echo in the universe. And I bet you the world can hear it. It's a bounce back. You can even stand on Earth and look into the universe and watch that echo come back. You can yell out and watch that echo ripple effect. Watch. Everybody get it and start reading the book and start thinking about, damn, why white people keep calling themselves Jews or American, like this, that, and the third. Why white people just, stealing other people's languages and culture, identity, names, trying to make this and that, these people, they got, and then all of a sudden, they want to say this and that and the third. Where in the book it says that he did give people their own lands, their own identity, their own race, their own history. Now here it is. White folks want to take it and mix it up, say we all need the same. What the fuck? So you saying my father is your father, your father's my father. Psych.
Well, I'd like to dedicate this song to all the voters in Chicago who have been fooled by the Democrats for far too long, since 1960. Over 66 years of lies, sucking away your property taxes like parasites, sucking at your water tax, sucking up your garbage tax, sucking up your sewer tax. This song is for your magical and your mystical liberation. Never had one lesson. Hello?
You did that shit though. I ain't gonna lie. That was fire.
Hey, so I had to post it in the chat. Hey, arrest yourself, man.
Arrest
Anything that you
yourself.
say can and shall be held against you in the court of law. Oh.
You see, the difference between the court of law and the cosmic court of law is that one is based in a Democrat court with a Democrat judge, and we already know what that Democrat judge is gonna do. That Democrat judge is gonna tell you to shut the fuck up and shut your fucking mouth. That's exactly what that Democrat judge is gonna do. Shut up! Shut up! That's what you're gonna hear. Shut up! Shut him up!
Let's just say that black folks in America really don't want to follow y'all law. Y'all give me a law. Now let's speak that into the godly existence.
What? Sorry, I had the volume turned down. What did you say?
I don't know about that.
But that right there was a divine moment. Yeah. You said this right here government, right? They gonna do what? Against what laws? You said they better than who laws? They better than God. Universal laws. And you say you finna vote who in and who out. Okay. We gonna reach there. Come on, let's reach.
Well, I think it's important right now at this here time to bring up the chakra centers. Chakras associate with particular aspects of human awareness. Blocks on the spiritual, mental, emotional, physical levels cause problems. We are going to cleanse your chakras by quieting or stimulating with healing factors that release reservoirs of energy, debris to free healthy energy frequencies. All right, listen up, Chicago. These are your healing number and cool locations. First, we got the planet metal. That is the main issue. Then we got the goal and the function. Then we got the foods and the gland. Then we got the body part and the symbol element. And we got sense, sound, the gemstone. We got an angel, ideal, quieting stone, fragrance, and incense. And we got stimulating stone and aroma. The number one is your root. Just like that TV show Roots with Kunta Kinte. Root. Red, that's the color red. It is the base of your spinal column. The planet is known as Saturn, not Uranus, as many people think we think. They think we're talking about Uranus, but we are actually talking about Saturn. And that is lead. Lead, you might say. Survival is key. Next, we got stability and grounding. We are going to ground and stabilize. Up next, we got the protein, the adrenals, right here. A lot of women today, they got adrenal gland blockage, and the doctors are always billing the Medicare and the Medicaid for the adrenal glands. After the adrenals, we got the legs and the feet of the earth, a red square. Below that, we got the smell of the bloodstone. Then we got the aureole, the hematite, and the cedar myrrh. And we got the garnet and the cinnamon. Maybe that's why I like cinnamon on my beer mimosas so much, that delicious cinnamon. Is it a spice or is it a sugar? Up next, we got the sacral. Number 2, orange, the sacrum. We got the moon. The metal is tin. And the main issue here is sexuality, desires, and emotions. That is the goal of the function. For the foods in the gland, we got the liquid gonads. The body part is the abdomen. The symbol and the element is an orange triangle, which means water. Then we got taste and dew or coral, which is the sense and the sound. O is the sound. The gemstone is the coral. The angel is Gabriel. The ideal or the quieting stone is the quartz. The fragrance is the rose. And the incense is the saffron. The stimulating stone and aroma is the carnelian and the dragon blood. Those are the first 2 chakras. We have healed together your first 2 chakras, the root and the sacral. Up next, we got the navel. The navel. All right, we're going to take a little chakra cleansing break and rest my vocal cords. I don't care. Donald Trump is master of the universe. They call us the Bucket Boys of Chicago. Hello? All right, this next song is dedicated to the liberty of Chicago, freeing the taxpayers from the Democrat CTU control of taxpayer property tax, parasitism, and slavery. Never had one lesson. Tiny hands. Outstretched arms to the sky. Deliver us! Deliverer! Deliver!
It's not warfare. It's not about protecting people.
Okay.
Like-
Well, you can have that view if you want. I'm still going to argue for what I think is correct. And I give the arguments. I mean, if you think the arguments are poor, then you can respond and tell me why the arguments don't work. But just saying that you don't think that that's a way to go, I mean, that's fine. That's your opinion.
Well, yeah, because I mean, your argument, you suggest that a fetus is a trespasser.
I said it's analogous to an intruder in the case of a self-defense, because people that want to argue that abortion is murder, then this would be what I consider an adequate response to saying it's not murder, it's a type of self-defense. And if it's
But
a
a
type of
fetus is not a
self-defense, then
trespasser.
it's meant to be an analogy.
Okay, and the analogy doesn't work because a fetus is not a trespasser.
Well, I argue that it is, because it's an unwanted pregnancy is literally inside the woman. So it's
Which
in
is, of
her.
course,
It means that something is in her that she didn't want put in her. It was put in her anyway. Whether it's through natural means or by intention is irrelevant. Like, the fact that it's there, that makes it an intruder. And what makes it intruder is down to the intentions of the mother. Because obviously if she wants the pregnancy, then it's not an intruder. But if she doesn't intend for it to be there, it then becomes an intruder. Or like an intruder. So it's down to intentions of the
that's
mother.
absurd.
How so?
Like, suggest that a person is an intruder just because, you know, they came in, or they're there when I didn't want them.
What do you think? How else would you define an intruder? That's literally the definition.
If I wanted somebody to leave, you know, it doesn't make me an intruder, especially if I invite them in my house.
Yeah,
You know.
some people outstay their welcome, and then you're like, you invited them in the first place, and then they do something under your roof that you don't approve, and now they've overstayed their welcome, and now you intend for them to leave. If they refuse to leave, then they become an intruder at that point.
Yeah.
So it's literally, you can literally track
None
that.
of these
to
are
the
very
intention.
good. Yeah, none of these are very
I
good
agree.
analogies
I
to
agree.
what the issues are around reproductive justice. I don't.
Yeah, like, essentially, that would mean, like, this is the biggest objection I made, is that if a fetus is a trespasser, that would mean that all children who are born through accident are born criminals or conceived as criminals.
It's not to say that they're treated as criminals. It's that
But they're not treated as criminals, but that would logically mean that they are conceived as criminals. If they,
in the analogy, like,
I understand the point.
How was your time on the island?
Terrible. I had to
if
Oh,
hook up
someone
with you.
doesn't want someone to be there, then they have the
How
right
was
to remove them. Whether we treat them as criminals or not,
Like,
is
Carlos,
not relevant.
we should just use if it's a threat to her life or to her. You know, we don't treat it as something that is. I think a better analogy would be how a person has a chip in their brain that, you know, is to program them to, as you said, shove the bowling ball up the individual's ass and the person kills that person to prevent that from happening. Because you have it where the fetus
That's
is
gonna taste so weird,
unconscious,
but it'll be
and if you
interesting.
assume the fetus is a person, is an
It's like an umami
unconscious,
flavor.
innocent party,
Maybe
but is
I don't
still
know. I think
punished.
truffle's kind of tasty.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue is here. Like,
The issue is because you're the other one. You're making an unnecessary step by making it analogous to the truck. A better analogy, you should just say that it's a threat to her life, which is what the person who's has the chip in their brain to go and shove a bowling ball up the person's
That's
ass.
right. Joel's right about
the
this.
problem is with that, doing that, is that not all pregnancies are a threat to women.
I wonder how long this thing
She
can
still
run.
has the right to end pregnancy.
Yes,
So,
just like you still have the ability to kill the person, even if they are an innocent party.
not really sure what you're changing here. Like,
I'm changing because
so let me just restate it. So you're objecting to me calling the fetus an intruder because it makes them sound like they're a criminal. That's your
because
issue,
you
right?
can't compare bodily rights to bodily autonomy to property rights, is what I think. I think
So
that's
is
a cat.
your
I think
body
that's a
not your
category
property?
mistake.
Is your body not your property?
It is yours, but it's not property.
Well, it can be analogous to property if it belongs to you.
Okay, but I still can't kill somebody to protect my property.
The relevant constitutional conversation around it is not about property, but about privacy.
Yeah, well, privacy and bodily autonomy.
Bodily autonomy, which isn't really, the analog is not being, it's not the question. The constitutional questions are not about property rights. They're about the 14th Amendment and privacy and autonomy. Much more related to the life, liberty, pursuit of happiness part.
Yeah, Carlos, what you're doing is espousing nationalism, where essentially, as I stated, you're saying you're using it as a property rights perspective as opposed to because the distinction between evictionism and pro-choice is that evictionism says you have the right to evict the fetus, but you don't have the right to kill the fetus.
Is your problem that because the intruder's conscious, that's what your problem is? Like, if it was like if the intruder was a cancer, like, it's obviously not, the cancer's not conscious. Like, would you have a problem calling the cancer an intruder?
Sorry, you said it again, but it's not quick.
Is the problem like calling the intruder conscious because the fetus is potentially going to be a conscious being?
No, I'm saying if we're to assume that a fetus is a person, I think that using the trespasser analogy is the wrong analogy.
Fathers of some children in this building found their families could be
If it was a
helped very well.
cancer, which is obviously not conscious or no potential of being conscious, if we called a cancer an intruder, would you have a problem with that?
No, because yes, I would.
No? Yes?
Oh, well, go walk your dog, bro.
I mean, I would call it an intruder. Like,
Father,
especially most people would, because they wouldn't.
Why
fathers
not
of
just
some
call it a disease?
Because it's meant to be an analogy to an actual intruder.
Okay, well, I don't see the point of being descriptive of what cancer is when it really is just a disease. That does all the work, right?
Yeah, but the point is that you if you have a cancer in you, you have the technology to remove the cancer, then
fathers
you
of
should be
some
able to remove that unwanted cancer. It's an intruder that's affecting you or whatever. You should have the right to remove it. The fact that it's not conscious shouldn't make a difference. Then obviously, in the case of a pregnancy, you don't intend for the pregnancy to be in your body. You have the right to remove it if you have the technological capability to do so. It would be analogous, like the cancer, and analogous to an actual intruder on your property. If they're there and you don't want them there, then you have the technological capability to remove them. When whether it means killing them or not, like you still have the right to analogy goes.
Yeah, and you're forgetting the categories. You're saying fetus. You think that fetus is a person. I don't. But you're using fetus as a person, which is something that, it's not just cancer where it's like a disease.
So you're specifically talking about fetus, or are you talking about zygote?
The unborn is what we're talking about in Carlos.
Yeah, but because there's many different stages of pregnancy, obviously, at the beginning.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I think what we're doing is essentially we're saying like Carlos is different case from you and I, where it's like essentially it's like we don't believe that a fetus, particularly in the early stages of pregnancy, is a person. But Carlos
No,
thinks
because there is no viability outside of the womb.
no, Carlos
Just to be clear, I didn't call it a person. What I said is that life starts from conception.
Sorry, life starts from conception, did you say? So what about an ectopic pregnancy that is conceived but isn't viable? Would that be killing?
Whether it's one or any stage in life, when it's like the fertilization process.
yeah.
So what you're saying then is a seed being planted in the ground is where life begins. Really? It doesn't have to grow a stalk and be able to interact with the sun and be viable.
As long as it's fertilized. The process begins. That's the consensus.
This is the first time anyone is getting a view of what happened inside.
And it's not the sun, it's the air.
But what
No,
are we calling
you're
life?
mistaken on how trees and plants grow. They grow because of the air,
We have known
not because of the sun. They do once they get to the sun. But before that, it's air.
No, you're absolutely wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
When a plant has developed enough chlorophyll in it, it is then going to produce energy via photosynthesis.
You mean glucose. But yeah, go ahead.
To be honest,
Yeah, I said energy, glucose, whatever you want to call it.
it's going to be a bit difficult.
No, be technical. You want to be technical. Explain how is it that
So can I ask
we need energy,
Yeah.
but for some strange reason, on this planet, a plant produces glucose on its own. It literally is the backbone of our ecosystem.
No, plants
Because it
don't
sustains
create
itself.
on its own. It needs to be
Needs
able
what?
to. It needs sunlight.
How does it get sunlight when it's in the ground?
No, it doesn't produce glucose at that point.
Exactly. So what's making it grow?
What do you mean? What's making it grow? The nutrients that it feeds off of in the soil.
The soil has nothing to do
It does.
at all. Very little to do with the plant. There's plants and trees that grow
So
on
you're
top
telling
of
me
water,
without the
on top of
soil.
water, on the side of the mountains. They don't need as much soil as you
But
think.
you're telling me that a plant
Oh, that's it?
without the soil isn't going to produce. It is going to produce enough chlorophyll to be able to produce glucose from photosynthesis. Because if you do not have soil and you just put a seed in a dark place and it grows, you'll get a yellow stalk. You won't get a green stalk, and it won't be able to. It won't be viable. Okay, well let's not talk about plant life. Let's talk about cells.
Damn, bro, you shot.
Are cells life?
They are life, yes.
Yeah.
Thank
So
God.
what would be the difference?
Simplest form, yes.
Yeah. Well, isn't that what a zygote is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Welcome to Chicago.
yeah.
Yeah, but what
Our body's made up of cells. Our skin.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But
Yeah.
what I was saying is that in the consensus in biology is that life starts from fertilization, like in terms of human life. Like personhood is kind of just a kind of a philosophical term that's arbitrary, really, for pragmatic purposes. But
Welcome to Chicago.
Biologically, we're looking at a new life at the start of like fertilization. And I'm happy to grant that as a pro-choice advocate.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But
I hate to interrupt, Enigma, but there is an intruder on the stage interrupting you to tell Carlos that a baby in a vagina uterus is not an intruder, you fucking wanker, tosser, fucking moron. Learn how to use the King's English and not call a baby an intruder. That's when someone breaks into your home to molest or kill you or rob you. That's a fucking intruder, Carlos. You fucking tosser. You fucking wanker!
Okay, I didn't know he was going to do that.
Welcome.
Okay.
Where did Mr. Knippa go?
I don't know. He dropped out.
The fuck? Thanks, man.
If he wants to produce an argument for that, I'm happy to.
Sure. I'll invite him back up, I guess.
I'm looking at the Oxford Dictionary under the word intruder. It says that Carlos is the definition of an R-word who can't distinguish between what an intruder is and a pregnancy. Dumb fucks don't even know what a baby is in a uterus anymore. What you do is you take a penis and you stick it in a vagina, you ejaculate, you don't articulate, you ejaculate, not articulate, and then you make a baby. And it's not called an intruder, Carlos. You fucking tosser.
Baby, not a baby, a baby. It's a baby. Alistair's a notorious troll. He is a notorious troll. He's just up here to troll you guys. He's not a serious dude. I've had like several conversations with him. It's all about the babies being born to Muslim men.
How dare you tell me that I'm a troll? That's a projection if I've ever heard one. You're the fucking troll! Troll!
Back, yo, dude, Alice, chill out, dude, come on. Can you invite Mr. Enigma back?
The babies!
You gotta save the babies! It's obvious! They're killing all the babies!
Yeah, that's pretty good, buff.
Yeah, that's not very...
I apologise, but you see, when people think that an abortion has something to do with privacy and not murder, people don't understand the definition of fucking murder anymore. When you take a fucking robot and stick it inside of a uterus and cut off the head, rip the fucking arms off, rip the fucking legs off, dissect the torso, suck it out into a fucking tube and put it in an oil barrel, well, that's called fucking decapitation and murder. It's not a late-term abortion. It's not an early-term abortion. It's fucking murder, mate. It's not a fucking invasion. It's not an intruder. It's not a robbery. It's not a home invasion. It's not an invader, Carlos. Learn how to use your English correctly. Stop forcing your fucking bullshit on us by calling a baby an intruder. We've got to protect the babies. We've got to love the babies. If we can't love a baby, how can we love ourselves? How can we love God if we hate a beautiful, innocent little baby?
Little babies.
I recently wrote a hit song called Babyface. Do you know what a babyface looks like, Carlos? It doesn't look like somebody robbing your house, mate. It's a baby. We've got to protect the babies.
It's an analogy.
An analogy, dumbass? Are we talking about the philosopher Dumas? Because I'm not a dumbass. At least I know what a fucking baby is, you fucking wanker.
friendly some analogies.
An analogy? Something analogous? Like an analog? A comparative paraphrase? Listen, you fucking wanker. You think a baby's an intruder if a woman determines that her reproductive rights have been violated? You fucking tosser.
Violated? I want her rights violated. They don't have no rights in England. The Queen, I mean the King.
Well, I don't hear Carlos fighting back saying, okay, well, maybe I was using my words wrong, incorrectly describing things through an analogy. No, Carlos just sits there in silence. Carlos's greatest weapon is his silence. He's gonna let the fools.
This is what you resorted to. See, this is your problem.
Shane dropped this fucking thing, you idiot. Check this out. Oh my god, that was so funny. He did the Jewish fucking Long Island 80, she almost did the 80. That was insane. Oh my god, that just made me laugh. Oh my god, I almost cried.
Megatron, could you maybe explain what you're laughing at? Could you maybe explain to Carlos why that's so funny?
You did the Jew with the British accent. I thought that was fucking classic. How the fuck are you gonna do the Jew with the British accent? Oh my god. That was great. Oh my god. Who was that guy that used to do the old Jewish lady's voice again? Oh my god, that guy was great too. He was a gay guy. He was so funny. You guys are hysterical. I don't want to.
Could you imagine going out to dinner with your fiance and she tells you that she's got an intruder inside her uterus?
I mean, I don't know how you call a baby an intruder, but I guess, you know, what he's trying to say is that my profile, you know, they weren't expected.
You know what annoys me the most? You're all going to hell.
We go.
Hello?
Good day.
It's all about the baby.
Seriously, Don Lemon, for crying out loud.
Hey, I know you.
From Instagram?
You have an Instagram? Hey, I know you.
Did the dingo eat your
A
baby?
YouTube creator is suing Amazon because he's saying that Amazon uses YouTube video to train their AI model.
Oh my god, so the color in my daughter's room, just to let you know, is halfway. Wait, hold on. Babe, what was the name of the paint again? It's not baby blue, it's called, what is it? Yeah, no, mine, this one. What was it called, babe? Hinting Blue by Sherman Williams. Hinting Blue for the girls' room. Yep. This room, guys, we're doing a little bit differently. We are not taking the room apart. This room is not as big as the other rooms. This room will remain intact for most of the evening. So I'm just moving one piece of furniture to the middle of the room, working my way out. And the goal right now is to get this done before the girls have to get this prepared so that after they eat, they can start taking baths and get prepared for bed because they got work tomorrow. They got school tomorrow. So hopefully, you know, I'm still on Good timing here. So really putting a little bit into overtime here. That's it. I'm using a marathon roller, polyester for a superior finish. A Purdy roller, very smooth roller, with a short, very short handle for extension, so we can apply pressure on the roller as we're applying the paint to the wall. So remember, guys, to use a 3/8 snap so we don't get too much of the splatter. Very little splatter with a 3/8 snap. And if you know what the fuck you're doing and you're not a fucking tool, you can actually get something done. I'm sorry, did I curse? My bad. And yes, I use a 3/8 knot only on walls because I'm not a fucking hack. And I don't need to use such a big paintbrush on such a, a paint roller on such a smooth surface.
Many of you will remember this horrific video from a dash camera.
I think, yeah, you have to apply less paint. On the roller, it's fine and dandy, but then sometimes you put a little too much, and it gets a little messy.
Murder and some other felonies for the crime that happened in Sterling, Virginia, back on July 28th.
This is professional here, so
it all started inside
I'm not putting any on the floor or anything. I'm kind of fucking winging it right now.
In affordable housing today, Mayor Brandon Johnson announced a $300 million fund to build and preserve
all the dads out there
across the city. The projects are part of a city plan that uses federal tax
sure the final
and
coat,
private investment to expand housing options.
We're using the same roller as before. Get the good paint where you don't have to, where you just do 2 coats, where you don't have to apply primer.
Well, the city is making a...
You don't have to put a different color primer for coloring walls. I have to paint it twice. Those myths are nothing but a lie. This is if you want to use a different paint to get the paint color, chances are you're probably going to paint the under one so good that you might have to paint it even more times to get the color through. So, if you're painting the color, just paint it right on.
What's your age?
I'm 18.
Are you single?
Surface no need
At your age,
different color paint.
a man who is
Babe, I'm on
already
a
established or one
rolling
that's building?
tutorial right now. All the guys that don't know how to
What's your
roll
age?
I'm 18.
paint,
Are you single?
Yes.
that are fucking useless.
Would you rather date a man who is already established or one that's
Yeah.
building?
Both are fine. I would be fine building with them. Like, as they're working
I
towards it.
didn't paint the
Why
light
not
switch.
shoot for the stars and get the man who's already up there? We're in Miami, you're young.
I don't need to.
Oh.
I don't need to. So that's not what it's all about. And I love money, but like I can get it myself.
So what would you say it's about when it comes on to relationships?
When it comes down to relationships, honesty. That's so sappy. No. Probably. Yeah, I don't know.
What's one thing men don't seem to understand about women?
Is that we're not evil.
That's right, guys.
We're not evil.
He
If
came
we can
in,
communicate, we
put
can
the fucking
communicate as
blower
well.
on.
Would you say that men or
Let it
women are
blow.
better at taking accountability?
Taking
Came in on
accountability?
the conversation.
Just depends on the person.
Why do you feel like so many men think that women are evil?
I forgot when I'm just listening right now. For sure, we're just trying to make sure that y'all get a chance to speak because we going back and forth. Don't want to take.
Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, Lord God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, USA. Justice, Lord God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, USA, USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Walked into the deli, snow on my coat. Bell on the door, gave a tired little note. Old man at the counter said, "Kid, you look beat. Oh, I got something warm that'll knock you off your feet." My top ball, hallelujah. Floating like a dream in a bowl so deep. My top ball, hallelujah. One good spoon and I could almost weep. Oh, man. My top ball, hallelujah. Steam in my face, I can finally breathe. My top ball, hallelujah. This is what my hungry heart believes. Rock golden sunset, parsley on top. Carrots doing circles, they don't wanna stop. Took that first sip, time slowed in the chair. Heard nobody laughing from an empty air. My top ball, hallelujah. Floating like a dream in a bowl so deep. My top ball, hallelujah. One good spoon and I could almost sweep. Oh yeah. My top ball, hallelujah. Salt on my lips, all my troubles leave. My top on the glass, coats by the door. Bell gives a ring, old man mutters, kid, you look thin, you could use one more. Counter's crowded, paper hat crooked. He winks once like he's in on a joke. I got just the thing, yeah, the minute he said it, I could smell that magic rising in the smoke. Pass me on right, stack it up high, mustard that bite, tears in my eyes, pickle on the side, salt, pride, pride, this is what it means to be alive. Pass me on right, pass me on right. He coughs slow like a family story, leans in close, this one's on me. Says his father came here with nothing, built this counter like a little country. Bread still warm from the back room of it, grease on my hands, shirt getting stained. One big bite and the whole world's off the subway, worries all go down the drain. Bus ran me on right, stack it up high, mustard that bite, tears in my eyes, pickle on the side, salt, pride, pride, this is what it means to be alive. Bus ran me on right. Maybe it's the smoke, maybe it's the pride, maybe it's the ghost standing in the light. But I taste old songs in every bite, like somebody's blessing every crumb tonight. Pass me on right, stack it up high, most of that bite, tears in my eyes, pickle on the side, salt, pride, pride, this is what it means to be alive. Pass me on right, all the time, pass me on right, pass me on right. Give me the night, a reel of shadows where whispers lie, the thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am awake, the serpent shakes. Do as thou wilt, as a God can. He'll find, he'll find. The eagle strikes with his jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken love. I am born to death, reborn on high, on your skies where the starlight comes. Shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. But will this fire unchained, untamed? No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. Unswerving. No fire burn like passion wild. No losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. It cries, its constant claim. But out and out, to truly see and awaits, it sets us free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it break. Every ache, every quake. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. It's constant cling, but out and out, it truly sees and awaits. It sets us free. No flame is fierce, no chain is tight. This body's war, this endless fight, but higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I
If you're a
let us live, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair.
The root. Baby! Baby!
By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery
Valerie!
I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command, but manhood awakened, she took up her stand. Brilliance resilient, her fire does burn, a goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows unslinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. Unspoken whispers drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, through the flames and the embers, as the arrows on sling in the spring's tender false wild and brilliant, a power I secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless resist its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit, it makes every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command, but manhood awakened, she took up her stand. In brilliance the ends, her fire does burn, a goddess of spring with the world left to turn. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, spell is bespoke. Your arrows on sling in the spring's tender glow. Fierce, wild, and brilliant, a power I know. By the force of the fashion of love, I collide through the shroud, through the cloud where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive. I survive to the mountain volcanic alive. By the rage of the rage, I'm involved. I'm involved by the fire in the sky. Through the midnight, I this we fall. You are breathing out the proof. One heartbeat on repeat, feels like it never moves. In a single thought, 10,000 years, I am right here. Emptiness here, emptiness there. Still even a universe stands all go of loss. A mirror ripples with every glance. Truth and fiction caught in a dance. The mind it builds a fragile wall, but every duality's bound to fall. It's foolish to chase the air. There's nothing solid there. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain. Let go of loss. The world's a dream wrapped in disguise, a fleeting moment before it flies. No liking, no disliking here, just illusions in the air, so clear. Dreams and flowers hang in the sky. Reach to hold them, they float on by. Grasping shadows, it makes no sense. The weight of nothing feels so immense. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain, let go of loss. A mirror ripples with every glance. Truth and fiction caught in a dance. The mind it builds a fragile wall, but every duality is bound to fall. It's foolish to chase the air. There's nothing solid there. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain, let go of loss. The world's a dream wrapped in disguise, a fleeting moment just illusions in the air so clear. Shadows dance where the mind is tired. Truth hides deep where the oceans collide. The air is heavy, the water's unclear. No compass, no guide, just a sea of fear. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost? In all this judgment, we're just lost. Oh, lines are drawn in the sand so thin. We chase the end, they fall back in. The weight we carry, it bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours or mine? What's the point of walls we build? Do they protect or get us killed? Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost? In all this judgment, we're just lost. Distinctions crack like brittle glass. Separations of fleeting mask. Let the burdens fall. Let the echo cease. Only in freedom can we find peace. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost? In all this judgment, we're just lost. Shadows dance where the mind is tired. Truth hides deep where the echoes collide. The air is heavy, the water's unclear. No compass, no guide, just a sea of fear. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost? are drawn in the sand so thin. We chase the ends, but they fold back in. The weight we carry, it bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours or mine? What's the point of walls we build? Do they protect or get us killed? Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost in all this judgment? We're just thought. Distinctions crack like brittle glass. Separations of fleeting mass. Let the burdens fall. Let the echoes cease. Only in freedom can we find peace. Can we find peace? The river flows where it may, not fast, not slow. No fear in its waters, no path to follow. The stone sits still, no need to grow. Rush like the wind, chasing the sky. We stumble, we fall, we ask ourselves why. Let it be, let it stay. The great way is neither easy nor great, no coming, no going, just here today. not slow. No fear in its waters, no path to follow. A stone sits still, no need to grow. But we rush like the wind, chasing the sky. We stumble, we fall, we ask ourselves why. Let it be, let it stay. The great way is neither easy nor great. No coming, no going, just here today. Cling to nothing, not even the dawn. The tighter you grip, the quicker it's gone. Even the light casts a shadow long. The faster you run, the further you stray. The slower you go, the closer you stay. Let it be, let it stay. The great way is neither easy nor great. No coming, no going, just here today.
Oh, my garden is ready for the rain.
The cup holds water, but the shape is air. What's a path if no one's walking there? A mirror reflects, yet it's hollow inside. where does it start? When there's no thought, no beating heart. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence, where we revolve.
What do you think? You could be.
Clock forgets to take its time. This world unravels line by line. When the mind vanishes, all the noise. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence. Chasing shadows, I see the surface, but I don't ask why. Beyond the river, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream, to find the road is to be seen. The hollow world, it spins and bends, false beginnings, twisted ends. We touch the glass, we see it crack. The more we reach, the more it lasts. Inside the silence, the meaning waves through every shadow. The truth translates beyond appearance. There's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream. To find the root is to be seen. Ignorance, it paints the sky. Colors bright but born to lie. When the mind steps past the haze, the source appears in quiet chasing shadows in the neon glow. Lost in mirrors where truth won't show. Empty streets, they hum inside. I see the surface, but I don't ask why. Beyond appearance, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, Inside the silence, the meaning waits. Through every shadow, the truth translates. Beyond appearance, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the chasing shadows with a tangled mind. Stop talking, stop thinking, feel the quiet sinking. Truth's not running, it's here, it's thoughts are ripples on a glassy lake. Each one breaks the calm they make. Silence holds what speech lets go. In the empty, everything will show. Close your mouth, open your eyes. Watch the stars, not the skies. Stop talking, stop thinking, feel the quiet sinking. Truth's not running, it's here, it's The great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. When love and hate are both absent, everything becomes clear and undisguised. Make the smallest distinction, however, and heaven and earth are set infinitely apart. The way is perfect, like the space silence, the stillness hums. When doubt arises, say no to all things merge, nothing is new. Not two, not one, nothing divides. In this truth, the universe hides. No borders, no walls, no lines to trace. A single thought spans endless The cup holds water, but the shape is air. What's a path if no one's walking there? A mirror reflects, yet it's hollow inside. The world turns outward, but it spins from the mind. You think it's here, you think it's you, but every shadow swallows true. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. one thing, all things. Spinning in the same groove, intertwined threads, every move proves. No borders, no fences, no dividing the lens. Breath of the cosmos, where it starts, where it ends. Perfect, nah, let the flaws just hum. In the cracks of the world, that's where light comes. Chasing the real, ain't no mirage. The waves in the silence, not in the collage. No need to fight it, let it unwind. Step into the rhythm of a trusting mind. Oh, yesterday. Oh, tomorrow, oh, today, the way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no lines to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it fall into place. Let it fall into words collapse like castles of sand. The truths in the gaps where the wordless stands. Duality's a mask, peeling layers off the face. Find the void and you'll find the grace. Tied to nothing, the weight drifts off. Letting go of perfection, the chains unlock. Faith ain't a question, it's the essence of fear. When you lose the division, the path is clear. No yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. The way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no line to erase. Just trust, just go, let it fall into place. Let it fall into place. and I rave and I rave and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Renegade maiden, maiden, man in the might of man. In the might of Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter. All devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, the great beast come on. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, run, you run, you run, you run, 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 run. I am running through the wilderness and great I'm awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come, you turn. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. Devil or God, to me, my man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not right? I wait and ride and wrestle with air that hath no bounds to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an axe. Come with Artemis, silken shod, and wash thy white thigh, beautiful God, in the moon of the woods, on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bowl of the living tree that is spirit and soul, body and brain, come over the sea. Devil or God to me. Nature's Bacchus with thorns and parts and nymphs and satyrs for thy guards on a milk-white ass. Come over the sea to me. To me.
The great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. When love and hate are both absent, everything becomes clear and undisguised. Make the smallest distinction, however, and heaven and earth are set infinitely apart.
If you wish to see the truth, then hold no opinions for or against anything. Set up what you like against what you dislike. It's the disease of the mind. When the deep meaning of things is not understood, the mind's essential peace is disturbed to no avail. Know the self is the only reality, and all else is temporal and transient as freedom, peace and joy. It is all very simple. Instead of seeing things as imagined, learn to see them as they are. When you can see everything as it is, you will also see yourself as you are. It is like cleansing a mirror. The same mirror that shows you the world as it is will also show you your own face. The thought I am is the polishing cloth. Use it. If you seek reality, you must set yourself free of all backgrounds, of all cultures, of all patterns of thinking and feeling. Even the idea of being man or woman, or even human, should be discarded. The ocean of life contains all, not only humans. So, first of all, abandon all self-identification. Stop thinking of yourself as such and such or so and so, this or that. 69. Everything is a play of ideas in the state free from ideation. Nothing is perceived. The root idea is I am. It shatters the state of pure ideas, the false relationships between people. Abandon the false and you are free of pain. Truth makes happy. Truth liberates. All that a guru can tell you is, my dear sir, you are quite mistaken about yourself. You are not the person you take yourself to be. 65. You may die 100 deaths without a break in the mental turmoil, or you may keep your body and die only in the mind. The death of the mind is the birth of wisdom. 65. It is always the false that makes you suffer. The false desires and fears. The false values and ideas. The false relationships between people. Abandon the false and you are free of pain. Truth makes happy. Truth liberates. There is no such thing as peace of mind. Mind means disturbance. Restlessness itself is mind. Examine closely, and you will see that the mind is seething with thoughts. It may occasionally go blank, but it does it for a time and reverts to its usual
Oh, fantastic. Oh, where's Dusty go?
Give me the sign of the open eye, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie, the thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am awake, the serpent shakes. Do as thou wilt, as a God can. The eagle strikes with his jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken love.
Shadows whisper truths as the baseline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the surge, let the silence fill your will. On its waves, it's alive, it's still. Delivered from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow. The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no tether, just a beat in sync. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect
A male approximation to remove all their parking characteristics to the real parking of 102.
I walk alone where the silence hums. No shadows chase, no voices come. The air is still, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to live. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of solitude fills my veins. Soulful rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my name.
Ooh. Honey. Okay, honey. Talk to you tomorrow.
Let us live, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. Happily there, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitter. Happily there, let the light begin. Among the let us heal, free from strife. No ailments cling, no weight on life. Among the weary, we'll stand tall. Gentle voice for one and all. Happily then, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitter. Happily then, let the light among the free from greed, we'll plant seeds. Among the hungry, we'll meet their needs. We'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitter end. Happily then, let the light begin. Among the broken, we'll melt
No, I don't know if you, a real human, real person. No, I don't know if you're a real person. No evidence yet. No, I don't know if you're a real person. No evidence.
Give me the sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. Thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, be open, be open. I am awake. The serpent shakes. Be open, be open, I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a God can. You open plan. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beast emerge as the gods withdraw.
Evidence.
A storm of silence.
No, I don't know if you're a real person. No evidence.
Open, be open, be open. I am born to death.
Real? Fake.
Reborn
Prove it.
on the horn of the unicorn. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a God
Hello?
can.
Bro, you gotta fucking stop. You gotta stop those I can't catch a break bullshit. All the time you're complaining, you could be instead hustling. You could be instead chasing your dream. You could be
Hello?
By the mystical union of fairy and fawn.
Okay, hi, I'm real.
A dance
Where do you
in the
live?
shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken whispers that drift through
A
the
barrage of
trees.
bullets and a deadly gun battle with a heavily armed man claims the life of a Tulare County Sheriff's deputy.
Carried soft on the wind. A fiery Valkyrie. I invoke, I
okay.
invoke. Through the
How do we
flames
meet?
of the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force
Send
was
myself in.
brilliant, a power I know.
Oh, let me know. Okay, well, let me know if you want to grab some, son. No, probably not. Nope. Oh, well, Saturday.
Of hearts left unsung. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue.
for we can only be once. Wow. Send yourself in. Send yourself in. Make herself in the world. I don't trust like that. You have no picks, I don't trust. I send yourself in. You have no picks, I don't trust.
Dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn.
This is a joke, right? Dan's the zombie that I wanted to see how often but this is a joke, right? This is a joke, right? Because I don't get jokes sometimes. You can't seriously doubt that humans went to the moon. You can't seriously doubt that. I can demonstrate in 50 different ways how humans went to the moon. So you can't be serious about doubting that humans went to the moon. You can only take other people's words. False. I can demonstrate. Wait, without using any other people's words, I can demonstrate that humans went to the moon. That's trivial. Oh yeah, you told me landing sites, is that what you told me? No, well I mean, that's a thing. And then you told me the pictures that they gave us? Yeah, that's a thing, but no, that's not what I would use. Live streaming video. I mean, we just have photos from the moon. I mean, can you demonstrate that these photos from the moon were taken somewhere other than the moon? Because all I have to do is show you photos taken from the moon. How come they said? And I'm fucking justified. I am justified in my belief that people went to the moon by showing you photos taken from the moon. You're cutting out, you're low. But how come the Red Hot Chili Peppers said that space was
Answer that.
How do you feel about that?
What
the band says. Bad happening?
That's not fucking science.
You ever been to the red light district?
No.
Wait, they also said the Chinese spies are stealing.
I don't care. That's what they said.
Have you ever smoked weed?
They are not scientists. No, stop.
Why not?
Stop talking.
We're in Amsterdam.
They are not scientists. I don't give a shit what they said.
Yes. I know smoking, I know cigarette,
No, fake. No, only girls.
Only girls?
You can fuck.
Yo, bro, you from Spain? Hold on. Why'd you come here? Holiday. How different is Poland and Spain?
Demonstrate that people went to the moon with a fucking laser. It's trivial to demonstrate that people went to the fucking moon.
Is it better in Poland than Spain?
You're claiming you're excuse me. Shut up.
You from Spain?
You're claiming
You from Amsterdam, bro?
did not go to the moon is fucking astronomical. Okay, that's a fucking claim. Right? It's trivial to demonstrate that people did go to the moon. Your claim that people didn't go to the moon, that was fucking fake.
When did you discover this in
Demonstrate
your life?
that. Okay.
When did you know that?
Second time I'm on this earth. The first time I died, I was 6 months and I died.
Excuse me, guys. What's it like being parents in 2026?
It's crazy with like all the AI stuff coming out. You're like, do you post your kid, do you not post your kid, and things like that. But
How much does it actually cost? Excuse me, man. What's the worst thing about being a woman in 2026?
that men act like women.
Men are becoming more feminine.
Men are becoming more feminine.
What has led you to believe that?
Just the way they act. They don't have
What's it like dating in 2026?
It's trash.
Everybody
thinks they have options. If you're a pretty girl, most of the guys in your DMs, they just want crash.
And also, everybody lies. Nobody's actually like transparent enough. People go on here.
What's it like being a woman in 2026?
Great, independent.
You don't have a man?
No.
I think men want independent women.
Just show evidence. Don't want to fight it.
What has led you to believe that in your life?
Demonstrate that. All you have to do is show evidence of that. Just show evidence of that.
I thought Sam was a scientist. If I saw some evidence, I'm gonna be the first one screaming it from the fucking rafters. All I saw was CGI.
I mean, the Russians screamed it from the rafters when they said that, yes, the U.S. went to the moon. It was the fucking Russians. I'm gonna cite the fucking Russians saying that the U.S. went to the fucking moon. The fucking Russians did that at the height of the Cold War. The Russians said, yes, the U.S. went to the moon. So that's my source. And you can fuck right off.
Mother Russia has no children.
I couldn't care less. They still said that America went to the moon.
Was that a good one? Mother Russia says that... No, Mother Russia has no children, right?
I couldn't care less. They still said America went to the moon.
Yes.
What you're saying is
we're all in agreement.
Nonsense.
About Antarctica, these are the two agreements.
What about it? Why are we pivoting? So I just want to acknowledge you're pivoting, right?
Pivoting from... Oh, you want to see the video about the space?
I mean, you're pivoting, right?
No, I got a video, right?
Okay. You have a video of people on the moon. Amazing. So do I.
What?
No, I have a video of people on the moon.
It's been a long time.
No, well, I mean, it's been a few decades. It's been a couple of decades. So what?
Hey, have you seen the one where the lander takes off from the moon?
Yes. You know it took them
They got that footage.
Wait. You know it took them 3 tries to get that right? Did you know that it took them 3 tries? Do you know that they tried more than once to get that right? Did you?
And they came back for their camera? Is that what you're saying?
No, on the on 17 they got it right. They tried on 17, 16, and 15, but they only got it right on
a shot of them leaving the moon, is what I'm saying.
Because there's this thing called a rover, right? There was a moon rover, right? It had a camera on it. It was on the moon. We took it there.
I don't think that's his question, Alligator. Or Donald. I don't think that's his question.
Yeah, it is. He asked about the 17, yeah. The moon rover had a camera on it, and we used the camera to take the footage.
I know they're transmitting. I know we supposedly went to the moon 6 times, but you're saying that they took...
Demonstrate that we didn't go to the moon.
Demonstrate that we didn't go to the moon 6
I'm
times.
still just working through this one where they have this.
Demonstrate that we didn't go to the moon.
Oh, I mean, there's no evidence that we went to the moon.
There's plenty of evidence that we went to the moon. Demonstrate that we did not go to the moon.
I mean, not logical evidence, definitely no proof.
Yeah, there's mounds of logical evidence that we went to the moon. So can you demonstrate that we did not go to the moon?
Well, I think one of my favorite ones was Johnny Carson was gifted a moon rock, and he had from what's
all right. Can you demonstrate that we did not go to the moon?
All the astronauts never said that they went to the moon. In fact, they've only said the opposite. I don't know.
Well, okay, so show me one single astronaut that said we didn't go to the moon. Just do that. Show me one single astronaut that says we did not go to the moon. Go ahead. Show me one single astronaut that says we didn't go to the moon. You can't do that, because none of them have ever said we didn't go to the moon. Because you're lying. Because you're lying.
Well, it's just in my folder.
It's just your fucking lying bullshit.
My dad texted me yesterday.
It's just you're lying. It's just that you're lying.
Do you have a bachelor's?
It's just that you're lying.
I don't go around lying.
It's just that you're lying.
It's not good.
It's just that you're lying. It's just that you're lying.
I don't have to go around lying.
But you are lying.
Hey, Donald, have you ever met Araya?
No.
He believes in Yahuwah, I believe. Come up here, right? Hey, tell him what you believe. Tell him what you believe.
I couldn't care less about his belief in something.
That's what this room is about.
Fucking fuck.
That's what this
Let
room
me
is
finish
about.
my goddamn... Can I finish my fucking sentence, please?
You got it.
I could not care less about what something believes about an imaginary thing. Fucking Bible God is imaginary. I can demonstrate this. You saying anything other than the Bible God being imaginary is fucking stupid. And I can demonstrate you to be wrong. I can demonstrate that the Bible God is impossible.
You can demonstrate that the Bible God is impossible.
Yes.
I really
because the Bible because the Bible God created. It's impossible for creation. Demonstrate creation. I mean, I can demonstrate that it's impossible for anything to have ever been created. Which means that if your God is a creator God, it's fucking impossible.
Well, you know,
because nothing's ever been created.
You know what's crazy about that? Because every single day I have to center my creative vision, and the leaders of all these industries use
so you're just equivocating on the word. Okay, my definition of the word creation is the bringing into existence of the universe, generally by an act of God. So if we're not talking about bringing into the existence of a universe, we're just not talking about the same thing. So you're just equivocating, lying about what I'm saying.
Have you ever
You're lying. You're lying.
Do you
You're lying. Yeah, you're lying. Yeah, you're lying. You're lying about what I'm saying. You're lying.
I was describing my form of manifestation.
You're lying about what I'm saying. Yeah, you're lying.
That you exist.
Oh, you said we exist. You're lying that we exist. Yeah, he said I don't. Oh, I couldn't corroborate that I existed earlier. That was a good one.
But that's not what I'm talking about. So what I'm talking about when I say creation is the bringing into the existence of a universe, generally by an act of God. If we're not talking about the bringing into the existence of a universe, then we're just not talking about the same thing. And yes, that thing doesn't exist.
So what is it that you're talking about? Like
the bringing into the existence of a universe, generally by an act of God, is what creation is.
What about a terrarium?
Well, I mean, is a terrarium the universe?
if you told something inside of the terrarium that it was the universe, would they not have a difference? Would they not know that?
Is a
where would you like to go
terrarium the universe? Are they the same thing?
What would it matter to the beings inside of it?
But that's not what I asked. So you're just not answering the question I asked. So do you care about the question that I asked or not? Do you care whether or not you answer the... Excuse me. Do you care whether or not you answer the question that I personally asked? Do you care about that?
Yeah, of course.
Because that's important. If you don't care whether you answer the question that I asked, then what you're saying is just fucking, I don't give a shit, right? But if you care...
What does creation mean to you? Because it's subjective.
Fiction, stop. But what you have to understand is that creation is baking in something that I don't believe to exist. Demonstrate creation.
Okay, so for me, the way I could demonstrate creation, right, is from your mother and father procreating and having me.
So, the bringing into the existence of a universe generally by an act of God was done by my parents. That's fucking stupid, right? What you're saying is fucking stupid. So, the bringing into the existence of a universe generally by an act of God is not the same thing as my parents having sex. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. The bringing into the existence of a universe generally by an act of God is not the same thing as my parents fucking. Dumbass. Dumbass. I mean, dumbass. You're a fucking dumbass, right? The bringing into the existence of a universe generally by an act of God is not the same thing as my parents fucking. That's stupid.
Yeah, the fucking can get really stinky.
Okay, so what is it that you're like? What is the context as to what you're saying? Because creation.
The bringing into the existence of a universe generally by an act of God is what I am defining creation as. If it's not, the bringing into the existence of a universe generally by an act of God, we're just not talking about the same thing.
Okay, creation, for most people, and in religions, like Christianity or Islam, right, it means God intentionally bringing humans into existence. For example...
No. It's God bringing everything into existence.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. So God bringing everything into existence is a very different prospect than just a guy said a thing, right? Different things, right?
Yeah.
Different things, right? We can agree that they're different things, right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends.
Okay, so if you ever say that creation is something other than the bringing into existence of the universe generally by an act of God, you're just equivocating, which is a logical fallacy that I'm not going to entertain. If it's not the bringing into the existence of the universe generally by an act of God, it's not creation. Otherwise, you're going to have to say that God created everything. So, did God create rape?
God did create everything.
Okay, so God created rape. Did God create everything, or did God not create rape?
All things can be conceptualized. I think we came to agreement earlier.
God has absolutely created everything. And
God created rape. You're saying that God created rape.
Including orgasm rape.
Orgasmic rape. Still rape. So you're saying that your God created rape, right?
Is the Donald? I'd like to answer that question for you, if I may.
Sure.
Yes, unfortunately, the process of raping someone is indeed a part of the simulation, and thus it is a part of creation. Unfortunately. Very sad and tragic, though it may be. How horrible.
Fuck right off. Fuck off.
Okay, Don, you've asked the question, right? Yes, God has created everything, but not the
Yes, God created rape.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait. God has created the possibility of everything, including harms, right?
Yes.
However, it's us humans that are responsible for choosing.
God created. What is wrong with you? God created rape, yes. Yes, God created rape. Okay, continue.
So like I just said, sorry to cut you off, right? God absolutely has created everything. He has created humankind.
Yes, God created rape. Yes, I agree that God created rape. You said it, and I agree with it, and yes, God created rape.
Okay, so like absolutely, sorry to cut you off.
Yes, God created rape.
Can we move on? We got it. God created.
What are you doing?
Yes, God created rape. We can move on. Yes, we can move on from God created rape. That'd be amazing. Especially with underage people. Moving on.
I just thought about it. God also
the conversation is so
anal
ignorant.
sex.
Yes, God created anal rape also. Yes, God created anal rape also. Yes.
God also created.
Yes, God created
anal sex.
So.
Hermes.
So it wasn't just vaginal rape. It wasn't just vaginal rape that God created. God created vaginal rape and anal rape also.
Listen, if God's created, like, you seem like you hate the world and you hate the existence of life. So why?
It seems like God hates reality, not me.
Yeah. Hi, Donald.
That's goofy. That's a goofy thing to say. Hello, Joanna. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Hermes. Hi,
Joanna.
Hey, Joanna.
Having fun?
Hey, bring up.
Everybody loves you, Joanna.
Yet?
Well, I'm nice to everyone. I love it.
Joanna, you're gonna have to talk to my wife.
Okay. And then she'll give me the okay.
Hopefully, I mean,
okay.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
It's better to love than hate. You know?
But you're gonna have to talk to my wife about it. I can't do it.
Still like me.
My wife.
So are you?
But Joanna, I mean, you're so fucking beautiful, right?
Thank you. You too.
But like God's created rape, like oh my
Go ahead,
God.
let Yasmin go. I feel
Yeah.
bad.
You're so fucking beautiful. You're so fucking beautiful. Okay.
You too. Love you.
Thank you. I love you.
Well, you saved me when my hamster died.
Joanna, can I have a piece? Can I have a piece too?
Of course, Hermes is Hermes was my clubhouse boyfriend for about 6 months, and then I let him go free.
I have no reason to be competitive with Hermes. If you want Hermes to be your boyfriend,
No, I let him go free because he has mad women.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Hermes got lots of girls. Hermes got lots of girls.
Yeah. Listen to the voice. That's why.
It's just sexy.
It's a sexy voice, yes.
Yeah. Hermes, you got a sexy voice.
Hermes, say, would you like some hot sauce on that taco?
Would you like some sexy sauce on that?
No, hot sauce. You gotta say hot sauce. It's gotta be hot sauce.
Say it in Spanish.
It's gonna be a dirty taco.
Oh, gosh.
How do you say it in Spanish? Te quiero salsa caliente.
There's a mucho in there. Whoa.
Mucho.
Now, they usually they use the word torta when describing the camel toe.
Hey, what is a fajita in Mexico?
You know, they have very few restaurants that serves fajita. They have some.
I love fajitas.
But what they do more is they do ribeye al carbon. Or a ribeye.
Ribeye. I like ribeye. I like that word.
Yeah, because I think what happened is a lot of people that when Texas was part of Mexico, the wealthy lived in Mexico City, right? So they were eating ribeyes and filet mignons in the tacos. But in Texas, when it was part of Mexico, they could only afford the skirt, right? Because the fajita is the actual skirt of the belly.
You're right. I used to be a butcher, so I know exactly what you're talking about. The skirt is the thing that we make fajitas out of.
Oh.
It's like the cheapest part of the meat.
That's how you don't prepare it right and take off that membrane, it becomes super
fucking annoying. Yeah. But if you cook it right, it's fucking amazing.
I really have a ribeye.
Me too. Yes, ribeyes are much, much better.
Are you smoking in the house?
Yeah, my wife's away.
I hear you smoking in the house.
Yeah, my wife's away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just smoking myself.
Oh, yeah? That's good. You guys are in a good mood. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're back.
Joanna, I love you.
Oh my God, I'm blushing.
I do. You're an amazing human.
Especially when you use cocoa on the torta.
Yeah, a little cocoa.
As long as it's hot. I like hot cocoa. Right?
No, I'm talking about Coco Chanel.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, I mean, that's different. Right? That's different. Cocoa is a thing that I like a lot. Maybe it's my Native American origins, but I mean, chocolate's fucking amazing.
Dude, I never had chocolate milk before until I came here to Mexico City. I went to a
can't be
restaurant.
serious.
Oh yeah, dude. Let me tell you. They bring like this big jar type thing, and they have this stick, and they put it in the cocoa, and they start turning the stick with the palms of the hand. If you can imagine that, and it's like whisking the chocolate, and it gets very frothy, right? And it's hot, and then they serve it to you, and she does this like right at your table. Oh my God! It's all fresh.
Just hot chocolate's a thing. It is. I love hot chocolate. It's like my favorite thing.
I like to sip hot chocolate.
I'm making some chocolate tonight.
Well, I mean, if by hot you mean you and chocolate you mean.
Yeah, we could do some.
I love that too. You're still gonna have to talk to my wife about it.
We'll have to melt chocolate on each other and see
wear loud.
Please, yes. Okay, yes.
That would be fun.
Yes.
Because I'm a fan of chocolate and...
Still gonna have to talk to my woman.
I don't think I really even know what you look like.
No, you don't.
Does anybody?
Yeah, I have been on camera.
I can tell you I have a big schlock.
Oh, shit.
I don't care about the size. It's
Even though you got
the way that you use it is more important
Oh,
than
that's
the
exactly
size of
why
it.
it got big is because they circumcised it.
You got
No,
20% off.
wait. I'm high, I'm sorry. I've never been circumcised.
No.
I like uncut.
No.
I'm not uncut. I am cut, and I'm kind of pissed about it.
It's okay.
What, because they cut you?
Yes, against my
Snip,
will.
snip, snip.
Yeah, we should make that illegal, just like female genital
Yes!
mutilation. This should be male
Yes!
genital mutilation.
Were you able to do Onyx exercise? Oh, shit. I didn't do my cat's medicine. I'm an asshole. Not yet, but I will. No,
You know, alligator could not defend his belief in God.
Hi, Daniel. Daniel, do you see me?
Oh, sure. Be happy.
And Daniel said you're hot.
Where?
I know that you're hot.
Oh, Daniel's giving me a
I'd be
heart.
happy to tell you what,
This is like, I'm getting all this love out of
whatever you
nowhere.
want.
No, yeah,
Daniel, come up and talk. Yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
Donald.
Yeah, you're fucking gorgeous.
That's true. I wish you guys didn't
Yes.
go so far away. We could all
Looking
hang
for
out.
I just have one request.
That'd be amazing if you'd hang out with me. That'd be amazing.
Right now.
I want you to hang out with me. I want to.
Let me look at flights to Corpus Christi.
I mean, I can probably afford to pay for you to fly here.
What's your airport letters?
DFW.
DFW?
Yes.
Oh, Dallas Fort Worth.
Yes.
Oh my god, I guessed it and I was right.
Yes. I want you to come here so bad. I want you to talk to my wife. I love the photo that you sent me. I love that.
Was that the cheap photo?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say what she sent me, but it was her boobs.
That was a good shot.
Yes.
That was a good shot.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
It's only like $100 to go there.
You guys don't
Sure, I can pay for that. Yeah, I can make that happen.
Hey, why don't y'all do this? Why don't both of you guys come to Mexico? To Mexico City?
Yes, why don't both of y'all come here?
Well, I could come there.
Nice.
Yes.
But I'd have to get a coyote because, you know, it'd have to be illegal.
I'll pay for it. I'll
be right back.
I want you to be here, buddy. I'll pay for
I'm ready
that.
to come back, dude. I've been craving
I'll
like
definitely pay for that.
a double Whopper from Burger King.
Fuck yeah. Dude, you being sent away is like the definition of a horrible thing. I don't get it. I don't know why.
Like today, I actually had a pretty good day. In my building, I met this woman. She's a young woman. She's younger than me. And we went to a museum today. And the museum that we went to is they're having the World Cup here in Mexico City, some of the games. So they created this museum in this building, and it was interactive, and it showed all of the World Cups since the 1800s, which I had no idea that they were actually playing the World Cup in the 1800s. So it was pretty amazing. the king, because they were showing.
No, Mikhail, no.
No. Listen to this. They were showing like different Legends players, right, and their uniforms, and so everything that you saw in the was actually used in the World Cups. But the king feature or exhibition was Pele, right? So they showed his uniform, his cleats. They had some footage from the actual World Cup, the last World Cup that he was in, that they won. Yeah, it was pretty amazing.
That's cool. Okay, Mikhail, no, fuck off. I'm not bringing you up because you're a piece of shit. Just so you know, you're a piece of shit.
He's a God believer.
Yeah.
Bring him up. Let's handle it.
Every conversation will stop. Feel free to come on stage, Mikhail. It's not even your fucking name.
Well, Donald, I just want to say if this room has proven one thing, it's that there's definitely a God, because the chances of you putting this room together randomly is in the many hundreds of trillions. So clearly, if anything rules the universe, it's truly random chance. Random chance is definitely ruling the universe.
It seems that it's one.
Dude, I didn't even know that was you, John. That's funny.
Yeah, John. I still go to your channel and like what you say.
Yeah, so the date that I went on today, she was actually pretty hot.
Nice. I am kind of sad. Alright. Is there any fucking theist in the audience or on stage who would love to defend the God that they actually believe in?
Well, he's a theist. He actually believes in God.
Okay, do you want to actually like defend the God that you believe in?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay.
But first I have to cleanse your chakras.
First I have to do a thing.
Oh my God.
So the most essential chakra is at the base of your spine. It's at the root. It's called the Muladhara.
We're not gonna talk about chakras.
Saturn is the planet. The metal is lead. The main issue is survival.
Hang on one sec. One sec. Can you demonstrate what you believe in without using imaginary things? Is that possible?
Sure, I can do that for you. No problem. It's because I like you. I'm going to now make the demonstration in the way that you prefer.
That was fucking awful. I mean, if you want to come back up, that's fine. But you can't make that sound anymore. There's a whole lot of people in the audience. Come on stage and defend the God that you believe in. Come on.
Mikhail is afraid.
Sure, they're all afraid. They can't help it. If they were not afraid, they would be on stage right now. But they're not.
You know what I just noticed? John is usually like really intelligent. But when you asked him, can you demonstrate that God exists? He sort of fumbled around.
He bumbled. It wasn't fumbled, he bumbled. They can't demonstrate the thing that they believe in. I can demonstrate everything that I believe in. You motherfucking God believers, you can't demonstrate what you believe in. demonstrate what you believe in. Go ahead. You won't. Can't. Move on.
Ow! Okay. Here's a God believer. Alligator just came back.
Alright, you guys doing me weird?
Welcome back, alligator. Can you demonstrate the God that you believe in?
Yeah, I was in the middle of doing that, right? So, I was inside of that observational belief conversation. Everything is a concept, but it's not real in your reality yet until...
No, I disagree. I fundamentally disagree that everything is a concept. So I can demonstrate things that, yes, I believe as a concept, but I can demonstrate these things to exist in objective reality independent of all concepts. So what you're saying is just fucking false.
Not all concepts are real in everyone's reality.
Alright, so what you said, okay, so what you said was false.
There are Japanese concepts that I had to learn.
What you said was false.
What if your conceptualization...
What you said, the thing that you said was false.
Where?
The thing that you said about not being able to demonstrate, that was false. I can demonstrate things. I can demonstrate that you're false. I can demonstrate that.
I can demonstrate that my brain is bigger than CN's brain.
I cannot demonstrate that. I would never ever make that assumption.
I can.
Sure.
I can also demonstrate that alligator needs to go back to school. Hey, Lebowski just got in. Does Lebowski believe in God?
The dude abides. The dude abides.
Seems yes. I'm gonna go with yes.
See, the thing that Donald's not talking about and never talks about because he's generally complaining about something is that there is a mystical path that you can enter into, which is psychedelic. And that's the real experience that you're looking for.
Demonstrate that. So
Just go watch the movie The Big Lebowski. Sir, did I miterate on your rug? Do you have a job, Mr. Lebowski?
we're fucking done.
Do you work, Mr. Lebowski?
We're fucking done.
Did I piss on your rug, Mr. Lebowski?
Oh, there's a guy in the audience that has a Big Lebowski picture.
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, what is he saying? But
Obviously, you're not a golfer.
are you a Christian, Universe?
No, he's Jewish.
No, that's your opinion. He was asking me if I'm a follower of Christ Jesus, the most Lord High King on the planet who's ever lived, who did the best simulation of all time.
Well, Jesus was Jewish.
Yes, says the Romans. So are you a Christian or are you Jewish?
He was circumcised.
I was circumcised against my will.
So was I.
Catholic Church. That doesn't mean it was your will.
Oh, god damn.
Oh yeah, I heard. What was that? There's a new president of Mexico, and she's Jewish, even though that 99% of Mexico is Catholic, and there was over 100 people running for this president's position that was assassinated.
Yeah, it was Mossad.
Yeah, she's definitely Mossad. Yeah, the first person that she talks to when she becomes president, Larry Fink, BlackRock. There goes whatever fucking mineral rights Mexico had.
Yeah, actually.
I don't care. I don't care.
I know you don't.
So, can you demonstrate the God that you believe in to be true in any meaningful way?
I think, therefore I am.
Demonstrate that God is responsible for that.
How else would I be thinking?
Sure. Demonstrate that God is responsible for that.
You can't.
No, I can't.
Of course not.
It can be something completely creepier than that we all don't understand, and I don't have any evidence to prove it's not.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the people who invented this God, they claim that he's not the real God.
Well, I mean, only some of.
See what Donald.
That goes back to the belief thing that I said earlier.
See, Donald's problem, part of the problem with Donald's setup here is that to expect somebody to transfer the amount of information required in just a few sentences to prove to him, his question, it's a ludicrous, assumption that you can transmit all this information.
I never ever said that was a thing.
I get it, but see, you can actually, in a way, condense what you're asking in some very simple sentences or some abstracts or axioms, aphorisms.
What it is, make it less confusing.
Sure. One way to say what you're looking for is the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get.
Okay. So
You probably can't repeat back to me what I just said because I don't think you actually listened to anything. Excuse me. Hello? 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 Go ahead and repeat back what I said. Hello?
You must know this guy.
Yes, I know this guy.
Yeah, John's been around forever.
So again, I'll say it again because maybe...
This guy is getting a lot of reprieves from the king.
Oh, from the king? You mean the most petulant boy child? The angry tyrant king?
Yeah.
The angry tyrant king, King Donald?
Donald tells me.
I was born with a disability! My life is pain! My life is suffering! My wife wants to meet you!
No, that was good. Because that's what you say to me. I mean, though, like, he doesn't even know that I ask you how you're doing. You say, oh, it was worse than last time.
No, I'm always the same, is what I say.
No, that's good. Always the same. Yeah, you do say that. But then you say something about always in pain.
Yes, I'm always shitty. But being shitty, different degrees of shitty, is still fucking shitty.
Well, let me ask you this. What does personal responsibility mean to you, Donald?
Nothing. What?
Oh, dang.
Damn! Looks like we got to the root of the matter. Looks like we got to the root. The root. We went in. We figured it out. Donald doesn't accept personal responsibility.
Well, no, you didn't define personal responsibility, so I couldn't accept it. If you define personal responsibility, maybe I'll accept it. I don't know. But you haven't defined
Got
personal
it.
responsibility.
Let me ask you this, Donald. What's the difference between an opinion and a fact?
can't wipe your ass with a fact.
Reality is my answer.
Last time Sam tried to wipe his ass with a fact, he has this theorem. Hey, have you told him about if you can see it? If you can see it, Sam?
I don't have to see a thing to know a thing exists. Just saying.
Wow, you sound like that
I
Roman.
can demonstrate a thing exists without ever seeing it.
You sound like the guy talking to Jesus who had the miracle done just because he had faith.
Demonstrate that, motherfucker.
Well, you know, I think that we are all living second to second. And on average, each human gets 2.5 billion seconds.
Demonstrate that I...
Word by word. Demonstrate word by word. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Second by second, please.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you spoke. So, you asked me to demonstrate, like,
Wait, are you trans?
I don't think so.
You don't know if you're trans or not?
What color are your fingernails?
Green.
Only reason I'm asking if you're trans is because many people don't know the difference between facts and opinions. And when I say, is that your opinion or is that a fact? And is it my opinion that your facts are opinions? People can't accept the fact that their facts are actually opinions and they don't have any facts. It's just their opinion.
Opinions are not facts. I'll never accept that. That's fucking stupid, by the way.
Awesome. Are all facts true?
No, but everybody is trans and nobody's got any facts.
Definitionally, facts must be true. You cannot be a fact if you are not true.
So some opinions can be facts, but not all facts can be opinions.
No, I never said that. What I said was, it's impossible to be a fact if you are an opinion.
Okay.
That's impossible.
Some opinions can be facts, but
no opinions. No.
Okay,
facts can
No.
No! No!
That are facts, and there are zero
my
facts
opinion
that
can
are
be factually correct.
Statistically, maybe, but I don't think so.
You hope that your opinions are factually correct.
Donald, when the social
have a hope.
Donald, when the Social Security judge granted you the disability, was it his opinion that you're disabled, or is it a fact that you're disabled?
His opinion.
Yeah, judges do make a lot of decisions based on opinion. That's like
All decisions made by judges are made on their opinion.
Exactly.
So it just doesn't make sense that you would ask me that question.
See, that's an all or nothing statement, and obviously you're being facetious because judges have to consider the facts, right?
To consider facts at all. As a matter of fact, I spoke to a judge that did not consider facts to be relevant at all. But I still went to court. Fucking goofy.
So basically, the heavenly court or the cosmic court is arranged in the same way in which a Christian Protestant legal court is set up. The judge has his back facing to the wall because he's worried about possible attack in the same way that a king is worried about possible attack. Excuse me? You are excused, sir. You are... Hello?
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 Hello? So
Hello?
judges don't have to have the opinion that they support. Just so you know.
Hello?
Hello?
What I don't understand is okay, so right now I'm baking mastacholi, and the package says 25 minutes, but I just checked it with a fork, it's still frozen solid. So was it the package's opinion, or is it a fact that 35 minutes is enough time to cook the mastacholi?
Did it say from frozen, or did it not say from frozen?
They didn't specify. I think it's imported from China, so they're cutting back on costs by limiting the instructions.
So if you follow the directions...
All I'm trying to get at is to the root of the matter, which is, it's just your opinion that God doesn't exist. It's just your opinion. It's not a fact that God doesn't exist. It's just your opinion. Hello?
It's your opinion.
It's my opinion that it's your opinion.
Hello? I'm trying to talk.
Hello?
Hello?
Are you a fascist? Are you fascist, or are you a socialist? Hello?
That's a false dichotomy.
No, it's a question. Which one are you?
That's that. You know that homeless jester, the video? That's from the homeless jester video. Oh, my boy B.
Hello?
Hello?
That's from that jester video. Have you seen it?
No.
I'll put it in the chat.
See, people are saying that you're a character, and what they're really saying is you have persona. And then we have to get into what is persona, and do you have an aura? And what's your aura made of? Can you answer any of these questions, Dr. Donald?
It comes down to particles. No, it doesn't. Everything that this person said was fucking imaginary. He made it up, which means I don't have to answer it.
No, there's a comment in the chat. They said you're a character.
It was all fucking imaginary.
Hello? Hello? See, this is what you say when somebody says something imaginary. You say hello? Because you know that it doesn't exist in the real world.
Wait, hello?
Hello? Is a fart a word or is it a smell? Is a fart just air passing over a turd?
Wait, hello?
Hello? So Elon Musk wrote that the vaccine dosage was obviously too high with too many spike proteins and done too many times. I had the original Wuhan virus before there was any vaccine, and it was very much like any other cold and flu, but not terrible. But my second vaccine shot almost sent me to the hospital. Almost. Felt like I was dying.
Yeah, I ended up in the hospital for 2 weeks with COVID. And when I was in there, they gave me some vaccines that were like updated.
Seems like you survived.
Now, I'll tell you the scariest thing, dude. This was crazy. So, and I masturbate, and it's fucking blood.
Well, maybe when they gave you the updated vaccines, they gave you a penis cancer, a turbo penis cancer in the penis.
It was crazy. It freaked me out.
Sure, because that's a thing that happened.
Well, we have Regal here. Regal put together a banger of a room the other day, declared himself the Holy of Holies himself, the final arbitrator of all Christian dogma. A great Greek Orthodox or Catholic, I don't know what you are or what you call yourself. See, to me, I find it very annoying if somebody would say, "What are you?" And I would say, "Oh, well, Monday I'm a Muslim, Tuesday I'm a Jew, Wednesday I'm a Catholic, Thursday I'm a Protestant, Friday I'm Quaker, Saturday I'm Muslim, and Sunday I'm Mormon."
Wait, he forgot being an atheist.
Regal's a bigot every day.
You're a bigot every day, Regal. You hear that? You bigot. He kicked me from the stage, by the way.
Yeah, you know what's weird is sometimes or some days.
What is God live on YouTube with Dr. Donald?
Days I'm critic welcome.
He's extremely deranged. He's very annoying. He won't let you get a sentence off.
Oh, Donald.
Donald.
Yeah, that clown.
He's a super clown. He actually has figured out the formula for a TV show called Prove to Me God Exists. Because imagine watching people attempt over and over again to try to prove to the television audience that God exists. And it's actually very entertaining. But it's only entertaining because Donald is a super R word. And thus it's like watching the most obnoxious, petulant child you've ever seen rudely talk to people as if he was God himself. It's very funny, actually. You see what I'm saying? The joke is Donald.
Thank you for coming on stage.
Welcome,
I'm trying
Yasmin.
to find my fucking cigarettes.
See, he's trying to find his cigarettes.
Oh wow, there's Kitty. I hadn't seen Kitty in a long time.
But the thing is, Regal, we have to have compassion for these R words. You know, they can be helped.
Has the American people,
What the fuck are my cigarettes?
did the American people want
kind of
in Iran?
No, we're talking about Donald the R word right now, Yasmin. You know who Donald the R word is? Were you in that room just a second ago?
Which one?
Where you took a vaccine and you masturbated and blood came out?
Yeah, that was fucking
See, Yasmin, you wouldn't want to interrupt this R word conversation, right?
I guarantee you they're not related. I can guarantee you they're not.
You're done with Trump?
They are.
Demonstrate that.
Can you demonstrate it, Yasmin?
Well, my kidneys
Yeah,
were
I mean,
hurting when I went into the hospital. They were sore.
But demonstrate that. Demonstrate
The petrol prices are going up.
Kidney thing.
What you think they always go down?
You don't are fucking up. You're fucking Israel dick.
Sucking Israel's cock.
Okay, demonstrate that had anything to do with the fucking vaccine.
Well, before, I don't know. I'm assuming it was the vaccine.
Oh, Shawshoe's too.
One of the two.
You're making a big assumption.
Of course, you can do that.
I don't have to accept it though.
Right. But the reality is nothing was wrong before I got COVID.
The fuck are my cigarettes?
Hello?
Yeah, I got so scared. Well, let me tell you this. This might be the evidence for you. So I got so scared, I called up the hospital. I spoke to the main nurse, and she told me that
Not evidence.
Well, here's what she said. She said that it was because of the COVID, because it had affected my kidney.
Still not evidence. What is it supposed to be evidence of, by the way? What is it supposed to be evidence of?
See, Regal, the guy can't even form complete sentences.
Bro,
He's full R word.
Me too.
Check your dresser.
Yeah, I can't even see that room
Check
at
your
all.
bag. Check your back pocket.
There's so many rooms, that's probably why you can't find it. Just, he doesn't spell it God, he spells it G0D. He also has YouTubes in the title, so you can type in YouTubes.
You're not sitting
And the house name is Convince Me G0D Exists. He's full R word. Full D word.
If we predict where your cigarettes are, that's evidence for God.
Hey. Okay, I have cigarettes.
Found them.
The cigarette dilemma has been solved.
Or
I have a cigarette.
Joshua must have prayed for you, Donald.
I mean, can you demonstrate that your prayers found my cigarettes?
No, I didn't pray. I was thinking about, like, where did you find them at?
Where I left them.
They're on the table.
What are you drinking, Donald?
Everclear.
Fuck, you're not. You're drinking Everclear right now? Why?
I only drink Everclear.
You don't mix it?
No. Why would I do that? That's silly. That's fucking
That's
silly.
how you hurt. Oh, gosh, I'm hurting for you right now. What are you chasing it with?
What does that mean?
What chasing it with? What else are you consuming other than the Everclear, around the Everclear, to harshen the Everclear?
Ice.
What kind of demon shit is that? Oh, there's ice with my Everclear. Gosh, I'd probably throw up. I swear, I haven't drank it 2 years. I'd probably throw up if I tried to do an Everclear.
Well, I'm not you. Now am I? Because I paint my nails. You have never painted your nails, have you?
No, I would never do that. You know that.
I have. I have painted nails and I drink Everclear. Deal with that, motherfucker.
I let a girl paint my belly one time. Does that count? Probably don't.
No, I never do that. Well, yeah, we talked about this. I said if the government gave me $50,000 a month, I'd paint the hell out of my nails, and I'd make it fucking cool, and we'd all paint our nails. They're asking the wrong motherfuckers.
I don't require $50,000 a year.
Clear coat. Just use a clear coat.
Yes, I do that.
I said $50,000 a month. What's his name? What's that clear? Jeffree Star. That Jeffree Star motherfucker probably makes millions of dollars a month, dude.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you've seen Jeffree Star. You probably don't know who he is, but I know you've seen.
You've seen Lenny Lizard from the UK?
But I do paint
I
my
don't know.
He's fun. Nails. Like, just people in general, for some reason.
I think it's amazing to paint your nails. Just so you know.
Yeah, why does the government need to pay people if he could just find people who's willing to say it for free?
Hey, what for free?
Demonstrate that.
Once you hit a tipping point of people like Donald willing to say, yeah, I kind of paint my nails sometimes. Oh,
no, I think it's fucking amazing. No, I think it's fucking amazing to paint your nails, you piece of shit.
Why do I gotta be a piece of shit?
Because you think it's not amazing to paint your nails.
Oh,
It is amazing to paint your nails, you piece of shit.
My daughter can paint her nails when she gets old enough. I agree.
So can your son, piece of shit.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
I do, you fucking piece of shit.
If my son came...
You're a fucking piece of shit. If your son started painting his nails, I'd fucking wonder what color he was using.
I would... You got my girlfriend, my girl laughing, but I would probably try to take off the nail polish.
Why?
Take the nail polish.
Why? Why?
Why? Because, I don't know, what are we...
You don't know. You don't fucking know why you would do a thing, which makes it fucking irrational. You would irrationally remove a thing that makes a guy feel better. Why would you...
Feminizing. I don't know, it's kind of feminine for me.
But it makes him feel better.
I don't know, it hurts my stomach.
Why?
Hey, alligator, you said Mr.
That's
Alligator?
fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid that because it hurts your stomach, you think your son shouldn't do it. That's fucking stupid.
Oh, yeah. You probably heard my stuff. Yeah. See. You want to say hi to him?
You should definitely let your son do whatever he wants with his nails.
Yeah, I want to ask her if she knows that you're like completely psychopathic flat earther.
Oh yeah. You know, if I'm the only flat earther in my whole house. See,
no fucking shit.
Have you ever wondered why?
No. I know what's wrong with me. I don't have to tell you. You guys should know what's wrong with me at this.
Oh my God! It's amazing that you know that it's wrong with you and not with others. That's amazing. The first, the beginning of what is it? The beginning of healing is accepting that you are wrong, right?
No. You guys know what's wrong with me. I don't have a tolerance for that bullshit like you guys do.
I don't have a tolerance for bullshit. I don't have that. You can't
What color are
demonstrate
your
that I
fingernails
do.
right now?
Green
I don't
with
sparkles.
Green purple sparkles.
Bring up HLC as we're talking about nails. So,
It's green with purple sparkles.
would HLC ever paint his nails? Ever? Sam, would you paint your nails?
No, I don't.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Alligator,
That just means that you're not consistent. Me painting my nails is consistent.
No, I don't care if anybody paints their nails. It doesn't affect me at all. Alligator.
You're an amazing human.
Can I talk to Mrs. Alligator? I want to ask her if she knows that you believe in lizard people.
Lizard people do not exist. No. That's a false.
Alligator thinks Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton are lizards.
That's still false.
The Amazing Spider-Man.
It's still false.
Batman.
She says she knows you, CM, and it's kind of an edge that she knows you and you don't know her. So just kind of leave it there.
What, she thinks I'm a lizard?
No. We've watched all your videos, Camilio.
Oh, Lord.
We've watched all of your videos.
You really showed her my videos?
No, of course not. It's a good joke.
We're gonna listen to music, right? We're just gonna music.
I like all the music. I like this. I don't know. Which one is he gonna do?
I only have one.
Muhammad.
I've seen 4 or 5.
Nope.
Muhammad's in it.
Only have one.
Muhammad has a problem with identifying thoughts with like the electrical chemical signals like producing it.
I have to get my glasses.
Let's talk about it, Muhammad. Come on.
Oh, I mean, I can. Yeah. You know, that's the root of it.
I mean, we kind of talked a little bit in the comments. He doesn't understand. It's just down to semantics. Like, obviously, same thing with numbers. You can say
It's just false. What you're saying is a lie. You understand that, right?
What, me?
Yeah, you're saying a lie.
What did I say?
A lie.
Again, I'm comfortable with calling thoughts the same thing as the chemicals producing
But
it.
that's a lie.
No, I hear people all the time and they're like, oh, I'm going to the A.
I mean, I agree that thoughts are chemicals, but what you want to do is add stuff to that. I agree that thoughts are chemicals. I agree with that. But what you want to do is add things to that.
Iraq. Oh, I'm telling you, Muhammad's the one that disagrees.
Blockade
Says
their
it's
numbers.
not semantics.
You want to add things
I just
to
interpreted it as Iran, but he did say
consciousness. It's fucked
he
up.
did say Iraq.
Very fucked up.
No,
Iraq.
Thoughts are physical
entities.
I don't think that thoughts exist in some way.
I know it's pronounced wrong.
So, what you're doing is what's called excuse me. I was in the middle of the sentence. You can just
I had my share of was and all sorts of interesting
I got a question. Did anybody foresee Donald Trump taking us to war with Iran prior to this election? Because I did not personally, but
Yeah, look at an
you did.
interview when he was a private citizen in New York, and he was hot to trot with going to war with Iran.
But what I'm saying is, did you know that if he won, we were gonna go to war with Iran for sure? Did you know that?
Yes. Not for sure.
I don't think it was a given.
No, he
but
did
it was,
say he
I'm
was
not
going to apply
surprised.
maximum pressure.
With Trump's pettiness and his temper, we all knew it was inevitable.
Yeah, but he's being controlled by the Israelis, so you know that it wasn't up to him anyway.
Well, no, he's not being controlled by the Israelis. He's being controlled by Jewish money.
Is race shy?
What? No.
Never mind. Okay. Sounded like him for a second.
No, it's definitely not shy.
It's not Israelis necessarily, it's just Jewish money. Can we agree on that?
I think everybody's kind of collectively digesting their dinner, and they're wondering, why is your question so defaming or so stupid or so racist or so bigoted or so hateful and prejudiced? You know, do you have anything nice to say about the J words?
Well, I think the reason they're reacting like that is because I am a member of the J-word communities. And
you're J-word adjacent.
Wait, how many J-word communities are there? Naftali, how many J-word communities are there, to be sure? Because I don't know how many you're talking about here.
There's the Japanese. There's the youngest. That's a part of psychology.
Wait, which J-word community are we talking about?
I don't know. Which one are you in? You said there were many. Which ones? Which ones are you talking about?
You know, like the conservative and the reconstructionist and the reform and the humanists and
Don't forget the logical positivists.
Israeli.
Wait, you consider the logical positives part of the J word group, right? Logical positivist, you get it? Hello?
They're logical, and some of them are also positive.
Is there a difference between a logical positivist and a positivist logicalist?
Oh, I don't know. What do you think?
Ribono Shel Olam, I'm not so sure, but if we're sticking to the topic, Iran, that terrorist evil empire, that Islamic Republic.
Just back off the mod and then bounce and finish up his dinner with his family before he comes back to the room and like starts it up.
Did who? What? I'm sorry.
Bibi moved on to dessert. He'll be right back. I understand completely.
He left to go have dinner.
He went to go have dessert, like me. Vanilla ice cream with walnuts and honey and cinnamon and raisins.
And then rice. That's how you pronounce it. Rice. Whatever.
Rice. Ricey.
Yeah, rice-a-roni, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Rice-a-roni left.
Oh, I had to do something real quick.
Oh, here he's back.
That's Richard, right?
Yeah. Well, I never heard him called Richard. I only heard
What are you asking exactly, Alistair? Because it kind of sounds like you're speaking in riddles to me.
It's Johnny.
Well, if you can tell me what the answer is to the riddle of the Sphinx.
I'm gonna blast you right now. Somebody told me that you're being investigated. It can't run for Congress.
Can't run for Congress. I'm running for mayor now. We transitioned. I'm fully trans now.
Tuna's mad because
No, Hope said this.
I know, and they all got it from Tuna, the soul surfer.
Okay.
So John called out Tuna because Tuna's son is trans, yet he hates trans people. And then I called him out because he hates Muslims, but he lives in Dubai.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm not being investigated.
He's the pretentious British guy who lived in New Zealand and now lives in Dubai.
I was being politically attacked by my enemies. As a politician, you develop many enemies on the path to liberation.
And his son is actually trans, which is kind of fucking wild that he hates trans people.
Well, it's always a projection, isn't it?
Oh yeah, he's definitely at least bi.
Again, when we say projection, we mean that when other people cast disparaging remarks against other people, that's actually them talking about themselves. Hello?
Probably about 90% of the time, 85%.
You love that Jasmine hello, don't you, John?
Hello? No, that's Schmendrick. Do you remember Schmendrick from the app? Hello?
Oh, I remember Smendrick.
Hello?
That was actually my favorite sort of like language or line.
Yeah, I hope she's good. I miss her.
Schmendy. You know what's so funny? Up until she came on this, I always thought a Schmendrick was a guy. Like, but then I spoke to someone who spoke Yiddish like much better than I did. And it's genderless.
What does Smendrick mean?
It's like
Is it a name?
no, it's like a quality. It's like an adjective. You Schmendrick. Like it's like Shamil Shmazel.
The fuck is Schmeasel Schmazel?
Schlemiel is someone who spills something accidentally. Schlemazel is the one who gets it spilled on. Remember?
Isn't that
Laverne and Shirley? Schlemiel, Schlemazel, Huff and Pfeffer Incorporated. Remember that?
Yakov, isn't that Gollum from Lord of the Rings?
Oh, shit, it is. Kind of sounds like Gollum. Schmeagle Schwagle.
Hold on. Schmendrick or Schmendrick is used term for a foolish, ineffectual, or contemptible person.
Oh, okay.
A small-time fool or a pipsqueak. Although I wouldn't consider her a pipsqueak. It often describes someone who is inept, out of their depth, or a pathetic sad sack who attempts to do more than they're capable of, rather than a malicious person.
I don't love Yiddish.
Yeah, Yiddish has some great put-downs, like
they're like, they get very specific.
Yeah, I think I read one. Did you tell it the other day, or something like, may all the rooms in your house be infested with mice, or something? It's like, they're really strange. Why would you adapt that as your, like, I guess she was
I know there's one that's like, may you kill yourself in peace or something. If you look up on Google, there's like a whole list of like
Ribono Shalom. Don't you know Ribono Shalom?
Oh, wait, is this that crazy guy that would come in and play those?
Don? Yeah.
Ribono Shalom? You gotta start off the compliment with crazy guy Ribono Shalom? How many times have you said Ribono Shalom today?
Hit the oh, wait, there you go, John.
Ribono Shalom.
My grandmother was obsessed with. May all your teeth fall out except for one to give you a toothache. That's the Yiddish one my grandmother was obsessed with.
They have such great...
Yeah, she was like, she always thought they was so creative, yeah.
Yeah, they're great.
Earlier today, I looked up some great Talmudic put-downs that are in the Talmud.
My grandmother, my booby, used to say, "Geh kachen lichtigen dein Eugen," which means go take a crap, it'll open your eye.
My grandma didn't speak Yiddish. She liked Yiddish curses. She thought they were funny.
This boy speaks Yiddish! Wrap him in the tefillin!
Alright, Yakov, there's 61 Yiddish insults that everybody needs to know. It's the article in the chat.
Oh, excellent. Good to know. I'm going to say that.
So when...
See how many now.
What I don't understand is when you say that this conflict is biblical, and people get so upset and they say, "That's why I don't believe that fucking book." You know, don't they understand the power of mythology and the fun of a good story? Are they that angry? Do they live their lives road raging all the time? Getting angry like it's a complaint department at the layaway line? Anger is the problem. Anger. If these Iranians in Tehran who have all the rockets and they're still alive and they're fighting, don't they just know that anger is their problem? That they don't have to be angry about anything. They can just let it go. The Ayatollah is dead! The Islamic Republic is crumbling! Why do they have to hang on to their anger? Just let it go! For the sake of the world and peace, let it go!
Did you find any good ones, Jacob?
Yeah, I'm just reading through them now. I don't know many of them. I don't know.
Rabboni Shalom. So Naphtali, you never answered us. What J-word camp are you in that you claim there's so many subdivisions?
There are tons of different Zionist philosophies and Jewish streams.
How dare you, Kitty? Me as a mod who would allow you to crash out and do whatever you want.
What I want to know is, has anyone here ever been brave enough to take liver, chopped liver, or matzah ball and put it on a kichel and eat it as a dessert?
No, Alistair. This version of Judaism you do is a stereotype. I don't know if anyone's ever told you that.
You mean your booby never got you kichel on a Saturday with a nice cup of coffee with whole milk? Kichel. But then they got cheap on the kichel and they started making them smaller. You didn't get those long pieces anymore. I like the long kichel.
I don't know what kichel is.
Ask me and hopefully you clip.
You don't know what kichel is? What the fuck do you think a cookie is? It's Yiddish for cookie. It's called kichel. It's a sugar cookie. It's an elongated cookie. It's delicious. You put it in your mouth.
With a long box.
It's not a donut. It's like a dried pastry cookie with sugar on top.
Think about that for a second.
Think about that?
Yeah, think about a donut and then make it long.
Think about that.
Are you thinking?
I'm thinking of a peach. A perfect peach.
Peaches and cream.
Does anybody know the story?
Alistair.
Does anybody know the story of Daddy and Peaches?
Nope, but I know you're gonna tell us.
No, you should Google it and look up the story of Daddy and Peaches out of Manhattan. It was like this really rich real estate developer who married like a 15-year-old girl.
You should Google it.
It's called Daddy and Peaches. It's a love story. It's a love story. A story about heartache and heartbreak, money and love.
Hey, Grace.
Grace can tell you all about the Jewish complaint department. We have fielded hundreds of complaints against the Jews, against Israel, against all kinds of stuff.
And they keep on coming.
Welcome back, baby.
The hits keep coming.
That's what she said.
I asked Norm, you know.
Going, John.
I asked Norm, what should we do? He said, keep hitting them hard. Hit them hard. Hit them harder.
And what is your position as Chicago mayor going to be?
Well, if you go to John Kitover on Instagram, you can see my first 5 days in office. The first day, I will cut property taxes by mayoral decree and proclamation by 25%. Day one.
There's no free lunch, so where are you going to cut 25% of the budget from?
Yaakov, did you hear that Mamdani's going to raise the tax on white people and add all kinds of extra shit, and he's also going to restrict white people?
Yeah, that's completely against the 14th Amendment.
I know.
No, it's not. I think you can do that.
Oh, you can't
discriminate
Why
against
not?
people on the basis of
The
the
protection clause? No, you
Well, what's the
cannot.
14th Amendment?
Has the equal protection clause.
Yeah.
Oh, what are
can't
the first 14?
Huh?
Can't do the rage dating. I'm not dumb enough for this.
No, you can't discriminate against people just like you couldn't
I mean,
discriminate
it's so,
against blacks.
even if it wasn't in the,
Okay, I don't
there's so many laws that say it's.
I hear they're gonna institute a curfew for white people as well.
Yeah, send out
What's
accounts
even
for
better
the
is the first free, quote, free supermarket, which is probably a bodega size, is going to take $35 million, half of a $70 million budget allocation for this, and it won't come online until 3 years of his 4-year mayoral cycle.
Who is this?
Donnie.
Who's that?
Mayor of New York City.
Oh, the Sydney guy?
Is canned beans and canned green beans and just canned food. That's all it's gonna have.
No, he's got milk.
Is he Sunni or Shia?
Most likely, given the ratio of Sunnis to Shia in the world. What?
He's Shia.
No, he's not.
He's a 12er, yeah, he's a Shia. His family is from India and they follow the 12th Imam.
Yeah, the Shia are the bad ones.
He's from Karbala, or they follow the Imam from Kabral.
I thought he was from Kampala.
The Shia
His
are
family
the ones
has
you can't
lived
trust.
in Uganda or something. But he's
Yeah,
Indian. Yeah, he's Indian.
They have quite the compound there in Kampala.
Mm. What's up, Michael Bronson?
Every
How are you?
socialist should be married in a $5 billion compound.
Yo, Michael, what's going on?
Oh, well.
Wow.
I was just thinking about how I replaced Elon in your life.
Elon?
Are you trying to
You
get
know
close
what
to Michael
happened
enough,
with you
Tom?
guys?
As your best bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we-
used to be such good friends, didn't they?
Yeah, now me and him are best bros.
You and Elon are friends? Or you and Michael are best bros?
Me and Michael, right, Michael?
Oh, okay. That's cute.
I haven't heard Michael say.
Wow.
Did you guys bond over your transitions?
Yippee-yay. Bow.
You know, at one point I did think that Michael was a trans man, to be honest.
I think it's crossed all our minds.
Why?
Because you're so beta that it's almost like female.
No,
Like you're so astonishingly beta and not, there's like no masculine characteristics to you whatsoever. You're just very
that's
feminine
horrible.
coded.
That's a horrible thing to say. No.
Well, I mean,
It's because
he is. He's very female coded.
If you were to ever fuck pussy, you would probably cry the whole time.
I actually do fuck pussy and I don't cry.
No, I'm sorry.
Would you like to see pictures from my transition?
Have you had the bottom surgery? Or just the top?
Oh, no, the bottom surgery.
Was there even a requirement for a bottom surgery?
You want to see my pussy, Yasmin?
No.
Cool, I'll send you some pics.
I have you muted on my phone.
That's awesome. Does anybody else want to see my pussy?
Yeah, Rugged does.
Rebby's seen it.
Not touching that.
I'm good. I'm gonna pass.
No, send it. Send it to Rugged.
No, Rebby.
Send her a message.
No,
Send me your cake box.
Yeah, send her where you're going.
No, Rebby.
Is that an official term?
Rebby's taken first off, okay? And, yeah, no, it's inappropriate.
Yeah, you know something I know?
I don't know.
Who is she taken by?
The Lord Jesus Christ.
What?
Kill yourself.
Oh my god.
Michael, are you also trans? I actually did think that as well, initially.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I suspected that he's bisexual for a very long time.
I found lots of people on this app.
Makes it easier to date if you're bisexual.
Did it make you smile to think about that or no?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, you definitely smiled.
No.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I've actually found a lot of people on this
Yeah, I
app.
found enough Tolly was gay. That's why I said if you were to suck a pussy. Or you're like a golden ticket or something.
No, I'm not.
Golden ticket.
I'm not gay. I love
He's
women.
never fucked women.
No, that's.
Rage, would you
Yeah, but then there's one that's never been a. What's the term? If you were a C-section, you've never even been through a vagina. That one's platinum and and one's gold. I can't remember which is.
One's a gold ticket, right, or something.
Raze, would you ever fucking Rez, would you ever fuck a trans woman post-op?
Gross, no.
What if you...
Post-op, post-op. Post-op, not pre-op,
You're
post-op.
transphobic until you date a trans woman.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Post-op.
Yes, that's what you wouldn't even know already. That was a topic.
I like
trans.
You know what it
I
makes me?
like a good old fashioned woman.
Just a box in your mouth.
I'd like a snatch too. I like to.
Don't need to make it complicated.
Tragus.
I love the finger blast. I love finger blasting.
You know what's interesting?
Another one on our list.
I would like to teach you all a new English word today. It is tragus. Many.
Or they are attracted to that black woman aura.
So stupid. Help me, Jesus. If it's Jesus is real, shut your mail up.
She said discredited. Stupid.
No, she was talking about you. University.
She living in a ghetto society.
I was talking about the university, and I said it the right way.
I'd like to teach you all a new English word.
I don't like being top left, but come on, man. All right, let's move it around. Look, there's something called DNA, brought to you by yours truly. You don't have to engage with it.
What happened?
I had to try. No, but someone was laying on something when you changed it. That's what happened. No. Someone had a new subject, and I went back to Melania. What was it? There was a lady. Go ahead. What was your topic now?
Oh yeah, Christy Nope's husband. It came out that he has a dominatrix that be shaming him and saying shitty stuff about Christy Nope and how she's better than his wife and stuff. And he also wants to be a transgender woman. He wants to transition to gender affirming surgery.
That's so democratic of them.
Who put the video in the chat yesterday? Don Lemon reported it.
That's progressive.
She a big titty, big white girl.
She's getting roasted. She spent $200 million on advertising. She scammed America. She lost $200 million advertising nonsense.
What is that?
It's me. It's Point. It's Point.
Oh, right. Okay, Cappuccino. I know. Shut up, you stupid ass!
Shut up, dumbass! People think that I'm a black woman. I'm actually a gay white man.
That's not the real point.
It's the real point. Shut up, dummy.
No, I'm a big Point fan.
You're a stupid dummy. I'm a fucking supermodel, bitch.
Never call me stupid because Point was stupid. Yeah, you need to go away.
That's that motherfucker.
It's Point, you stupid dummy. I'm a supermodel. You're just jealous that I'm a supermodel.
That's that weird fucker on phones.
I'm a supermodel, stupid.
Bro, this story is crazy. Are y'all looking into
my
We're gonna do a new community like the girl saying, you know what, I need.
They kicked me.
You're so close.
I'm sorry.
That nigga was so confident. Man, what? Take money.
My fault, Taylani.
Yes, yeah.
My fault. See, these niggas smoking weed. Imagine that. I don't smoke weed.
I don't smoke either, nigga.
Nah, I'm fucking with you. But nah, okay, so Taylani. So what part of like the IE you live in? I'm just curious.
I haven't lived in the IE in like years.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. There is but one God named Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger.
Oh, sure. Yeah, the God's gonna send pedophiles. Sure.
Because your prophet put his penis inside of a 9-year-old.
Revelation in her bed. He would say he was my prophet. I said he was just the last. He's the final messenger.
Yeah, your messenger put his penis inside a 9-year-old. That's fucked up.
But is that God's fault?
That's the question. Sure. Okay, it's God's fault also.
No, I mean, I think that's the... A lot of people say this, and I don't know why people who are Muslim get offended, but I thought the whole design of that argument is that if he's a final prophet of God, probably that's God's fault.
If the man existed, he had an original thought.
It's your fault for calling him your prophet. No, you can't. Calling someone a prophet doesn't necessarily mean that they're.
It's growing. You gotta do something about it pretty soon. Can't keep adding to it. Gotta take away from it.
Some kind of understanding of the future.
Okay, so can you demonstrate that God exists?
No.
No, you can't do that. Can you demonstrate that if God exists, these things would be false?
I think whether or not God exists, that's orthogonal to whether Muhammad would be his final prophet.
Okay, that has nothing to do with what I asked you. Would you like to repeat what I asked you, or no?
You asked me if God exists, does any of this matter?
Does any of what matter, though?
Well, maybe I misunderstood. I thought we were talking about how.
Yeah, does any what matter?
Aliens?
Pass? No, you're a fucking idiot. Okay, so there is a way of understanding humanity that requires zero actual fucking humanity. But what you understand has nothing to do with what actually exists. What you understand is fucking stupid. I want you to know, what you understand is fucking stupid.
Can I disagree with your objective reality?
I doubt it. Objective reality can't be disagreed with, just so you know. I mean, if you want to say a thing, go ahead.
You can't disagree with them, what makes it objective.
See, that's the thing that doesn't make sense. You saying that it's objective. What the fuck does that mean?
Reality based on how you see it.
Okay. Objective means based on stance. Doesn't make sense. See? What you're saying is fucking stupid. What you're saying is fucking stupid.
What you feel?
Yeah. You're saying that opinion is based on not opinion. That's fucking stupid.
Your objective reality is that you observe pain and love. My subjective reality is that I observe you pain and love and disagree with it.
So objective reality is a thing that exists, right? But your opinion, but excuse me, your opinion is something that doesn't actually exist.
No, that would...
What you have to do is demonstrate that your opinion comports with reality.
Oh, easy. I can demonstrate that easy.
Demonstrate that.
If my opinion doesn't exist, that means your opinion doesn't exist, which means Janelle should have never been paid.
Well, that's just a false statement.
It's not a false statement.
So would you rather like say a true statement, or would you like to stick with the false statement?
I like to stick with the fact that one.
You're gonna stick with the false statement. You're gonna stick with the false statement. That's fucking stupid, by the way.
It's not false. Your nail's not painted.
Excuse, I have no idea what you said. What? You're lying, right? You're lying. Yeah. Just stop lying, right? The fuck? Fuck off. By the way, I want you to fuck off. By the way. You cannot fucking believe that I'm sitting here, ignoring fucking existence, right? Just other things exist besides you, right?
Yeah,
Is it possible?
Yeah, but if you conceive it and believe it, you'll achieve it. So belief
What the fuck does that mean? Okay, stop talking. Stop. Stop. Fucking talking. Stop fucking. Okay. Is it the case that there are things that you believe in and there are things that you don't believe in? And either of those things could be true. Is that the case? That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Alright, so you think that it's possible for you to believe in something that is not true?
I've done it before.
How have you ever believed in something that is not true?
Because I was given this religion about this Jesus and this Christ when a child, and I didn't have any abilities to see beyond it. I didn't have the tools or the resources yet.
So all you're telling me is that you did not believe. You're not telling me anything about, like...
So I used to believe it, but now that I know...
Excuse me, I'm in the middle of a sentence. Stop talking. So, you don't think that there is, like, a way of believing that, like, encompasses something other than? Do you think that it's possible to believe something?
Sure, we believe in things all the time.
Okay. What is the difference between believing something and something being true?
You don't know that, you can't, you don't know, you don't have enough evidence, you just, it's not knowledge, it's not, you can't substantiate it. So lots of different ways you can believe something and it not be true. But,
I mean, you can believe something, but what I'm asking about is the difference between belief and knowledge. So, is it possible for you to believe something that is not true?
yes.
The fuck you saying? Okay.
When I'm hitting a jackpot,
Can you please define knowledge?
Wisdom shaped by understanding.
I will not accept that definition.
There's 4 types of wisdom and there's 4 types of knowledge.
So, because you use the word knowledge in the definition of knowledge, so you're using the word you're defining in the definition of. You can't do that. That's fucking stupid, by the way. So, please define knowledge. So you're not going to do that?
I was wrong. There's only 3 types of wisdom. Godly wisdom, earthly wisdom, and demonic wisdom.
Can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor and define knowledge?
How do you define the word A without using A?
No.
I didn't ask that. I asked him to define the word knowledge.
Wisdom shaped by understanding. I've heard some people say that knowledge is power.
Okay. Cite your source. Where did you get that definition?
That's from Alligator 7.
I seen that in a movie.
So, you just made it up.
Okay, you read the definition and you tell me that that's not wisdom shaped by understanding.
I want you to define knowledge.
Wisdom shaped by understanding.
I don't accept that as a definition. Doesn't make sense as a definition. So, can you define knowledge?
Knowledge is
another way, please.
Knowledge is the awareness, understanding, or information about facts, truth, principles, or skills acquired through experience, education, or study.
I don't accept that as a definition.
Yeah, I think mine was better.
No,
I think mine was more accurate.
That was ChatGPT, wasn't it?
That was Chat. No, that was Google. That was Google. That was a Google definition.
I don't care.
Oh, well,
That's
but
not
what other
a
definition would you show me?
I would like for you to tell me what the definition of knowledge is, please.
I put the Google definition of knowledge into the chat.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I did. I put the Google definition
You're
of
lying.
knowledge into the chat.
Okay. So as soon as your definition of knowledge appears in the chat, I'll respond to it. Until then, you're fucking lying.
This subjective definition did define knowledge.
No, he hasn't actually defined knowledge.
Wisdom with understanding.
Definition of knowledge.
To define a term has to be a complete statement.
Yeah, I agree. The thing that he said was not a true statement. It's fucking stupid.
Put the Google definition there. Knowledge is the awareness, understanding, or information about facts, truths, or principles, or skills acquired through experience, education, or study.
Cite your fucking source. Cite your source for that.
It's at Cambridge.
Post it in chat. You won't do that. Post it in chat. Post your definition.
Why wouldn't I do it?
Well, why haven't you? That's the question. Why have you not done it yet?
I posted it twice now, Donald.
You haven't. I mean, you just haven't, right? Okay, there's the link.
They want to get way more specific to guide you away from accuracy.
This is not a definition. Understanding.
Write them a letter then, Donald.
Excuse me. Understanding of or information about a subject that you get by experience or study, which has nothing to do with what you said. Just so you know.
Is experience you get from study also classified as wisdom?
Define wisdom. Well, define wisdom.
And I know the world's going to define it, but there's only 3 types of wisdom, and I said that a couple of minutes ago. But I wanted to see what the world's going to say. What should I put in there?
Your religious opinion doesn't mean shit.
We'll look together for the first time.
I'm sorry that you keep talking. But you should shut the fuck up. So, if you cannot define wisdom, I just don't fucking care.
Put it in the chat.
Define wisdom.
Wisdom is the ability to make sound sensual judgments by applying knowledge, experience, understanding, and insights.
So how does that apply to God?
This is the first time that he ever shows up with you in your mind as the dyad, wisdom and understanding, the dueling forces.
Demonstrate.
As a baby puts things in their mouth.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Demonstrate understanding of God.
Understanding of God is being able to take the path of the monad through the dyad, be able to rationalize heaven and hell.
What is a monad?
Monad is the Ruach HaKodesh, the spirit.
The fuck does that mean?
The number one.
Demonstrate spirit.
The first time you'll ever see spirit shows up, it'll show up as a dot.
Okay, can you demonstrate spirit?
The alchemical symbol for the monad is a dot with a circle around it.
Okay, can you demonstrate spirit?
Your breath. My girl like that one. She loves it.
So, can you demonstrate spirit? No.
And Chelsea's still laughing too. Are she still laughing?
Can you demonstrate spirit? Okay, demonstrate spirit.
If we look at what King David said in Psalms, he said, "For Yahuwah knows the way of the righteous, and the way of the wicked shall."
Why the fuck would I care about what Scripture says? Fuck off.
That's
demonstrate spirit.
It's the way of the righteous. Spirit is the way of the righteous.
Demonstrate spirit.
I just told you, dude.
Okay, you telling me a thing using a demonstration. Can you demonstrate?
I'll say it slow because there's a lot in here.
Hello. Can you demonstrate spirit, please?
Spirit is the way of the righteousness. The
Yeah.
righteous.
Demonstrate spirit, please.
Can I demonstrate spirit?
That's what I'm asking. Please demonstrate spirit.
straight willpower, bro.
Demonstrate spirit. Jeez.
Like a 2-mile run.
If you don't own Bitcoin right now, the chances of you owning Bitcoin in the future will be
Demonstrate spirit.
I'm demonstrating spirit right now.
No, you haven't done that. Demonstrate spirit, please.
I wrote these things down. Oh,
yeah, you wrote a thing down.
To me, so I
Demonstrate spirit, please. Demonstrate spirit, please.
It's like holding in a long fart.
Okay, you need to shut the fuck up. Can you please demonstrate spirit? Unless you can demonstrate spirit, then you can talk all you want.
That's what I'm demonstrating, man. The willpower.
Okay, demonstrate spirit, please.
Wait a minute. Have you ever lost anyone?
Can you demonstrate spirit, please?
Have you ever lost anyone?
Can you demonstrate spirit, please?
Well, if you've never lost anyone, I couldn't demonstrate spirit.
Wait. Can we take a pause there, Donald? How do you define spirit?
Fiction. Demonstrate spirit, please.
All I gotta demonstrate is fiction.
Demonstrate spirit, please.
The other day, I went outside.
Oh, it says ghost. It says
Alright.
the word ghost in here.
Demonstrate.
Oh my god.
Fucking tired of this shit. But they center themselves.
Oh, can I tell it? Just a camouflage right now. Both America and Israel have mutual benefits taking Iran and I don't know, free it from IRGC and Islamic Republic because of all these fucking I don't know. Like I mean, Islamic Republic played a terrible role closing Strait of Hormuz, putting the world's economy in danger. And as we see, like the I don't know, gas prices going up, like everything. So they have both mutual benefits. And when you see like BB is telling Donald Trump why you're stubbing it, why you're I don't know sitting down for a negotiation, it's just a camouflage to make Islamic Republic believe that these guys are fighting. They did this 3 to 4 times. They tricked Islamic Republic, IGC, 3 to 4 times by now with the same tactic. They show like, oh, they have some problems or they have like, I don't know, disagreements with each other, like Bibi and Trump, but they both want Iran. It's just not about Israel right now. They're just playing the role that sometimes they might have conflicts, Bibi and Trump, to just make Islamic Republic and IGC believe that these guys have some, I don't know, small problem. But the main goal is not going to be, I don't know. The main goal is to trick them, as they did, and they took Ghalibaf to Pakistan to do negotiations with them. With 87 people from the government, which they don't, I don't know, trust each other, they went all together to Pakistan to see, like, if they want to make sure it's not for the other person. And that's how they took out Ghalibaf, like the second most important decision maker in Islamic Republic, which he went to, I don't know, God knows where. He was hidden. Nobody knew, like, where this guy is. And right now, they draw him out of the fucking rat hole that he was hid himself in. He went to the Pakistan right now, and he gave all the information to Mossad or CIA or whoever, and now they're tracking him. I'm gonna tell you, he's a dead man walking. It was like one of the tricks to get him out. And now, with this ceasefire that happened, already inside of Islamic Republic, we see like the biggest fights, even worse than what United States and Israel did with the war. I think this ceasefire is killing IGC better than war. They want like war.
Yeah, Poirier, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Poirier, this is Rich. Hey, can you click the... Either Poirier in the Matrix?
No.
Matrix.
Click the link in the chat.
Hold on, John. I was gonna ask for you a favor. Hey, next to the leave button, there's that up arrow. Can you click on that and then click invite people and click all the Iranians in? Invite all the Iranians in here. And any of the Iranians, can you all do the same thing?
Well, so you're saying there's internal fighting. Who is this internal fighting happening between in Iran?
You're in the Matrix, for you.
Yeah, you're in the Matrix, dude. You're still in the Matrix.
You're still in the Matrix.
Get you some more Boost mobile data.
Just trying to get his phone fixed.
Try to reboot it.
So everybody in the audience, click the up arrow, click invite people, and click anybody that has a green dot next to their name.
So in the chat, you'll see a link to the history of the Ottoman Empire and their secret sign language amongst the silent eunuchs that served the Ottoman king and emperor, and the inner courts and the different gardens and inner sanctuaries within Topkapi Palace. And so what I'm trying to say is a Muslim caliphate, such as the Turkish or the Iranian, they all operate on this principle of silence and inner chamber. But because we took out that Ayatollah, I don't understand why you're so pessimistic and why you complain so much. This isn't the layaway department at Walmart.
Were you agree on that, Pepe? Did you listen to me, or I was bugged the whole time?
No, I was saying I don't know about the internal fighting happening in Iran, so there's no way I don't know.
There are a lot of internal fightings because none of them trust the other one. Because one person think that, oh, this Ghalibaf is going to go to Pakistan, is going to deal with J.D. Vance, he's going to sell all of these rats out. And nobody, trust each other. So they went 87 members of, the government to Pakistan to just make sure, nobody is trying to rat on the other one.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
Yeah, Pepe.
They're losing.
BB's here and he's going to be chilled, but we're just mostly, I brought BB in so we control the Iranians.
Yeah, so BB, somebody...
Yeah, I already told him.
I guess it was...
Yeah, he explained. I don't have a problem with you at all.
Yeah, he asked me and was running her mouth, and Pepe was being chill. He just came up and said, hey, what's up? And she started crashing out. And we were having a really pretty
conversation. Was there a Persian making trouble?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Poria, hit the up arrow and then hit invite and click everybody, Iranians with a green dot.
Well, so you have these people who don't trust each other, and so how is that playing out on the ground? Is it just causing tension amongst the members of the IRGC?
Yeah, actually, we have a terrible, the highest percentage supports war inside of Islamic Republic and the decision makers, right? The leaders, right? They want some war, but they're realistic. They're saying their missiles is their missile facilities is fucked up. They cannot launch they don't have any shit to fight. Realistic percentage is trying to convince the radical lunatic Muslims that, hey, we have to fucking chill. We don't have anything to fight.
Hey, Pep,
so
can I ask you a question?
Pakistan
Hey, Puria, are you guys still waiting for Trump, Bibi, and Reza Pahlavi to tell you to come out of your homes?
I do believe right now is not the time for that. They're making everybody ready for the ground invasion. As their Navy SEALs, come into the Middle East, as we're following it, they need some times to get their troops settled in the Middle East to get ready for taking the southern stripes, or I don't know, the islands.
So how many American and Israelis, how many the Iranian men will come out of their house to take over back their country? I'm just curious, and I'm not insulting. I'm not insulting. Don't take it personal. Because I've been hearing for the past 2 months that they're waiting for them to be called out of their house. Yeah. And then I hear that they're leaving their house, they're ready to go to work. So I'm so confused.
Yeah, Portia agrees.
I don't want to be optimistic. I don't want to dig writing Persian people. I'm trying to be realistic, and I can tell you 100% there is going to be at least 70% of the current society Trump, and there's a ballot and whatever they would say, they would punish. I'm not trying to be like fucking lunatic. I'm trying to be realistic.
No, I get what you're saying. In the U.S. has been telling them to like stay indoors, not do anything yet. So they are basically following the U.S.'s direction, which obviously Pallavi he's he's echoing the same sentiment. So they're not doing anything, to be honest. I mean, last time they tried to do something, they just got gunned down by the tens of thousands, and nothing really came of it. So why wouldn't you just wait until you feel like the IRGC is in a compromised position to do your revolt?
You'd have to wait. To go up against them now is insanity. You want to confess to something? Did you commit a crime?
Yeah, I got. No. I gotta confess to something. So I don't want to fucking dick riding my compatriots, as I just said. But we Persian people, we never thought that people would come outside after they got massacred about a month and a half ago, right? But yet, in the 40th days of their, martyrs that they got killed in the massacre, they went outside again. I personally think that with this massacre that happened, IRGC made people their lives that people were not going to come out within like 10 next years, right? I personally thought that people were never going to go back to the street. They're scared as shit, right? But yet, the 40th, they came out and up on in, I don't know, a few other cities. It was like, you could, count it with 5 fingers, one hand, but still they went outside. And now, still, Donald Trump and Crown Prince is telling them to just stay inside, don't do anything till we tell you. That's the only reason I'm seeing like people inside of Iran didn't do, a noticeable kind of action for you.
I agree, and so I think that's I think that's smart, and like, look, I think the people that a month and a half ago that had all of the courage to go out and revolt and protest, I think that they were being brave. It's just that they were out. They didn't have guns. And they were in a predicament. Most nations are not going to have their military fire on protesters, but the IRGC will absolutely do that. And so they, and of course, if they caught people alive, they're fucking hanging them and do it. It's what at this point it's playing. In my opinion, it's playing fool's poker to try to do any kind of revolt at this time. You want the U.S. To come in and cause a lot of damage, and when the IRGC is on one leg, perhaps then you can do your revolt, but you have to wait for that to happen.
But I thought I don't know.
You're in the Matrix.
He said, maybe I will come inside of Iran.
You're in the Matrix. We can't hear you.
Republic falling down. So
you were in the Matrix. We couldn't hear you.
Just maybe, United States trying to take the southern parts of Iran, especially free the Karg Island, and as we see, like they sent some, mint disposable, what would you call it? Like, I'll find it. I'll find it to the Strait of Hormuz to just disarm the mines that they just hit into the.
I'm on fire.
As we're speaking, and his IRGC didn't even fire a single missile to the American ships. So that's, as far as we see, we're seeing like JD Vance and also Lollipop actually happen behind closed doors that nobody is aware of them. But I think personally Trump is doing a smart thing because JD Vance was apparently the only person in the Congress who was against the war, right? So he sent this a specific guy because even Islamic Republic believe that since JD is like against the war, that's the only person that they're willing to talk to, right? And yet he went there, and what we saw in he said, I don't agree on negotiation with the United States with an agreement or whatever. That makes the only person against the war rooting for them. It's like Rubio.
Well, I would say this though.
With every opinion.
Yeah. But I would say this. So like, they're like when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, they can hold it captive, not because they don't have a fucking navy anymore. They can hold it captive with basically the mines that they dumped in the strait, and basically drones and that kind of shit. But they can't. Okay, so it's not. And apparently, the French and the British are getting involved to at least try to secure the Strait of Hormuz. They're bringing a lot of equipment that can I supposedly find the mines. I don't know how that works. It's not my. I have zero experience with that. But in terms of like them having any teeth to actually enforce a holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage, they can't. I don't think they can really do anything about it once you have large, powerful first world militaries with all of their technological advancements there, and so it's. I think this part is up for them. I mean, I don't think they. And this was known. I mean, if Trump was briefed on this, at least if you believe the New York Times, that them seizing the Strait of Hormuz was one of the main concerns, and of course they did it. But what can they do once you have our Navy and France's Navy and the UK's Navy there? Not really anything. They can try to attack one of the ships, but they know what will happen. If they attack one of our naval vessels or the UK's or the French's, I mean, they can dish it back times 100. They can't. It's a losing proposition for them.
Who?
Personally, I think United States is winning, bro. This ceasefire was needed, and it's even better than the war itself. The Islamic Republic doesn't. They like war to be happen. They like children gets killed, or I don't know, people gets killed, or I don't know. Same people as the human shield, as everybody knows, right? But the only thing that makes them apart from the inside is to
He
just
was wrapped and
bring some of
ready.
them into the negotiation table and promise them like a lot of fucking fairy fantasy, I don't know, big fugazi deals. Just make them fucking understand who's the daddy, who's the boss, who's telling you what to do, which is Trump, realistically. And the other percentage, they don't like that realistic group, like Olibuff or that fucking guy, Zarif or Rouhani, those kind of people. Which they're against the war, they're saying like we have to make a negotiation with the United States, we should end the war. But the vast majority of, I don't know, Islamic supporters, like Islamic Republic supporters, they're telling that Olibuff, you're traitor. You're traitor to the leader, and you're fucking pissing on his fucking blood. He got killed for nothing. You become this person because of Ali Khamenei, or I don't know, threatening him to death or whatever inside the streets. Already, we're seeing the biggest fights in 45 days.
So basically, the hardliners are shitting on everybody else that don't have the same stand, that are not worshippers of Khomeini.
I think, you know, in this 40 days, Islamic Republic did great at propaganda with the global leftists around the world, especially in the United States. They turned public opinion into a fucked up narrative that is not even understandable. Like, you cannot understand.
Well, I don't think they
why
even
you
did it.
America is losing.
But I don't think it was Iran that was even doing it. I think it was more I'm going to be quite frank here, the Arabs that are on the side of Palestine and hate Israel that have been far more effective at doing it. And you have people that otherwise hate fucking Iran. They hate Shia Muslims. But they are cheering for Iran to win because they fucking hate Israel more. And, it's...
That's just your projection, Pepe. I said that's your projection. It's your opinion.
It's not projection. Projection is saying how I feel and applying it, to somebody else.
Oh, that's not how you feel. I see. Okay, then I guess it's not projection. Puria, what's it like being the only albino over there? How many other?
To say that you don't want to be in endless wars forever.
I just want to know how many albinos are there out there, Puria, in your community? Meaning, are you targeted by the Islamic Republic?
I'm not even albino, bro. Trust me.
Oh, maybe it's the stark contrasting
It's just
glasses.
a filter on this picture. I'm not albino.
And even if you look at Persians, they look at their fucking generals, the people that have been in the news. Some of them, there's a percentage of them that passes European. Doesn't make you fucking albino.
It's just a question based off of appearances. Sorry about that, Puria. I take it back. You're a beautiful, handsome non-albino.
Sorry, Charlie.
So, as Rich here just said, we're sick of these forever wars, and we voted MAGA thinking we weren't going to be involved in a forever war. But see, this isn't a forever war. This is what I don't understand about the complaint. A forever war is a 20-year war in Afghanistan and Iraq. This has been 50 days of minor conflict. We've destroyed their Navy. We've destroyed their Air Force.
Amazing. Where it becomes a forever war is that Israel has been talking about how what they have to focus on after Iran is Turkey. And of course, Turkey is a whole different level than...
Bro, where are you getting this Turkey thing from? Turkey jerky, where are you getting this from? That there's going to be a war with Turkey, bro? Where do you think this is fucking coming from, man?
Look, I think Erdogan, he's a piece of shit. He's a Muslim fundamentalist. I think he's driving what was a secular Turkey backwards. I'm not a fan of his, but they are... It's just like you guys name your enemies in succession, and it's just almost like, oh, you guys are on our side, right? You guys are on our side, right? Otherwise, you're bad. So you're on our side, right? And then we have to become enemies with all of their enemies, and it's just like, look, the world is it's much too complicated to say that we have to take on all of their fucking enemies, and that it's going to be in the interest. It's not, at the detriment of our fucking country. And no, Israel does need to...
Pepe, we're asking specifically about a conflict with Turkey, which isn't going to happen.
Oh my God. Hold on a second.
I'll take care of him.
You'll take care of me? What did you say? Oh shit! It's the tag team. They're back together again.
I said, give me the boutique.
That's fine. Daniel will fix you up real good. Daniel will tweak both of you perfectly. Daniel, have at him.
Okay, so if you look at one of the biggest complaints when it comes to Israel, at least from a United States perspective, only a United States perspective, is that, well, we were allies with Israel
All the time you were complaining, you could be instead hustling. You could be instead chasing your dreams. You could be instead figuring out
the Cold War. They were the one holdout in that area that would align with not with the Soviet Union, but with us, and so that was invaluable. Really, truly was. It's like, holy shit! If they were aligned with the Soviet Union, that would have made everything very complicated in that region of the world.
The Soviets tried. The Soviets tried.
Oh, of course they did. And so that was where, like, our original allyship, I would say, largely was. After that,
Americans, it's more complicated than that. The American alliance with Israel really only started after 1973. Did America, provide some supplies to Israel prior to 1973? Yes. But it was really like the first real big, sort of formal alliance began after 1973. There was too much of the traditional sort of realpolitik saying these guys are never going to win. They're this tiny country and they're surrounded by hundreds of millions of people who hate them. And the odds were certainly not in the nation state's favor, except to say that the Arab states are pretty incompetent, and so.
But one of the biggest critiques, though, whether it was Nixon, we obviously put him on the right. Carter, one of the worst presidents, but he's on the left, obviously. We can talk about Clinton. We can talk about a lot of presidents since the Yom Kippur War in '73. There was a very real realization that us backing and the level of loyalty they wanted for us to show to them was absolutely hurting any possible relationship we could have with countries like Egypt, and
So let's go there. So let's talk about, go back in time, to the previous war, which is 1967. Okay, the Egyptians went to war with Israel when 40% of Egyptians were on American food aid in 1967. And that was an American attempt to carry favor with the Egyptians. And that was during which the Soviets were not only training the Arabs, but basically giving them billions of dollars of free military equipment. They just kept resupplying them and resupplying them, right? And the logic of all of that was there was this sort of natural anti-Americanism which existed in the Arab states post, breakup of the post 1945, right, which is the breakup of the empires, the disintegration of all of the European empires. The Arabs saw America as, a colonial power, even though it wasn't a colonial power, and that their culture trended towards more sort of tribal and dictatorial forms of government, which is exactly what the Soviets were, so they could cut deals with each other in the same ways that they wanted. And back then, there was still very much, and going back much farther than that, an American fantasy that you could like have conversations with them and say, you know, you guys should really have elections, and like the and Arabs resent being told that they should be told anything about how to run anything that they do, and socially and culturally speaking,
Executed.
they are very internally incapable of criticizing their own environments. So, you know, that definitely meant that they couldn't see that, you know, an alliance with America was what was in their interests. All the dictators in the Middle East, you know, wanted to hang with the Soviets, and the Soviets were going to give them more free shit. So, I mean, that's what it was like for decades. And that was just one phase.
Yeah, but obviously the Soviets were playing them. Like, they didn't want, they would only give them, they would make promises and give them free shit. But obviously, if they could take the power and control from them, they would stomp out any remnant of Islam. They were going to make you a very good citizen.
I mean, look, you know,
how they worked.
All of the Soviet sort of, the Soviet foreign policy was basically all about a game of divide and conquer and revolution, wherever they could foment revolution. And
Exactly. I'm talking about like post-revolution, that their rhetoric will shift drastically after the revolution.
Yeah, but the Arab states were never really socialist, right? There was the dictators are too greedy, right? It's the Islamists, and you know, have much more in common with Soviet ideology and communist ideology than the dictatorial, you know, regimes did. You know, and we've seen a lot of those regimes fall over time. You know, and things did not improve, right, in those countries.
But can I ask you a question? So
sure.
So we can look at, these are all bad actors. I think you agree Saddam Hussein was bad. I think you agree that Muammar Gaddafi was bad. I think you agree that Assad was bad. Now, we end up deposing these rulers. Now they're basically, what are the countries now? They're still shitholes. They're still horrible places. They don't have a strong leader with the I guess you could say the type of I don't know, national unity that you would have seen before, which obviously having that intact would be more of a threat to Israel. But I do not see like what we're doing in the Middle East. I actually think we're causing far more problems.
Well, if we look at, you know, if we look at American interventions, right? Certainly Libya was not only an American intervention. I mean, it was an American and European intervention, and they bombed Libya for 7 months. You know, I'm not sure exactly what they thought was going to happen, but that was, I think, very typically, you know, really based on a Western fantasy that, you know, that there's going to be some sort of that the future could be better than the past, right? Now, no one liked Gaddafi, right? Most other Arab states really didn't like Gaddafi either because he was crazy. And all of these guys were competing with each other, depending on the states. But, you know, there was like a long-term historical bone to pick with Gaddafi in particular. You know, the so-called Arab Spring, right, where there were all these revolutions, did not yield any positive results for any of the countries that had the Arab Spring. And, you know, what happened in Tunisia, what happened in Egypt, what happened in Syria really didn't have anything to do with the United States. You know, what happened in Libya did not have anything to do with the United States. the United States and
It did have a lot to do with the United States. It had to do with, I mean, the UN did tell him that he had to restore basic human rights and civil rights, which is more of an American term, but basically the freedom to protest, all of that shit, and which was his downfall, because that's exactly what this population did, and they killed him.
Yeah. What I'm saying is they saw it opportunistically as maybe there was some sort of win there. Had I been a fly on the wall in the room where these conversations were happening, I think I probably would have laughed in their face. But there's just a significant and common, very misunderstanding among Westerners about what Middle Eastern culture is like.
Well, no, I think one of the biggest misunderstandings is that we look at Middle Eastern cultures. They almost always need a whether they have a king that's ruling them, a dictator like Saddam or Assad. They need those are actually the countries they prefer to live in.
I mean, I don't know that, but prefer the alternative. What ends up being there's always one tribe which ends up being the more powerful tribe, right? Like in Syria, the Alawites were the most powerful tribe because they imposed their power on everyone else.
And they were a minority, but they were a minority that protected the Christians and the fuck do you call those people, the Druze, and what happened after Assad was imposed and he ended up fleeing to Russia. Jolani, literally, a first-class piece of shit ISIS terrorist, which this is what rubbed me the wrong way about Israel is they were excited that this fucking ISIS asshole ended up coming into power, imposing Assad, and then what are some of the first things that his people started doing?
But you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
So there's a couple of things. First of all,
no, hold on. Let me finish my point. So they ended up deposing Assad. Then you have this guy with a bunch, tens of thousands of Turkic people from a different region of the fucking world that come in there. They get rid of Assad. Then they immediately start targeting the fucking Druze and the Christians. And I see Israel celebrating, because they got rid of Assad. But I'm looking at they barely have any fucking Christians left there. And the Druze have been put through shit all throughout the Middle East.
Let me shed some light on that. So Assad became sort of a client state of Iran as a result of the Syrian civil war.
Well, yeah, absolutely. So
Hezbollah's...
But not technically the Alawite or Shia.
No,
the Alawites believe in reincarnation. They might not be Shia.
No, but they fall under Shia. Most Muslims don't consider them Muslims.
Correct. Yes, that's right. They when you look at Alawite sort of religious ornamentation, it's probably not the right word. It's like not considered Islam, right? So, I think it's not a question of celebration. I think first of all, the Israelis in that particular moment were observing in awe at the fact that the massive success of the Beeper operation in Lebanon basically made it so that Hezbollah could not respond to what was going on in Syria. And so which was a very incredible operation, right? It had really wide-ranging impacts. The positive that they saw as they were the first thing they did is this was happening. So they bombed all of the military assets all over Syria so that Jolani could not get them. So it's not so much about them being in favor of Jolani as it is that the guys in Syria who were taking over were extremely anti-Hezbollah and anti-Iraq, meant that it was a reduction of Iranian power, further reduction of Iranian power. The Israelis subsequently bombed Syria a whole bunch of times after Jilani went,
Yeah, after a couple of the atrocities, they did bomb. I think there's one where, is there Ministry of Defense building?
Yeah, they bombed the Ministry of Defense building. But I'll say, I don't know if this is true, right? But I have heard it on a podcast from a guy who was former Al Qaeda, who turned and started working for the CIA, or he was British intelligence or something like that. And he was on Habib Rettigor's podcast, Ask Habib Anything. They had this long discussion, and he said that Jelani actually works for the CIA. Now, I don't know if that's true. He said it on the podcast. And I can't, it's very, I have a friend, actually a former employer who's a Syrian guy, a really good guy. He's Christian, and we've had a conversation going back and forth about the things that have been happening in Syria, because we're seeing, these crazy Islamists there, and they are absolutely interested in turning Syria into an Islamist state. How much power those guys have versus the current government is unknown, and whether or not it's at the behest of the current government is unknown. I should say, I may have a bit more information on that soon, but no one seems to have a clear idea of whether or not, it's a good thing or a bad thing. However, the general consensus I can tell you among my crowd of people is expect disappointment in the Middle East. And, the Alawite revenge killings were unsurprising. Right? They killed a bunch of Alawites when they took power. That was really unsurprising that that's happened. There were a lot of people who hated the Alawites. The Alawites benefited from Assad's power, and Assad was a very brutal ruler, right? We heard all that stuff that happened at that prison. There are guys who've been locked up there for decades, right? And Assad also is the reason that ISIS became a thing, because when the Civil War started, they let out all the crazy Islamists after the Syrian jails. So, so look, when you have a situation where you have nothing but bad decisions, you take the small wins where you can and you deal with the rest, right? And I know for a fact that there has been constant IDF activity in Syria. A lot of it we don't hear about, since Jelani took power. So there are Israeli military units in Syria all the time. So I think so, and I should say, the Israelis have an absolute interest in protecting the Druze in Syria, because the Druze in Israel are extremely highly regarded, and they serve in the IDF at an even higher per capita rate.
Yeah, they're some of the most patriotic people in Israel, from what I've heard. Maybe that's wrong.
Yeah, it's complicated. Like the way Druze society works. Like, you're loyal to the state that you live in, right? So that means that there's a bunch of Druze who were in the IDF, and there were a bunch of Druze who were loyal to Syria, not really involved in any significant level in the Syrian state, but I met this guy who was a Druze guy. Not all of the Druze were necessarily pro-Israel, right? And so there's this town called Majd al-Shams in northern Israel. I said, I thought that would, and he said, it's in Syria. I was like, Majd al-Shams in Syria? I was like, no, that's Israel. He's like, no, it's in Syria. And the reason why he was saying that is because they have this sort of loyalty to the state that they were a part of. In any case, they are very well regarded in Israel, and they are a very important part of the IDF. And so the Israelis have an absolute sort of ironclad requirement to protect the Druze there, because they, for one, they really care about the Druze, but also it would be a strategic disaster if Israel didn't do it, because the Druze and the IDF would leave the army, and that would really cause a big problem in terms of the operations of the army. But back over to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's complicated. I mean, all of this tribal bullshit when it comes to the Middle East, I don't have an answer for it. I don't know that I've ever heard anybody have an answer for it.
So, a couple of comments. First, kind of good analysis of the situation. I appreciate that. I want to start with the last, and this is just my prediction, that Syria probably will become Afghanistan incarnate, probably 2 or 3 or 5 years down the road, given the leadership and what they have done so far. And so that's the responsibility for that. But I wanted to go back to actually, we kind of talk about this, the Arab Spring. What was the impetus and germane to this milestone movement in a region which is culturally, you don't expect such a movement to come about? And so what was the second, why is it that it did not work? So on the first one, I would say in terms of the genesis, the reason for uprising, I think it seems to me, and maybe might be correct with this, that kind of an appreciation of a secular representative democracy and the results of those types of governing bodies in Europe and US probably provided a template for the Arab Spring to say, look, this is not a bad thing. This is what we wish it to happen to us, to our government, to basic freedoms, and the rest of the stuff that it's common in the secular representative democracy, separation of church and state, and basic human rights, checks and system of checks and balances, and the rest of it. So I think that has probably, I'm not sure, I cannot tell you for sure, but I think that would have a lot to do with uprising, and there might be some other reasons for it as well. So I guess we can talk about that a little bit, and then we can go back to how is it that uprising actually going to fail miserably, with the exception of 1 or 2 countries. And so that would be a good question to ask. I don't know enough why it didn't work out, so maybe we can talk about it. Daniel or Pepe, you can educate me on that. But I need to.
Well, I'll tell you something really quick. So the first event related to the Arab Spring was this event in Tunisia, right, where this guy lit himself on fire to protest the government. What a lot of people don't know was that a female police officer accosted the man and humiliated him, and that's why he burned himself alive. And that was the impetus moment that actually, set this movement on fire, because there was this man being humiliated by a woman. So whatever there may be in terms of ideas about the fact that they may want a different government because their governments are shitty, and I'm sure, a lot of people feel that way, the motivations for doing so I don't know, are as simple as what we want as democracy. I mean, I see no evidence of that. They kind of had a democracy for like 15 minutes in Tunisia. It's now not really that anymore. In Egypt they elected Islamists. In Syria we got the Syrian civil war. I mean, in Libya is basically a failed state. Like, none of these things have really worked out. And it's really, to me, just comes down to the fact that you have clan warfare in all of these places, right? Which is just not really well understood. Is clans really do matter in the Middle East? I mean, they matter in Palestinian society as well. It's clan first, always. So, you know, you think of like, oh, there's the Palestinian territories, but really the way people associate themselves first is to their clan. And there is inter-clan warfare all the time. This just doesn't make the news. Right? They're constantly fighting each other, and there is violence all of the time. So, you know, the only people who've been able to make it work in the clan system is the UAE. Each clan runs an emirate, and they came together and they formed the United Arab Emirates. That is a clan-based structure, right? You know, which is autocracy, but, you know, let's call it somewhat benign autocracy, right? They are interested in actually building a society that works. No one needs to believe that it's perfect, but we can see some of the results. None of the other ones have really gone down that road. I think it's, you know, also there are other cultural impediments which makes it very difficult. And I think one of the big differences with the UAE is they have a lot of money, like a lot of money, right? And that generates stability. It's true with Saudi Arabia too. The money generates a ton of stability, right? These other countries don't have a lot of that, right? Yes, there's some oil in Libya, right? And there's oil in Algeria as well, and natural gas, and those things are good. But, you know, we don't really see a lot of improvements there. And right now, there is kind of a cold war in the Middle East between Egypt and Turkey vying for control and power in these states, which is happening in the background, which just doesn't get a lot of airplay, but it is happening. So, I mean, people are trying to make plays for power all over the place, all over the Middle East, backing one faction or another. You know, it's happening in Yemen as well, right? You know, where the Saudis back one faction and the UAE backs another faction, and then both those factions are against the Houthis. You know, it's a fucking mess. And I don't see it really changing. The only thing that you can say is that in places like the UAE and in Saudi Arabia, you know, there was a relatively sophisticated state. And all of those guys were educated in the West. And so maybe they don't want to live exactly like the West, but they know that life's pretty good in the West, right?
That they bring Brad up.
And, you know, they want to, you know, copy the things that work. And I think it's clear at this point that most of the states in the Middle East, they don't want to be really under the umbrella of the Chinese. They want to be under the umbrella of the United States in terms of security. You know, and they've sort of figured out that that's what they want best. And let's say these are the more powerful, stable states in the Middle East. So the Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, right, Oman, and apparently now Qatar. Although you know, while the Qatar showers money into America, into American politics and all sorts of other things, and there's a giant military base there. They also finance all sorts of anti-American stuff all over the United States. And now all of a sudden, you know, what happened to them is the same thing that happened to the Saudis, which is you fund this stuff and eventually it comes back and bites you. Well, the Iranians have now bitten the Qataris. And we don't fully understand exactly all of the damage that has been done by what the Iranians have done to oil and gas facilities, but I have it on good authority that in Qatar in particular, there are contracts that are 5 years out that are going to be broken because the damage is so severe, which means, you know, pretty bad shit, right, for those guys, because they're not going to be able to make any money. So I don't know, but they're now saying, oh, America, please protect us. You know, or now we're against Iran. I mean, the Qataris were like really close with the Iranians, and this isn't very well known, but the ruling family in Qatar is Persian, not Arab.
Wait, the Qatari ruling family, they're Persian? They're literally, they were Shia Muslims?
Persians, and they are Shia Muslim, yeah.
Can I ask y'all a question?
As long as it's intelligible.
So, do y'all think that Trump is wrong with what he's doing?
Nope.
Okay. Okay.
I want to plant an idea in everybody's minds, okay? I want you to think for a second that there's no way that the U.S. government didn't know, okay, that the Iranians were going to do what they did in the Strait of Hormuz, okay? And that they expected this and they have let it go on. And I think you should ask yourselves, why did they let it go on? Like, why didn't they, create a whole bunch of specific troop deployments specifically set up to prevent the Iranians from doing that ahead of time before the war even started?
Because we wanted it to happen.
Because they wanted it to happen. So what are the reasons for that?
Power over mainland China, power over the Gulf states, controlling the Strait of Hormuz eventually. Backing up the U.S. petrodollar.
My answer would be rather
appeasing Israel.
It would be they just don't want, first of all, like I'm so against the IRGC. They're pieces of fucking shit. If we can find a way to easily eliminate them, like I would say, yeah, absolutely do it. I will never defend those fucking people. But this war, I think it's as cut and dry and as easy as Trump may, and of course the people, the talking puppets that like to say like, oh yeah, we're just gonna go in, we're just gonna bomb them and kill Khomeini, and then there'll be a change. But obviously that wasn't the case, and so here you have these same assholes in power. And the question of the day is, if we leave while still allowing the IRGC to have power, we lost.
Yep.
And so the problem, though, is that Americans, I think, they are so apathetic towards us doing a regime change in Iran. They would never buy into a mass military operation like what we saw in 2003 in Iraq. I don't know what are we going to actually do about it? Nothing really. And that's where I think
those are all interesting questions. Those are all interesting questions, but you didn't answer my question, which was why. Okay, so my question is why would the United States want the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? Right, because there are significant political costs because in the short term, right, the oil price has gone up significantly, and that is an issue among voters, right? That if costs go up by 30%, it's a big deal, right? Now Jashan, I think it was who spoke, said it provides leverage over China. I would say
if we end up in World War III, the after effect will put us so far ahead of China that we won't have to fucking worry about them.
Right. Okay. So let's put World War III aside, but let's just say
we're going to World War III.
Okay. Well, let's just leave that aside just for a moment. Okay. It absolutely creates a situation where there is a cost to China that they cannot control. That is true.
73% of their gas and oil.
Right.
55 for the Gulf states and 18% from Iran.
But there are other reasons that I think we should point to. Okay, the United States has $39 trillion of debt, and it has a ton of oil and gas.
Yep.
And right now,
helped by China, Japan.
what's sure, fine, but the now whether it's Japan or China or South Korea or any of these countries, all of the empty VLCC tankers are all headed to the United States to go pick up oil and gas.
I just want to say, I'm going to go to bed in a few minutes, so I'm just going to go ahead. So.
Make me a mod.
Oh, hold on. Oh, goddamn. Did I move him? Jesus Christ. I meant to.
Oh, yeah, make Daniel a mod.
Yeah, I was going to make Daniel a mod. God damn it. I accidentally pushed you. Jesus.
Yeah,
I said my Lord's name in vain because I'm so
Shut up,
angry.
you dirty mouth atheist.
Okay,
only got this account because I got like 600.
I'll make, Howard. I'll make Howard a mod. And then, yep, amazing. I just, I
Can you
believe
make
I
me a
have
mod?
views as mods.
Galaxy, shut the
They
fuck
get
up.
Make me a mod, my nigga.
Yeah, shut up. And so, they can moderate. I'll listen while I'm sleeping, or about to go to sleep, but that's what I'm going to do. And I truly don't really give a shit what happens in this room, so I'm no longer taking part in it. So, but, I'm going to be listening.
So, Daniel, let me just answer the quick question. So you're making the assumption that Americans knew in their calculus of what is war could entail. One was the risk of the Strait of Hormuz being closed and causing devastation in terms of the energy supply and the rest of the stuff. Maybe they actually thought about it. And it's not possible to think that they were not aware of the political risk in terms of the stuff that you mentioned, actually. The oil prices.
Yeah, but Ali, you gotta think about it the way they think about it. They don't think is like, oh, we're gonna, like, it's not some conspiratorial thing where they're like, oh, we're gonna intentionally do this. I think when they're sitting around, they look at it and they go, oh, well, what if it goes this way? Okay, well, we win. Well, what if it goes this way? Okay, well, we win. So it's just a win-win situation. We either get the Strait of Hormuz open and we overthrow IRGC, destroy the Ayatollah, kill him and shit, and we implement a new regime in Iran, or they shut down the fucking strait and then we sell it at $140 a barrel.
Actually, we're going to go.
And cut China.
Yeah, we're going to actually talk about the scenario we just talked about, but maybe take them one at a time. One assumption is they fully calculated this ahead of time. And the calculation in terms of the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed by the Iranians. And then what that would entail X and Y and Z. The prices going up, inflation going up, and also putting some pressure on our allies to participate in this, which they're not effective before, not in a material way or substantially. And for the midterm elections also coming up. So those are kind of risks that one assumes that they have calculated. Maybe not. You're just making an assumption. The other is the one Josh, exactly what you mentioned is, as we all know, the U.S. is energy self-sufficient, although we do have many pockets of import and exporting oil and LNG, natural gas in the form of LNG, liquefied natural gas. We, at the minimum, at least there are about 6 or 8 terminals are in construction right now to export natural gas in the form of LNG to various places. So with this Strait of Hormuz being closed for some time, who knows for how long, then of course that provided boost to energy production in the United States and also exporting that. And also the price of oil, as somebody mentioned, going up to maybe 130, 140. And so these are possible scenarios, but one could not say for any level of certainty that the Americans really, maybe they thought after they have caused devastating damage to all sectors of Iran, military also assassination, killing all of the leaders, that perhaps the Iranians would not even last that long. So maybe they had the closure of the Strait of Hormuz on the risk list, but probably it was not on the top. I don't know for a fact. I don't know. But I think it is possible it could have been some minor miscalculation, not minor, major miscalculation actually. So we go from, I'm going to land with this, from the actively calculating the level of the risk at the highest and the benefits could entail from that with some political kind of impact, particularly in the midterm election, and then all the way to the upside of it, which is in the US, producing more natural gas and oil and exporting it. That's another kind of a scenario would be the opposite of what I just mentioned. Anyway, comments are welcome. I just wanted to kind of talk about it.
By the way, I chose all of my mods based on merit. I'm just saying.
Howard.
That's okay. I was just messing with you, Pepe. Fuck you, rat Mexican.
Howard, are you AI? There's no way that's a real photo.
Obviously, it's an AI photo. Why, Aaron Fat, you want to suck his dick or something? Don't put yourself right like that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. Let's go back to the conversation.
Let's not talk about how gorgeous Howard is.
Yeah, okay. Let's go back to the conversation.
I'm sure that they. I'm sure that they.
Okay, mod mic on Jason.
I'm sure that they hoped that Iran would just collapse, but I'm not sure that it was actually something they thought was very likely. I mean, I'm not sure why they would think that, right? I mean, the U.S. has tried this a bunch of times, and usually that doesn't happen. When it does happen, it is a surprise to everybody. Like the situation in Iraq. Okay, I don't think that the U.S. anticipated that the first invasion of Iraq was going to go nearly as well as it did. So yeah, then they had a backup plan, right? Maybe it does have something to do with energy inflows to China, energy availability in the world today. Yeah, it does reshape how Europe and Asia now think about their reliance on that trade route and on those energy partners. And this is, I would say, especially for Europe, this is a big problem with European policy in the last, 30 years. Their approach to energy has made them friends with people they shouldn't be, made them dependents on people they shouldn't be dependents on.
Yeah, I mean, wild how Saddam in '98 switched over from the U.S. petrodollar to the euro. And then the day we took Baghdad, we switched it immediately back over to the U.S. petrodollar. Well, they have free elections in Iraq.
Just wanted to ask, the recent post on Trump, can we dissect this as a heresy? Or
Are you talking about the Christian one?
Yeah.
So Trump crashed out. That's what my room title was about. So first of all, he went in and like, you know, I was raised Catholic. I'm not a religious person, but the amount of disrespect that he showed was jaw dropping. I just like such a lack of fucking class that he has, and then he
to the Muslims or Christians.
Towards
both
not,
of us.
Well, towards Catholics, but then
what?
Hold on.
No, he said praise be to Allah.
Shut up. Hold on. So, but then afterwards, he showed a picture of him as Jesus, and I posted at the top. This was something he posted. I went back to his Truth Social account, and to me, it's just like, really, like, what on God, green earth? Do you think that even if it was you're trying to be funny, that is even appropriate?
the savior to the Iranians.
I mean, you like, why not just put the happy merchant?
Of course, you do it faggots.
And then also,
Shut up. Okay, I don't want to.
No, I know. I'm not.
Okay. Do I have to put people to the audience?
Yes, can we put the anti-Semite in the audience? This Mr. Raya.
Okay, shut the fuck up. I don't care what either of you have to say. Shut the fuck up. By the way, the people I made moderators, you guys can move people whenever you want because I'm about to go to bed. No, the fact is though is that you showing your face as Jesus and after what you said to the Pope, like that is the level of disrespect there is
It's called gerontocracy. It's when you have old people running the country. No offense.
It's called what?
Gerontocracy.
I don't understand. But I believe he said Jew-ontocracy.
He sounded like I think he made English maybe his second language, and he most certainly pronounced
Muslim.
He certainly pronounced Jew-ontocracy as if it were government by Jews, but in fact I do believe he tried to say gerontocracy.
But
I'm just really amazed that
English is not commonly taught in the Arab world.
okay, but when has a fucking Jew been this overtly disrespectful in America? I'm being serious. Where they post a picture where you have some Jew motherfucker that has a picture of his fucking face as Jesus. Okay, after he trashes our fucking Pope. I can't recall such an instance. But here you have this guy
Netanyahu did say that Jesus
that
was
has
weak.
done it.
Netanyahu did say Jesus
No,
was weak.
he said he was insignificant. He added like a layer on top of it.
He said he was weak. He said we don't need to be peaceful.
Yeah, okay, we get it. But where do we have an American? Okay, fuck Netanyahu. He's not one of us. He's not American.
He's playing a big part, eh?
No, he's not. But with that being said, okay, where do you get a Jew or Muslim openly? I'm going to say Muslim even. Where you see them mocking Jesus in the way in the fashion that Trump did. That is kind of like unprecedented. That is so fucking.
That's for you, Arafat.
Trump has no morality at all. He's there to simply have power and be
Wait, I thought you were going to bed.
Power.
I thought you were going to bed.
If anyone thinks
God,
that
so
he
you're
has
gonna
any
get
sort of
beer.
morality or Christianity or religious intonations in his mind or his body or his soul, I think you're sorely mistaken. Like, he does things purely to gain his own power, purely for his own effective purposes, and he just has a good sense of what's popular and what isn't. Sometimes he gets it wrong, and if he's wrong, he just moves on to the next thing. So I wouldn't even be offended by it. It's just like children. It's like watching children, say this, say that, say this, say that. It's not grounded in anything.
Sure, this is a real.
I love when Jews get into like Taoism, Buddhism, and Hinduism.
This is a realist theory of Trump. Sure, that's good. We could certainly talk about that for a long time.
Well, I don't think he cares about Christ one way or the other. Like it doesn't have a grounding.
I think if any of these politicians ever cared about Christ, they wouldn't be politicians.
We couldn't hear you. You're like coming in really low.
I said if any of these politicians ever
A
cared about
little
Christ.
louder.
Louder enough?
Yeah, like put your mouth right by the mic.
I can hear fine, just Sean.
Yeah, I can hear
Maybe
it. Shut up.
That might be
You're
my
just
internet.
you're coming on to her, just Sean, because
Ew, gross.
like that.
That's Narcissist.
No, Nargis was saying something serious. She's like, well, these politicians, they don't care about Christ, so what do you expect from Donald Trump? I mean, what you shouldn't expect any more from him than you expect from other politicians. And that's maybe not unfair, right? I mean, they're politicians. They're not priests. They're not saints. They're not. There's a whole lot of things they're not. So, what do you expect from them? I mean, they're a kind of dog or, you know, animalistic human being, just trapped in the struggle for power. They've made the struggle
These
for power
people, we give them
their
rights
life.
to defend us.
Okay, and
We give
that's
them rights to defend
that's
us
what
from policies.
they choose. That's what they choose to do. That's how they end up in a role like that because of a kind of barbarism, you know, of their character, of their soul.
See, when Jason went on mute, Arafat, that's your time to speak. Go ahead.
Well, Narjus, what do you say to that? Was that a fair summary? Was that unfair?
I mean, they're essentially car salesmen, right? Like, they'll tell you whatever they need to get you to buy the car. And they try to determine what the public opinion is, their constituents' opinion, and they try to say things that, like, they lead the constituents in a way, try to say things that reverberate back to the constituents to increase their power and their influence. I think Trump's a little more unhinged and untethered than that, but at the end of the day, I don't think he has a moral grounding in Christ or a belief of that beyond his own power and influence.
Lama, do you think we should have that then?
Well, I don't really think there's a way to prevent it, because that's the nature of politicians. Like, they have to find a popular cause, unless you elect someone based on their religious beliefs and you make sure that they have a thorough religious background. But obviously, that often doesn't end well either.
What about right wing? Because it's more attached to cultural roots, maybe religion too.
That's just a political party that happens to be aligned in a basket of various values, and one of them is Christianity.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump is the right wing, but Donald Trump is the right wing.
So we're all abiding his own morals, huh? He's the man at the top.
He's the man with the top job in the government. He's not the man at the top of the society.
Okay. That's why you should be very concerned about electing a leader, regardless of how much they align with your views or how competent of a manager you think they are, if they don't have a good moral grounding and ethical standards, because they'll ultimately end up using the power for their own purposes in an unethical way.
I've lost my confidence in democracy. Like, it's really sad. Like, what is that system then?
Who lives in a democracy? Who lives in a democracy?
That's what, yeah, exactly. Like, it's such a
Oh no, you said you lost faith in it. I said who actually lives under it?
I got your point. I'm just saying, like, as an idea, that's so lofty. But it's quite disappointing.
We don't live under one.
Well, look, Narjus, I'm sure you're familiar with the Winston Churchill quote on this particular point. You know that democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. So like democracy disappoints in some ways relative to heaven, relative to the ideal form of government. But think about what Arafat was saying earlier. You have a government where, you have religious figures who are picked, or people who have, undergone some selection for their background and whatever. We had those governments for a long time. They were even worse. The government, the democracy in the U.S. managed to get the Democrats out of power. Okay, and the Democrats had become basically completely corrupt in their own. They were basically trying to handpick a president. Okay, they were trying to make Kamala be president, even though Kamala could not even win their primary. trying to engineer this, okay? And they got booted out. And that's that's democracy doing what it can do, which is democracy is not a good way to select policy. And which is why we don't have, democracy is not like everybody voting on the best shoe size or everybody voting on whether we can smoke or not or whatever. But democracy is a good way to remove a manifestly illegitimate government, to remove a government that is unacceptable to the people. That's its only job. And when Trump was unacceptable to the people, guess what? They removed him.
Did I parallel shift to like a different alternate dimension?
Maybe.
What is that?
Keep calling America a democracy.
So it's kind of interesting. I mean, we expect in principle, we expect in principle that our leaders to be person of character, with good moral compass and good, wise, and good sense of judgment and knowledge. But if you look at the Constitution, there are only three conditions for being a candidate for the presidency. Number one, 35 years and older. Number two, born in the United States. Number three, has resided in the States, in the United States for 15 years, I think. Those are the three conditions. Nobody in the founding fathers that we know they had no other qualifications or attributes in terms of the morality in the Constitution. Otherwise, they would have said something. So it seems to me there was an assumption, and perhaps not a good one, that a man who rises to the level of presidency, or vice president, or a senator, or a representative of the people who have shown a character that is admirable. Again, as I mentioned, wise, good people, but certainly in recent time, and maybe perhaps in the past, we've seen horrible people actually get elected. So it's interesting. The question is why these attributes were not in they're not in the Constitution. So it seems to me that an assumption of, again, I'm repeating myself, I think I want to be clear here. And the assumption was made, I'll be finished really quick here. The assumption probably was made in the founding fathers that the person rising to this level would have some of really good attributes, that qualifies them without a question to lead us, the rest of us. And it turns out this is more often not the case.
Well, I don't think it should, right? I mean, a democracy shouldn't be presuming a moral standard or an intelligence standard or anything like that. It should be open-ended as possible. In fact, some in the country would even argue, not me, but some might argue that even a citizen standard shouldn't exist. That it should just be of the people, by the people, regardless of the so-called qualifications or moral standing of those people, and it's a representative of the people, for good or bad.
Some people would argue that we don't actually live under a democracy at all.
Well, I mean, I think it's just a level of degree of democracy, right? I mean, if you're in a real democracy, if we were serious about democracy, we'd already be employing, and probably could have been employing for the last 10 years, an electronic voting system where you just download an app, you put in your social security, it records everyone's vote and with a unique identifier, so there can't be voter fraud. Or the voter fraud is
constitutional federal republic. That's what we lived under.
I mean, technically.
Yeah, but not a democracy.
Otherwise,
not a direct democracy.
It's I forget the term for it. Like
direct democracy is a kind of democracy, and what we have is also a kind of democracy. And so when Ali is talking about democracy, I understand what he means. Okay? And I'm not going to try to pick apart what he's saying, or what other people are saying. Okay, what Narjas was saying. Okay? And that is, I don't think, a productive direction to go down. But Ali, I think your point maybe could be interpreted another way, which is that the founding fathers did not assume any of this. They did not believe that our elected representatives should have good moral character, or that they would. Maybe they believe that they should, but they didn't think that they would. And that's why they built a system of checks and balances. And what they had seen in the preceding several centuries of the English system was that efforts to limit the franchise in some way like you're talking about, to try to have moral qualifications or other qualifications, are so readily abused, you just can't govern that way. You just can't make a just system doing that. It would be nice, but it's like passing a law against lying. How could you possibly enforce such a law? The kind of government that would enforce it would be incredibly draconian, right? And the judgments would ultimately be pretty arbitrary, you know? And so it's nice if we don't lie, but we can't make a law about that. And it's nice if we have good leaders, but I don't think the Founding Fathers saw them, A, as our leaders, or B, as necessarily good. They understood that there would be bad people that would get in there. And checks and balances are how it's supposed to work, to limit and focus the energies of those bad people. And by talking about the character or whatever of the elected representatives, we are, I think, just missing the point entirely.
I agree with you actually fully. I was actually responding to someone. They were questioning the character of our leaders, particularly Trump. I do agree with you fully. And they were selecting, or the requirements were set to elect a leader who represented the democracy. And whatever that the outcome might be, it may entail somebody very clever, good politician, maybe a wise man, but immoral guy, in terms of, let's say, what is immorality? Not having, some could say, not having any kind of a religious underpinning, number one, or could be having affairs, or it could have, marrying and divorcing many times. It could be so many other things, which I think in the U.S., for some reason, people put too much value on these types of behaviors, which in Europe, and other places, in Latin America, other countries, actually the leaders are well liked when they are a little bit, how can I say, playful or mischievous, particularly in the realm of sexuality and having affairs and doing stuff like that. So in this country, in the U.S., we put high value. I don't know why. I don't think it should not be the case, but we put the voters do, high value, some voters, on people not have done drugs, no extramarital affairs, no abuses, and the rest of it. Again, in summary, Jason, I do agree with you, and I think it's a wise thing actually in the Constitution. There is not much explanation. In the First Amendment, basically, not abridging the freedom of the speech and the press. There is no further explanation about what is the freedom of speech and what is the freedom of the press. You just leave it at that, and you're better off for it.
Pepe, are you awake?
Try to keep it as simple as possible. Yeah, that's it.
Pepe, Howard, are you all awake? Or the Pepe, or the Howard?
Yeah, Ollie, I think though you were onto something, because I think in the last 20, 30 years, maybe slightly longer in the United States, there has been, I think, a moral righteousness of the president, right? Like, we think they're of a moral, righteous character. And I think that's been, not fully, there's a lot of carelessness and personal greed and power grab reasons for this, but it's probably part of the reason why the executive power has expanded as much as it has over the last 30 years, and now we can just executive order like a dictator pretty much anything. And now that's being, I think anyone who's argued this is kind of delusional, frankly. That's being used by Trump to expand his own personal executive power, and I highly doubt whoever gets in after Trump will slow that down. That'd be kind of a miracle.
If
only the moderators were awake, they could bring people on stage, but now they're both asleep.
Go ahead, Nargis.
I do agree with Jason's posit, right? And Ali too. So there is this, I think, quite a brilliant system of checks and balances, which either zeroes out eventually, or it has, at least one would hope for, like a positive outcome, right? naughty, more good, right? However, what happens if the reverse happens, where we have more negative outcomes and less positive outcomes? And I don't mean to be saying this in a moral judgment value. Just the way, does the system really cater to the well-being of the collective, right? So we forgave Bill Clinton the Monica Lewinsky and the blowjob. Can we forgive the Epstein files? I think that would be a good question.
Pepe, there's a black man breaking into your apartment right now. He's there to murder you.
So,
That didn't work.
Narjas, I think if the system really ceases to be functional at all, then we have to become pretty resourceful. Okay, then the government's gonna break down. Okay, the system doesn't really have a story for what to do about that. Right? There's gonna be like a level of out of specness that the system gets into that it cannot get back in spec from it. But in terms of like how do we get back in spec? How do we get back in spec from where we are? That really just has to do with reinforcing the power and the role of the legislature, which no one really pays all that much attention to.
Jason, do you think we're at a place of no return? Because I think
no, I do not.
It are pretty fucking close.
No, I do not, because the legislature has plenty of power. They just don't exercise it.
Well, no, I know. Yeah, right. I agree. But the problem is
that's just a social. But that's just a social norm. That's just a social norm.
Imagine the polarization diminishing.
But that's just the social norm. That's not something where structurally the system you can't imagine a social pressure that brings it back into balance.
What social pressure do you think would bring it back? Can you give a few examples?
And this has to do with what the electorate focuses on. And the electorate is just focused on the wrong stuff. And it really has a lot to do with our norms and how we engage in public dialogue. And educated people can make a big difference here, okay? Because educated people can coordinate around a message, and they do. And right now, they are spending all their time talking about the president they do not like, right? Which is missing the point entirely of how the government is supposed to work.
Well, it seems the educated people are the most polarized.
Well, educated people are often the most polarized. The question is, what are they polarized about? Another group that can make a big difference is women. Women can get very organized and very socially coordinated, aligned, very rapidly. Okay? This is also an avenue. Okay? And unfortunately, many women are just spending all of their time talking about the president whose morality or words, verbiage, they don't appreciate. And as long as that's what our focus is on the personality of the president as like the celebrity in chief, okay, then we won't push the system back into balance. We won't pay any attention to the legislature. But this is a social problem. And if the people start to pay any attention to the legislature at all and say, okay, well, here we have a problem, and we don't expect the president to fix a problem the president cannot fix, okay, by making some executive order that will just be thrown out 2 years from now or 4 years from now. We expect the legislature to solve the problem by passing laws, which is what they're supposed to do. And we got to ask them to do that, and that's what we have to shift to. So all of you people who hate Trump, never bring it up again. That's all you have to do. Don't bring it up again. Talk about the legislature, which is supposed to check and balance Trump. It's their job. Okay, you didn't elect Trump. He's not your representative. Your actual representative's job is to do something about Trump. And you gotta ask, what are those guys doing?
Do you think the average Republican is anti-Trump? Like, do you think there's a substantial mass of Republicans that are anti-Trump? The reason I ask is because if there's not, I mean,
also got a point here, and Jason also has a point as well. There's, I would say, substantial failure in terms of the policymakers, as the Senate and the Congress, in terms of coming up with policies, for example, immigration, which has been on hold for decades. So what will happen then? Naturally, there's a shift of power to the executive branch, and then consequently to the Supreme Court. So in a sense, the Supreme Court actually making the decision, legal ruling, in the area that actually would have been the responsibility of the legislative branch. So now we end up, to your point, hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly, that the three branches of government, now we are in a situation we actually have a super branch, which is the Supreme Court. So that is the problem. And I'm not suggesting that it's going to break our structure as a secular democracy, republic, but certainly it puts a stress on the system. That's what we see right now. An ineffective legislative branch, a highly powerful, executive and Supreme Court, and particularly the Supreme Court, and particularly given the situation that 6 of them, chief associate justices, that are by far are highly conservative politically and appears to be highly religious. So when you have that kind of an outlook on life, then your ruling at times is going to be kind of tarnished by your belief system and your political kind of way of thinking. And no human being is immune from that. We all are impacted by the way we think, by our upbringing politically and religiously, and so on and so forth. I'm not expecting people to go with a completely blind, kind of way of looking at things. We do expect, in principle, from our justices to actually act that way, but that's far too ambitious to expect any human being to not to, either consciously or subconsciously, not bringing some of those underpinning concepts into their way of life. But the last thing I wanted to say is, people when you think about systems of checks and balances, we're talking about the checks and balances between the branches of government. But actually, the checks and balances are more thorough than that. There are checks and balances between the state responsibility and the federal government, and then we have checks and balances between the Senate and the Congress and the House of Representatives, and there's checks and balances there, as you know, how they pass the policy. And there are other checks and balances, at least 3 or 4 of them, which in principle they should be effectively control or manage the situation so it does not tear, it does not kind of destroy itself. So hopefully that would be the case.
Well,
wait. Sorry for interrupting. Do you guys believe in? Have you ever taken a break in just overall political conversations? Would you say like that was less stressful?
we are taking a break from our regular conversations to have these conversations all the time.
Wow. I just turned 17, and I think
so,
it's really stressful. I think it's a lot.
This sounds terrible. So, Ali, I don't think though this is like a. So one way I've heard the government described is in terms of a separation of powers and a duplication of functions. So all the parts of the government have the capacity to stand in informally when the part of the government that is supposed to do a certain job is not doing it. So, the Congress can set up all kinds of committees to figure out how certain things should be done, even though notionally the executive is supposed to figure out how to do what Congress wants. But Congress can and does set up committees, and they come up with recommendations for basically how they want the executive branch to do certain things. They're like, well, you're not going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. And this is more broadly like part of how the system is supposed to work. So if the legislature is not doing its job, it only makes sense that the court, the Supreme Court, and the executive branch fill in the vacancy. It only makes sense. It's not a permanent situation, okay, that they do that. It's like if you have an airplane and it has 4 engines, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and you also have the control surfaces, you have the rudder. And when the rudder is not working, you can use the engines to steer the plane. That's not good for the engines, okay? It makes the way the plane flies very weird, the way it gains speed, and all that kind of stuff. But it does mean the plane is able to get home. And that's not a bad thing. And this is where I think that so many people are making a mistake, is what the healthy response of the system, they're treating it like it's sickness, but it's not sickness. This is the healthy response to this in the system.
But Jason, what if, I think Lama was saying this, what if like the legislature morphs into the soft dictatorial system, right? That we are calling out, for example, the negative in the checks and balances, right? Doesn't that become, because we're putting all our eggs in that basket of legislature, and rightfully so, right? I think that starts to be concerning, maybe.
The legislature, if it becomes a soft dictatorship, it can be voted out. It's very hard to coordinate control of the legislature. And what has happened here is not that we have a soft dictatorship in the legislature, okay? It's that we have a relatively inactive legislature. And we have an inactive legislature because people don't pay attention to the legislature. And they're spending all of this time fretting about, I don't know, a shift into dictatorship when none of our institutions have changed. I mean, if we're a dictatorship now, we were a dictatorship 120 years ago or more.
I'm giving a hypothetical, Jason. I agree with you. It hasn't morphed into it yet. But in circumstances by which such an event might take place, then wouldn't that be like a downfall of democracy itself? What constitutes a downfall of democracy? Maybe that's the question I'm asking.
Well, I don't think, I'm not sure what it means, if we're real definite about it, for the legislature to turn into a soft dictatorship. But I could imagine I'm going to imagine 2 things along those lines, okay? And then I think you'll see how different they are from anything that anybody is talking about, even considering it. Okay, one is that the legislature simply strips the executive branch of all of its powers and starts to administer the government itself. And so, if something doesn't go the way they want to in terms of law enforcement or whatever else, they, pass a law right there. They can pass a law before case even comes to court. They have that feedback loop, okay? And they just get in there and maybe they become judges as well, right? And so they unify the branches, okay? And that's one way that the legislature becomes a dictatorship, and this is what happened. This happened at some point in England's history. The other direction could be that the legislature just gives up all of its powers formally, in a way that they can't take them back. Okay? Like, they have given up their powers now, de facto, but every session they could pass something and it would limit what the president is able to do. They could, but they don't. But they could give away their powers forever. Then that's another way you get a dictatorship. And yes, then democracy would have failed, right? At that point, they could never pass the law again that says, no, the president can't do this. Okay, once they say, yeah, that would be a fail. Okay, another would be if they undermine the courts, right? They got rid of the courts, so they shut them down, or they made the courts part of the legislature, right? So that's another way, right? But yeah, if the legislature insists that people have to show American ID in order to vote in an American election, I'm sorry, this is not tyranny. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I actually do like the way you think because I think it's grateful, right? Because we have complained a bit much. However, like, and I know this is really bad equivalence when we start with whataboutery, right? And we start to see, well, there are other governments who also call themselves democratic, and we've done fine. Comparatively, we've not been the best, but we're not there yet. So, in that sense, I think I do appreciate that. I don't know, the silver lining that you're presenting.
I think that the silver lining is important, Margus, because it actually helps you to focus, right? If the way you evaluate the U.S. government is you say, well, the United States is very bad compared to what I imagine heaven is like, then, and there are variations of this that they don't sound that way, but they are that way, okay? Then you have a big problem, and you start to come up with you have the problem basically that life on Earth is not that great. And then you try to solve that problem. You think you're trying to improve the government, but you're actually trying to solve a problem that is just beyond the capability of the physical. And that is the kind of lack of focus that leads either to getting nothing done or leads to terror. Actually, it leads to people trying to impose all kinds of solutions on people that are completely unnecessary. And so that's why you want to really ground things out against other kinds of governments and other achievable political arrangements. So, and ask yourself what is good, right, in the context of the world we actually live in.
Jason, can I say something? You may not agree with me on this. I don't think in the recent past we've conducted ourselves very ethically outside of ourselves. Like, I really don't think we have done that. And I'm being very generous here. We have really been like quite a bit of quite tyrannical outside of ourselves. Certain people and certain places, I think, perhaps because of maybe just leadership or ignorance of these regions, not understanding that perhaps democracies do not work in every system, right? For example, much of the Middle East, minus Iran, works well with tribalism and always has, right? They've conducted themselves in such a way within tribes that a lot of progress and well-being sort of comes out of it. And that word is not a negative within the context. However, we think because democracy is such an ideal, right? We need to sort of impose that on these systems, which find it pretty much alien so far as governance of a system goes. Maybe we need to think about these things also.
Yeah, I think you will find many thoughtful, not many, but you'll find a few thoughtful analysts in the U.S. government saying the same thing, or analysts who were formerly in the U.S. government saying the same thing. And I think that's basically right. There's no reason to impose our ideas about good government too narrowly, about the ideal form of government too narrowly on people, and certainly no reason to impose them too quickly. You know, I firmly believe. I think you know the scene in Apocalypse Now where the man says, "Inside every gook is an American waiting to get out." Are you familiar with this scene?
Yeah. Oh, I don't. I forget.
This is a famous scene where they're asking the commander or whatever, "Why are we in Vietnam? Why are we fighting this war in this jungle place that is, you know, so far from America, and it just has no impact on it, right?" And the commander says, "Inside every gook is an American waiting to get out. That's why we're fighting, okay? Because inside everyone is an American waiting to get out." And I believe that's true. But I don't think that needs to happen, you know, this year, right? And I do think that there are timeless lessons. I guess a less comical way to say what that man was saying is that there are timeless lessons embedded in the system of government, and everyone has to come to the realization of those, you know. And we'll live in a better world if they do. But the way that America has approached bringing that about has basically not worked. Basically, it's not functional. In many cases, the countries that we invaded and tried to impose governments on, we get along better with them since we left, you know, and we get along really well with countries that we didn't invade and that we didn't impose governments on, and that have their own very distinct form of government, you know, like some of our bad allies in the Middle East are like Saudi Arabia, okay, which is a monarchy, right? Like an Islamic monarchy or something like that, okay? And Israel, which we have very little to say about the way the Israeli government is structured. If Israel had been like our other allies, the leftists would have been killed a long time ago. Okay, we would have gotten the right to exterminate the leftists, I don't know, in the 70s or the 80s maybe. And we have never done it, okay, and it's full of leftists. I still think Netanyahu should kill all of them. But, you know, it's not going to happen. And and Vietnam, okay, we actually get along very well with Vietnam and have good trade relations.
Why don't you like the leftists? Why?
But the leftists are very bad for your country. They are very disloyal. Okay, they weaken the defense establishment. They weaken security and law enforcement. Okay, they bring in drugs. They bring in foreign saboteurs. Leftists just don't have any common sense, and frequently, to have a secure society at all, you have to kill all of them. Sometimes more than once. Okay?
Oh yeah.
And that's what Taiwan had to do. That's what South Korea had to do. Okay, and after you get to a secure state of society and law and order, okay, fine, you don't have to kill them anymore. But
do you
and maybe Israel got there. Okay. But I was just going to say the other example is Vietnam, which we got defeated by Vietnam, and now we get along with Vietnam. You know. So there you go.
Jason, do you think morals change over time?
No. America has the best morals, and we always did, and we always will.
I have a big counter argument for that, but I think I'm not gonna present it. It's really big. It's that big. But I'm just gonna say, can we link that to gerontocracy? Because if you think about it, these people are influencing their own past. Because I believe morals change over time, right? example, like the age of consent, example in Delaware, I think it was 7. But now, of course, morals change, times change. We adjust to society. So my stance is that throughout time, when we have people in power, gerontocracy, do you think they could be influenced with the past and couldn't be aligned with us? Do you think we should maybe put a limit on these people?
It's just a form of discrimination. Really, it's a very disappointing form of discrimination. The reality is that old people are not the majority of the population. Younger people are voting for these old people. If younger people want old people to represent them, maybe that doesn't make sense, but that's what they choose. And we get the government that we deserve in a democracy, but we can't get a government that's much better than the government we deserve. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna emphasize. I totally understand that, but like when I think we should have maybe a system, maybe a age limit, I guess. Because like there's actually serious things to discuss about this, like cognitive decline, lower reactions time, medical issues. I saw a video. This is real, by the way. Donald Trump, out of the helicopter, couldn't even walk straight on the red carpet. And these people in power.
Look, Arafat, I can't tell you more than once that I disagree with you. And I'm just going to be repetitive. The people voted for this person. I mean, they have a right to do it. They have a right to the representative that they want. And if the people make a bad choice, the people should face the consequences for it. That's another part of accountable government, right? Is you get the leader you chose. Exactly. If you choose a bad one, then you get bad results. Okay. Otherwise, you can't. Democracy's not going to work if no one has to face the consequence of their vote. So
we can agree right now. The trend with Donald Trump is massive. There's a lot of contradictions he made, the things he promised or the things he said, and the things he says now. But end of story, you're right. We chose it.
So 2 points. Quickly, you do not have to be an old person actually to make bad decisions, do crazy things. I mean, there are younger politicians that they do horribly a bad job. That's number one. Number two, again, in order what you're suggesting to happen, an age limitation, upper age, for selecting a leader, let's say the president or senators. That requires absolutely a constitutional amendment for this to happen. I'm not suggesting this is good or bad, but it requires a constitutional amendment, so there's no way around it. And there are requirements for the senators, congressmen, and the president in the Constitution, which has something to do with their age and their place of birth, and for how many years you have resided in certain states and United States. And that's it. There are no other restrictions at all for that. I wanted to say something else, Jason. I kind of forgot it now again, but I'll come to it. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about this potentially. People now, I guess, was talking about the soft democracy. I'm sorry, soft dictatorship in the Congress, in the policy making. And also Jason was saying, well, the Congress can make, a whole bunch of policies to diminish substantially the power of the executive branch. And I'm not quite sure that's, in principle, all policies that are passed by the president, by the Congress, by the legislative branch requires presidential signature for approval. And if he signs, as you all know, then the policy goes into effect. If not, it goes back to the legislative branch with probably some recommendations from the executive branch that whether it should be added or taken out of the policy for the president to sign it. If the legislative branch do not agree, they have the supermajority, 2/3, I think, they could veto of the president and pass the policy. place to kind of, and on the other side, the president is responsible for electing all the cabinet members, the Supreme Court justices, I'm sorry, and then they go through the process, confirmation process through Senate for the president's nominees to be confirmed or rejected by the Senate. So these are pretty good checks and balances in place. There are, for example, take, and I'm just not going to talk about that right now. But the reason, well, let me just give an example. For example, in Minnesota, I'm not going to talk about my position on ICE or anything like that, but I'm going to talk about when there is an intrusion of checks and balances. So 2 Minnesotan citizens were killed by ICE, and their case is being investigated totally, entirely by the federal government. In cases like this, almost always, there is a collaboration, a teamwork between the federal government and the state to investigate the case, to see exactly what happened. And so the reason the federal government is involved in the case, because an ICE person killed a Minnesotan citizen. And the reason the state is involved is because a Minnesotan citizen was killed. So we have every right to say, look, what happened? So in this particular case, we see a breach of the checks and balances, and the federal government, either entirely or substantially, says, look, this is not your business, you being the state, we will handle this. And the state has repeatedly asked to either get involved or get some information from the federal government in terms of their knowledge about the case and not be passed on to the state. So here we see the break of the checks and balances between the state and the federal government in a kind of a glaring way, I mean, a very obvious way. Now he's taken to the court now. I mean, the case is being Minnesota. Actually, I filed a case either with the federal, just with the district, or probably it will go to the Supreme Court in terms of the kind of establishing, here's the intrusion of the or bypassing or not respecting the system of checks and balances. So I'm going to land with this. In principle, there are just fantastic, great, checks and balances are in place, and because of that, I do agree with Jason early on. I cannot find a scenario under which that the system is stressed in a way that is going to tear, is going to break. Because constitutionally, the structure is fairly robust in principle, and it will withstand the challenges coming from any direction, actually, and in terms of the branches of government.
Agreed. When I was younger, I was more feisty and would find every little thing. It's like pointing a finger at any system, especially one that is like generously democratic, like the US. The older I'm getting, I'm like, it's not that bad for God's sake. Like, what is this Westophobia? What the fuck is that? Like, what are you putting out there? And yeah, we don't act well outside of our freaking little home called America. We are brutal. We are ruthless, right? However, we're also like clearly saying we're capitalists. I mean, the system is built on it, right? So I don't think we do the whole, we are, basked in the freaking sun of morality anymore. I mean, at least we have a president now who doesn't care to do such a thing. I mean, it's being more and more transparent, right? With capitalism comes greed. With greed comes self-interest, and that's exactly what you're doing. It is what it is, unless you want to change that system to some moral code. Sure, I mean, bring it on. Bring a better system so that we can apply it. Other than that, this is the entailment of such a system. Can we be better than this? Absolutely. Can we call it out? Absolutely. But can we also be grateful maybe sometimes? Yeah, we can.
So make just a very quick comment. Just a comment. So you mentioned that capitalism breeds greed. Maybe it's the other way around. The greed is the germane or impetus actually to capitalism. Anyway, just a comment.
I'm a radical, I'm not objectivist. Like for me, selfish is the virtue. So there's no you don't have to convince me of that, Alija.
So I would say, like, one thing I would ask you to consider, Burgess, is the pivotal role of property in, like, the theory of democracy. And so actually, I don't think we can have another system. We can't have a system that is not rooted in property rights, strong property rights. The English theoreticians, some of them said more or less, there is no freedom without property. Every right is rooted in property. All liberty is rooted in property. And there is a way to make that argument that's pretty robust. So actually, if you try to find an alternate foundation for a just society, you won't be able to. And the intuition here is like, well, you know, if I have freedom of speech, but the government can just take my food because I don't have any entitlement to property, you know, then what good is my freedom of speech? And this argument does extend in certain lines of thinking to our arms. And so I hope you will consider buying a gun, Arjus, and carrying it for the founding fathers' sake, you know, to do your duty like everyone else needs to do. And if you have any questions about guns, I'm happy to answer them. But be that as it may, I'm not sure that we can do without property. And that actually has to be integrated into your fundamental understanding of democracy. What kind of society is America? It's a society with several elements. Okay, one of them is representative government, but the other one is rule of law. And that rule of law is attached to strong property rights. We are a market democracy. And those strong property rights are also, another way to think about them is like, your property rights are your exclusive domain that the public cannot intrude on. So the mass cannot vote to impose things on you in certain ways. The mass just does not have the power to do that. They can't decide what shoes you're going to wear or what shoe size or many other things. And that's a big part of being free. Is the domain that is carved out from the public's control. You know, and like if you just had democracy in the sense that everyone can vote on anything, and what the people vote for goes, this would not be a very free society. It would be what is called a consensus-based society, and those are not very free societies. So I would say, yeah, you really got to integrate the property rights, not capitalism really, but property rights into your fundamental understanding of democracy and freedom.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. And the Fourth Amendment actually directly addresses the importance of the property. And I'm just going to read it to emphasize. So this Amendment 4 says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. So in a sense, that requires extraordinary action in terms of being able to the intrusion into the private property of people, either in terms of their belongings, their homes, and the people themselves.
And this is something where we have seen some drift in recent years. I think maybe you guys are familiar with the cash seizures, the contraband seizures that the government frequently conducts. You know, the someone is speeding and the police find a reason to search their car, and those people have cash in their car. They just take the cash. They never give it back to them. They never accuse them of a crime. They say, well, we took the cash because it might have been due to drug trafficking, right? But often these people are not able to get their money back, not after many years of litigation. And this is an area where something that very clearly is spelled out in the Constitution, the practices around it are drifting. And these, I think, are things that we should be more concerned about than, that I don't know, Donald Trump tweeted something that sounds very dumb. But we don't really talk about those things very much. I think, Ali, I wonder about the thing that you highlighted. It is something that is the norm. It is the usual practice, right? But maybe it's one of those things that needs to find its way into law and hasn't yet. Maybe the Supreme Court, or there is a court case that will actually formalize this, right?
I'm sorry, Jason, which one are you talking about?
Yeah, because the Minneapolis thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because does the federal government have to should the government do it? The federal government do it? Yes. Do they generally do it? Yes. Do they have an option under current law to just kick them out and say, no, this is not your business? The truth is, I don't know. I've never seen it decided. I don't know what law would say one or the other. Is there an amendment that says, is there something in U.S. code that says maybe this is a gray area? And maybe it's something where the legislature should have acted a long time ago to preserve the rights of the states.
Yeah, that is actually a good case. As I mentioned, I think a lawsuit, something has been filed by the state of Minnesota in terms of challenging the federal government's approach to this case, and it probably will go all the way to the Supreme Court. I was just looking for this as you were talking. I'm looking actually. I have the Constitution in my hand here. It talks about. Here's the amendment number 10, which is really actually two of them are. 9th and 10th are important. Here's amendment number 10 that exactly talks about what we're talking about. It says the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So if there is something in the Constitution that the power is not given to the United States and is not prohibited by it to the states, United States and states, then they're reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So in a sense that goes back to this. So I think if this now in the case of Minnesota is just the authority of the power of the state of Minnesota saying, look, 2 of our citizens were killed and we are responsible. We have constitutional responsibility and authority to actually look into this matter and decide and investigate whether the ICE individuals were guilty of this and having a grand jury on it and to conclude, this ought to be a case or not. So that is a kind of a serious matter here. I don't know if it's been challenged because in the past, almost every time the federal government and states actually collaborate, investigate these types of problems when a federal government or federal individual or federal officers, agents acts in a given state, then it gets always a team investigation. So that's really interesting to see what's going to come out of it. But what I wanted to also mention just briefly, not completely related, but maybe it is somehow. The Madison actually was very concerned when the Bill of Rights, the first amendments were written, that it might come misconstrued actually, that these are the only rights people have and no more. They had to pass the Constitution, ratify it, rights as soon as they could, so they get the 13 colonies on board and move on. So in the Amendment 10 9, Madison being very concerned about this in terms of these are not the only rights people have. So here is what it says. It says the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. So in a sense, it provides a bridge for other amendments, other rights to be recognized as society progresses. So basically saying these are 10 that we can think of, but this provides a bridge, a venue to be able to, if other rights being challenged, then they could become part of, amendments to the Constitution, or they could be challenged in the court, which is, I think, an extremely forward-looking amendment number 9. And that was written specifically by Madison themselves, the entire verbiage of it.
Yeah, so Ali, the thing about the power is not reserved by the Constitution is interpreted so broadly in practice, right? So broadly. And this is actually an area where some argue the Constitution has become very weak. Or the practice of the Constitution has become very weak. Because now the federal government can say all kinds of stuff, like what you can do inside of a post office, okay, even though the post offices are all in the states. What you can do on a public bus or public train in many parts of the country, right? Because they provide some funding for it or something like that. There's a huge amount of federal control of commerce, not necessarily commerce that occurred within states, but commerce that, as long as it could have been interstate, then that government controls the process. There's many domains where the federal government has exclusive jurisdiction or primary decision making. And that is something that has occurred relatively recently, probably the last 120 years. Right? This vast expansion of what the federal government decides and its involvement in our daily lives. So the 10th Amendment, unfortunately, doesn't, at least that reading of it, or a reasonable, a straightforward reading of it, doesn't really help us to know what the federal government can and can't get away with in a situation. I'm wondering how to research that.
Yeah, maybe, but I think in this case, I would say for sure the way I read it, the power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution. So it is written within the Constitution, and you can look at Article 1, 2, 3, and the other 4 as part of the first part of the Constitution, which basically is very specific about the roles and responsibility, the authorities. But I do agree with you. It could. Well, let me just make one comment here. These are principles in the Constitution in terms of the template that the government is instructed to run the business of the government. But these are principles, both in all domains of activities, including the legal system. But every time there is a principle about anything, could be ideology in politics, economics, in religious, and in all kinds of fields of human activities, the execution of those principles is always would fall short of the full intent of the principle itself. So it is expected that when these things are executed, for example, the understanding, recognition of the powers of the government outside the United States, federal government, and what are those? And in principle, there are they may not be clear at times or stepped over. And it's difficult to, but then again, the powers are in the Constitution, actually. They're written there in terms of which branches of government, what are their powers.
Well, it may be helpful to think of some examples, like in the Constitution, does it say anything about regulating the airspace above certain altitudes?
No, of course it doesn't.
Right.
Yeah,
And
sure, yeah.
but it would be very hard for states in practice to assert any control over this thing, right? And this is where you get, and there's a wide range of examples like that, a huge wide range. Okay.
But before you go, Jason, let's just take that one example, which actually is a good example. The authority or the control over the space of a given state, the altitude, in, let's say, California or whatever the state is. Now, I'm just wondering if there would be any challenge, hypothetically, from the states saying, look, if the federal government planes or the commercial planes are going to go over our states, we have a say about that. And that would be kind of, hypothetically, in a kind of really unserious way, could be a case, an example of what you're talking about. There's nothing in it, in the Constitution, about it. And so it seems to me that falls along the categories of, as society progresses, technologies, ideas, human rights, and the rest of it, then people, the Supreme Court and the justices and the legal system make an attempt to kind of to see exactly what the Constitution has to say about it in a very broad sense, and then we'll interpret their understanding of the ruling. And at the end of the day, everything has to comply, be within it has to be constitutionally correct or interpreted according to the Constitution. Now, people may interpret it differently, but certainly it has to have the constitutional authority for it. Otherwise, it's just not going to stand.
I know that's what it sounds like, right? But I'm saying, as a practical matter, there are domains of federal authority,
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes.
That scope way beyond what you would see there. So, like, if we try to find, like, so for example, in this situation with Minnesota and the federal government, the DHS, it's not even clear this question has been asked before, right? So it's not even clear there is a legal answer. Generally, the federal government cooperates with the states on things like this, so it doesn't come up. So a lot of these kinds of things are like, we don't know the answer really until there is a case about it. But there is definitely a broader trend of the federal government having more and more power, far more power than appears to be delegated by the Constitution, at least at first glance. But there are ways that the courts have historically interpreted, delegated by the Constitution to mean, like, well, basically, like, any power directly delegated, but also any power which the government obviously needs to do the job that the legislature asks it to do. Now, the power that it obviously needs is like, well, what do you mean obviously? And they have a different way of framing it to try to make obviously a little more robust than obviously. Okay, obvious is not the operative standard there. But, and that's really where you get into, like, the fuzziness of this. And this is where I think, the way that I look at this is that there have been a lot of changes in society, and the legislature has been very uncreative in responding to those changes, and done a very poor job of remodeling the house, as it were, to keep keep it up to date, to keep things ship-shape, right? You know, putting in a new roof when you need a new roof, and, you know, changing the way the plumbing is when the plumbing systems change, you know. So, you know, the house keeps its character and charm, but, you know, is a fully functional house which you can easily get repaired and so on. And they have not really been doing that. And that's what I think is the real problem we face, is the legislature has not been working that preservation effort in a sincere and thoughtful way. And that's what we kind of need to be pressuring them to do. And yeah. And then the Supreme Court and the president, they do have to pick up the slack. You know, they have to get work done. They have to decide cases. They have to do something, right? The legislature doesn't have to do anything if they don't want to. It's kind of sad, but they don't.
So here's a question, I think I may know the answer. Let's say the legislative branch, just hypothetically, would pass a federal policy and says, look, abortion is left to the individual and government has no say about it. I mean, we're talking hypothetically here. And it's passed with the majority of the Congress and the senators and becomes a law of the land. I don't know if that could be challenged, the policy that passed by the legislative branch could be challenged by any individual or group of people or even a state to the Supreme Court. Or maybe an immigration policy. I mean, a broad immigration policy addressing all of the immigration issues, which this Congress has failed miserably in the last 50 years to address it, or maybe 40 years. And it's been taken predominantly by the legislature, by the federal government, by the executive branch, which immigration is the business of the federal government. But in terms of immigration policy and things like that. So anyway, just going back to the first example, if the Congress passes, the law that I talked about the abortion, could any individual or agency actually challenge the law and take it to the Supreme Court? I'm not sure. I gotta look it up.
Well, I don't know that they could challenge the law.
I didn't think so. Yeah, go ahead.
But what you would see instead is they would pass laws, and then those laws would be challenged, right? So states would pass laws, and the states would try to pass laws that do not run afoul of this law, okay? And then the question is like, okay, well, what is the appetite for challenging that? And what does that process look like? And that process is not necessarily going to get satisfaction right away, okay? Because the first thing that needs to happen, let's say that a law is passed preventing abortion, de facto preventing it, in a circuit that is sympathetic to the prevention of abortion. Then the case will go before a judge, and that judge will find in favor of the state. They will say, well, this is not against the universal abortion law because, we don't find that this law prevents good faith efforts on the part of the legislature to protect the health of the mother. And, okay, so they could say that, okay? Or they could say, well, no, it does go against it. But then the state will say, okay, well, we want a panel of 3 judges. And the 3 judges will look at it, and it's a jurisdiction that is favorable to this law. the circuit that is favorable to this law. So they will say, the 3 judges will tend to say, no, it's fine, okay. But okay, let's say, all right, then another case comes up, another law, and another challenge is raised, okay, in a different state in the same circuit does the same thing, and by this time the legal scholarship is somewhat different, the case is somewhat different, okay, maybe it makes it past the first judge, and it makes it past the panel, and they can ask for another panel, I think, but then they decide, okay, we're gonna do an en banc hearing, okay, everybody in the circuit is gonna decide, and then they will generally say, no, it's fine, it doesn't violate this or that law because of this, that, or this other reason, okay? And in other circuits where they are fine with the abortion law, these cases never happen, okay? They don't happen, so you never get what is called a circuit split. You never get the First Circuit saying a law against a medical abortion at any place that is not, this specific place in the state that is in a remote location, okay, is that law is unconstitutional. You never get that in the First Circuit, and then in the Second Circuit they say it's constitutional. You never get the circuit split. So the Supreme Court is very unlikely to take the case. Because the places where they accept that constitutional right, they don't pass laws against it. And the places where they don't accept that constitutional right, well, their circuit supports them. Right? So you never get the circuit split. So, or it takes a very long time to get the circuit split. Okay? It takes 10 years, 20, 30, okay? So then what you will see is a huge range of laws that are passed to hobble this right. And you might say, Ali, how do I know this? And, so I'll pause here. Maybe you can guess how I know this.
How?
Because this is exactly what liberal states have done to try to undermine the right to bear arms. And this is exactly why there are so few Supreme Court decisions about it. Because in the circuits where they care about the right to bear arms, they don't pass these laws in those states. So there never is any ruling about it. And in the circuits where they have a problem with the right to bear arms, well, the judges agree with them.
Jason, you're not concerned about children, like smaller children, teenagers, because of the arms. Like that would be. See, I learned how to shoot when I was very, very young. My dad took me to the range. I learned the pistol. I learned the air gun. So it's not new. It's not that I'm afraid of it. It's just that I think when parents start having children and those become teenagers, and you hear of school shootings in America where the freaking eyebrows rise, the big question of safety sort of pops up. You see what I'm saying?
But that's a different question here. Okay, if you read the Constitution, the obvious reading of the Second Amendment is like everything California has done is illegal. There can't be magazine limitations, limiting pistols to this roster, whatever else. Okay, the assault weapons ban. Okay, and the thing is, once in a while, you even get a judge in the Ninth Circuit who says it's illegal. But you get one. And then there is an en banc hearing, or there's a panel of 3 judges, and they decide, no, it's fine. Okay. And what I'm trying to describe here is the way that you have a constitutional right on paper, but as a practical matter, the states have a lot of capacity, or localities, okay, really the circuits have a lot of capacity to
be down on that right and make it impossible to exercise. Okay? So I'm not trying to persuade you about the right to bear arms. I'm just trying to describe a mechanism to you, like the way that it works. Okay? And because I mean, even if you feel like the right to bear arms is a bad idea, I think you will agree it's still in the Constitution.
Yeah.
You know, okay, and the way that some states interpret that, it's actually almost impossible to bear arms, like Massachusetts, and for some time, and Massachusetts, and one or two, Hawaii, okay. And the way it was interpreted in New York City for a long time, it was basically impossible to bear arms. And, and then you have like a rainbow of options in between that and Texas, okay, where, I mean, if you read it doesn't really make any sense that the way you read the Constitution, that like the policies you have in Massachusetts are the way that they are, or in New Jersey or whatever else. So to come back to your example, Ali, I think that could be done, but then what you would see is, for example, in whatever circuit Missouri is in, it would just be massively much more difficult to get an abortion, and the constitutional challenges needed to get that straightened out would eventually play out, but it might be like 150 years from now before all of them get settled.
Well, I would say Dick and Jason. That's your screen name, sir? Are you responsive?
Lester, are you here?
He is
Lester.
responsive. He's responsive.
Are you here?
Lester, are you here?
I'm here.
Brock, what's going on, bro? We're having a good conversation.
I'm good. I'm just trying to see what Jason was talking, so.
So, Brooke, if you don't mind, let me.
Oh God, here we go. Here we go.
We'd like to hear what you have to say, but
I don't give it. What do you want, Ollie? What?
I don't want anything from you. I'm talking to Jason.
Okay, well then,
just quickly going back to this. No, I'm not holding on. I'm not for you. If you wait,
well, we should hold on.
Did you notice that just?
Oh my God, you're so in control. Okay, well then if you are in control, then you should know how to calm people down.
Well,
do that.
There was no calmness on the stage. People were talking.
All right, so let's do that. All right, let's do that together.
You came.
Can you do that together?
Can you calm down a little bit, maybe?
Yeah, I'm right here, brother. Can you hear me? My voice?
You'll be fine.
You'll be fine. My voice.
We know how to treat
right
children.
Here, man.
Don't worry.
Right here.
So yeah. Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's do it. So let's do it like together.
So what is your suggestion?
Oh no. So you want to take control? Okay. So what do you want from me?
Alright, Brock, what's his question?
No third person.
What I want from you, here's what I want from you.
What do you want from me?
What I want you to do is...
Tell me, brother.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you. I would like you to allow Jason and I to finish the discussion about
So you're saying shut up?
No, I didn't say that.
Say allow. Say shut up.
We were
Tell me to shut up.
Conversation.
Because I'm not...
And so you asked me what I want you to do. If you want to speak for me, then why are you asking the question?
I'm not asking
If
to
you're
speak
asking
for
me
you.
a question,
Tell me what you want me to do.
I want you to...
And I will do it.
Wait. Okay then. Thank you.
Wait.
I want you to not interrupt my discussion with Jason.
Okay, so you're telling me to shut up?
No, I'm not telling you to shut up.
Okay, then tell me to shut up.
What I'm trying to
tell me to shut up.
Not to act like a 5-year-old or 2-year-old with their diaper rash and you can't control yourself.
Yeah.
Okay? So ask your mama to
tell me to shut up.
No, what I want you to do...
If you can't tell me to shut up, then I don't know what the fuck to tell you then.
Alright, then I'll tell you.
Alright. Then here we go.
All due respect.
Alright, here we go.
So, Ali.
I told you that.
Yeah, man.
So,
all right, brother. I'm just been trying to tell you, man.
So,
you can just tell me to shut up.
So,
yes, I told you.
And then
Shut
that
up!
solves everything.
Shut up! You want to hear it? You get it?
Ego.
Stop it, Brock.
Reigns
Stop.
supreme. No, bro.
It's
I'm
not ego.
doing it.
It's
So-
truth.
No.
So,
This
Ali,
dude-
Brock,
Bro, it's not
Ali
Brock.
and I.
No, you can call me by name. I don't give a fuck.
What do you want to
I
be called?
don't care.
Well, Ali and I.
No.
I
No.
was explaining something
You're not
to
gonna-
Ali,
That's
and I
fine.
wanted to hear what Ali has to say about it. Would that be a
Okay,
problem?
well, I want to hear from Ali, but that last shit, not cool.
I didn't want
Well-
to.
I want to hear from Ali, and that's it. And then after that, nothing else.
Okay.
So,
I want to hear
Would you like
from
to hear from me?
Oh,
Would you
shut
like to
the
hear
fuck up, bro. I don't
So
want to hear
said
from
you want to
you.
hear
I
from
want to hear
me,
from
and then you tell me
Ali.
shut.
I don't care about you.
But then you're asking me.
You're entering a world that you don't want to enter.
Oh, really? What is
Yeah, oh, really?
What is that?
Oh,
That would be.
okay, so
enough,
you're over the top of me. Whatever. I don't give a fuck, man. I don't care. I don't fucking care. You are not gonna take over me. I don't give a fuck who you have access to. I don't care where you're
not
from.
important
I
enough for me to take
fuck
over.
you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You are nobody.
Well,
You're
Okay, I'm gonna
probably.
start a new room.
You are probably
I'm
from
gonna-
LA,
I'm gonna
or
start-
New York City, or
I'm
some
gonna invite you
else
both to it.
bigger than me. I don't
Okay, I'll
care.
invite you both in.
Fuck
All right.
you.
One second.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go ahead, Ali. Always been that way. What's up, Lolly? What's up, Lolly? And we got Sword. Sword wants to come up. Come up, Sword. Yo, Alistair, you got it, man.
Well, welcome back to Trump is Crashing Out, everybody. We just listened to a retard get into an argument with other what we might call retards. It doesn't really matter though whether you think they were retards or not. You are now listening to the supreme retard of all the retards. And in the land of retards, there can only be one retard to rule them all. A supreme retard! That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Jason literally just talked for about an hour and a half straight, and then what's his face also talked for a long time. Then Brock came in drunk and crashed out. Pepe's sleeping. Poor little Pepe. Pepe's dreaming of Pepe World. What would Pepe World look like if Pepe was the leader?
Hurry up! Go clean up that fucking bathroom right now. Pepe's in charge, bitch. You're gonna do what you're fucking told. Pepe's in charge.
But we're going to close out this room with a little music. I hope you like. This is John Kitover.
First be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, admission that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which ought to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Ye King as we easers!
Ah! So, X has done me the honor of deleting multiple of my X accounts because I upset Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman, the other day. He was live and I was clipping him and he got very upset. Deleted all my X accounts and said I broke the rules. No explanation, just a generalized, you broke the rules. I don't like what you had to say. I'm censoring. My feelings are important, and cognitive security is so important. Oh. Somebody sent me a message. Somebody sent me a message. Does anybody want to come up and say anything? Because I'm going to play some music, brush my teeth. I'm going to use my water pick. Then I use my tongue scraper. I'm going to use my brush and my toothpaste and my dental floss. That's right. A lot of moving parts to brushing your teeth. As we know, not a lot of people here on Clubhouse brush their teeth. They just go to sleep and they think Clubhouse can brush their teeth as they're sleeping. Have you ever heard somebody here say, oh, I got to find a room so I can go to sleep? Oh, how pathetic. Oh my God. Just, how could you listen to Clubhouse while you're trying to sleep? You could just play music, Some ASMR, NLP hypnosis. Hello?
Every word a tiny mirror asking, who are you really? Spamming a silver suit, politics in painted red shoes, comedy juggling, our fears are tracing halos on them. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout, I'm just choosing brighter colors for the picture in your doubt. Critics on a crystal edge, measuring the leap you take. Love letters in your junk folder, still trying to rearrange you. Persuasion in the lab coat, informative, kind of blowing. Here's a future you could live. Hey, if you let it in your bloodstream. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout, I'm just choosing bright colors for the picture in your doubt.
Oh, we have Narges. Is Narges here? Did she just come in for a quick pop in, pop out? Well, you were listening to the John Kitover band here. This song is called All Communication is Hypnosis.
What if this is the opera and your breath is the overture? Every thought in your orbit singing, you are something new. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. And if every word's a spell, I'll keep casting tiny futures where you rise. And you are
But to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a...
This is a new song that I co-produced with Pockets. Many of you know Pockets here on this app, aka Pussy Pockets, the annoying, hyper-polarized political pussy pocket.
pure heart, and a serpent flame therein. Thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. But whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. Ye shall gather goods and store of women and spices. Ye shall wear rich jewels. Ye shall exceed the nations of the earth in splendor and pride. But always in the love of me, and so shall ye come to my joy. I charge you earnestly to come before me in a single robe and covered with a rich headdress. I love you. I yearn to you. Pale or purple, veiled or voluptuous. I who are more pleasure and purple and drunkenness of the innermost sense. Desire you. Put on the wings and rouse the coiled splendor within you. Come to me. To me. To me.
Oh, welcome, El Normo. This is the Pepe Show. This is my wind down before I go to sleep for the night. If there's something you want to say, just raise your hand. Otherwise, we're listening to a song that I co-produced with Pockets, aka Pussy Pockets, the polarized R word here on Clownhouse.
Jesus Mohammedan to Megatherium. With these also Hermes, Pan, Priapus, Osiris and Melchizedek. Chem and Amun and Mentu, Heracles. Orpheus and Odysseus with Virgilius, Catullus, Martialis, Rabelais, Swinburne, and many an holy bard, Apollonius, Tianius, Simon Magus, Manes, Pythagoras, Basilides, Valentinus, Bardesigns, and Hippolytus, that transmitted the light of the Gnosis to us, their successors and their heirs, with Merlin, Arthur, Camaret, Parzival, and many another. Priya and one Corio seven fed, priest and king that bore the lance and cup, the sword and disc against the heathen. And these also, Carolus Magnus and his paladins, with William of Shire, Frederick of Hohenstaufen, Roger Bacon, Jacobus Burgundus, Mollensis the Martyr, Christian Rosenkreutz, Ulrich von Hutten, Paracelsus, Michael Mayer, Roderick Borgia Poi, Alexander the Sixth, Jacob Boheme, Francis Bacon, Lord Verulam, Andrea, Robertus de Fructibus, Johannes D, Sir Edward Kelly, Thomas Vaughan, Elias Ashmole Molinos, Adam Wishow, Wolfgang van Gogh, Ludovicus, Rex Bavaria, Richard Wagner, Alphonse Louis Constant, Frederick Nietzsche, Hargrave Jennings, Carl Kellner, Forlong Books, Sir Richard Payne-Knight, Paul Gauguin, Sir Richard Francis Burton, Dr. Gerard and Cossey, Dr. Theodorus, and Sir Alistair Crowley, O sons of the Lion and the Snake! With all thy saints we worthily commemorate them, worthy that were and are to come. May their essence be held present, potent, puissant, and paternal to perfect this feast.
Principles. The Diaken. With
neon featured heroes.
He kneel adore, rises, turns, shows a cup to the people, turns, replaces the cup, and adores music. For this is the covenant of resurrection. He makes the 5 crosses on the priestess. Accept, O Lord, this sacrifice of life and joy, true warrants of the covenant of resurrection. The priest offers the lance to the priestess, who kisses it. He then touches her between the breasts and upon the body. He then flings out his arms upward as comprehending the whole shrine. Let this offering be borne upon the waves of aether to our Lord, and Father the Son that travelleth over the heavens in his name on. He closes his hands, kisses the priestess between the breasts, and makes 3 great crosses over the paten, the cup, and himself. He strikes his breast. All repeat this action. Hear ye all, saints of the true church of old time, now essentially present, that of ye we claim heirship, with ye we claim communion, from ye we claim benediction in the name of him. Thou who art